Volume 2, Part 1 of Herodotus Histories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolina. Histories, Volume 2, by Herodotus of Halicarnassus, translated by E.D. Godley. Volume 2, Part 1. After taking Babylon, Darius himself marched against the Scythians. For since Asia was bursting with men, and vast revenues were coming in, Darius desired to punish the Scythians for the wrong they had begun when they invaded Media first, and defeated those who opposed them in battle. For the Scythians, as I have said before, ruled Upper Asia for 28 years. They invaded Asia in their pursuit of the Cimmerians, and ended the power of the Medes, who were the rulers of Asia before the Scythians came. But when the Scythians had been away from their homes for 28 years, and returned to their country after so long an absence, as much trouble as their Median war awaited them. They found themselves opposed by a great force. For the Scythian women, when their husbands were away for so long, turned to their slaves. Now the Scythians blind all their slaves, because of the milk they drink, and this is how they get it. Taking tubes of bone very much like flutes, they insert these into the genitalia of the mares, and blow into them, some blowing while others milk. According to them, their reason for doing this is that blowing makes the mare's veins swell and her udder drop. When done milking, they pour the milk into deep wooden buckets, and make their slaves stand around the buckets and shake the milk. They draw off what stands on the surface, and value this most. What lies at the bottom is less valued. This is why the Scythians blind all prisoners whom they take, for they do not cultivate the soil, but are nomads. So it came about that the younger generation grew up, born of these slaves and the women. And when the youth learned of their parentage, they came out to fight the Scythians returning from Media. First they barred the way to their country by digging a wide trench from the Tauric mountains to the broadest part of the Maeotian lake. And then, when the Scythians tried to force a passage, they camped opposite them and engaged them in battle. There were many fights, and the Scythians could gain no advantage. At last one of them said, "Men of Scythia, look at what we are doing. We are fighting our own slaves. They kill us, and we grow fewer. We kill them, and shall have fewer slaves. Now, then, my opinion is that we should drop our spears and bows, and meet them with horsewhips in our hands. As long as they see us armed, they imagine that they are our equals and the sons of our equals. Let them see us with whips and no weapons, and they will perceive that they are our slaves. And taking this to heart, they will not face our attack." The Scythians heard this and acted on it, and their enemies, stunned by what they saw, did not think of fighting, but fled. Thus the Scythians ruled Asia, and were driven out again by the Medes, and returned to their own country in such a way. Desiring to punish them for what they had done, Darius assembled an army against them. The Scythians say that their nation is the youngest in the world, and that it came into being in this way. A man whose name was Targetaus appeared in this country, which was then desolate. They say that his parents were Zeus and a daughter of the Borysthenes river. I do not believe the story, but it is told. Such was Targetaus' lineage. He had 3 sons, Lipoxes, Arpoxes, and Calaxes, youngest of the 3. In the time of their rule, the story goes, certain implements, namely a plough, a yoke, a sword, and a flask, all of gold, fell down from the sky into Scythia. The eldest of them, seeing these, approached them meaning to take them, but the gold began to burn as he neared, and he stopped. Then the second approached, and the gold did as before. When these two had been driven back by the burning gold, the youngest brother approached, and the burning stopped, and he took the gold to his own house. In view of this, the elder brothers agreed to give all the royal power to the youngest. Leucoxes, it is said, was the father of the Scythian clan called Augatai. Arphaxes, the second brother, of those called Catiari and Trespians, the youngest, who was king, of those called Paralatae. All these together bear the name of Scolati, after their king. Scythians is the name given them by the Greeks. This, then, is the Scythians' account of their origin, and they say that neither more nor less than 1,000 years in all passed from the time of their first king Tagetaus to the entry of Darius into their country. The kings guard this sacred gold very closely, and every year offer solemn sacrifices of propitiation to it. Whoever falls asleep at this festival in the open air, having the sacred gold with him, is said by the Scythians not to live out the year, for which reason, they say, as much land as he can ride round in one day is given to him. Because of the great size of the country, the lordships that Callicles established for his sons were 3, one of which, where they keep the gold, was the greatest. Above and north of their neighbours of their country no one, they say, can see or travel further, because of showers of feathers, for earth and sky are full of feathers, and these hinder sight. This is what the Scythians say about themselves and the country north of them. But the story told by the Greeks who live in Pontus is as follows. Heracles, driving the cattle of Geryones, came to this land, which was then desolate, but is now inhabited by the Scythians. Geryones lived west of the Pontus, settled in the island called by the Greeks Erythea, on the shore of Ocean, near Gadara, outside the Pillars of Heracles. As for Ocean, the Greeks say that it flows around the whole world from where the sun rises, but they cannot prove that this is so. Heracles came from there to the country now called Scythia, where, encountering wintry and frosty weather, he drew his lion's skin over him and fell asleep, and while he slept his mares, which were grazing yoked to the chariot, were spirited away by divine fortune. When Heracles awoke, he searched for them, visiting every part of the country, until at last he came to the land called the Woodland, and there he found in a cave a creature of double form that was half maiden and half serpent. Above the buttocks she was a woman, below them a snake. When he saw her he was astonished, and asked if she had seen his mares straying. She said that she had them, and would not return them to him before he had intercourse with her. Heracles did, in hope of his reward. But though he was anxious to take the horses and go, she delayed returning them, so that she might have Heracles with her for as long as possible. At last she gave them back, telling him, "These mares came, and I kept them safe here for you, and you have paid me for keeping them, for I have 3 sons by you. Now tell me what I am to do when they are grown up. Shall I keep them here, since I am queen of this country, or shall I send them away to you?" Thus she inquired, and then, it is said, Heracles answered, "When you see the boys are grown up, do as follows, and you will do rightly. Whichever of them you see bending this bow and wearing this belt so, make him an inhabitant of this land, but whoever falls short of these accomplishments that I require, send him away out of the country. Do so, and you shall yourself have comfort, and my will shall be done." So he drew one of his bows, for until then Heracles always carried 2, and showed her the belt, and gave her the bow and the belt, that had a golden vessel on the end of its clasp. And, having given them, he departed. But when the sons born to her were grown men, she gave them names, calling one of them Agatharsus, and the next Gelonus, and the youngest Scythes. Furthermore, remembering the instructions, she did as she was told. Two of her sons, Agatharsus and Galonus, were cast out by their mother and left the country, unable to fulfill the requirements set. But Scythes, the youngest, fulfilled them, and so stayed in the land. From Scythes, son of Heracles, come the whole line of kings of Scythia, and it is because of the vessel that the Scythians carry vessels on their belts to this day. This alone his mother did for Scythes. This is what the Greek dwellers in Pontus say. There is yet another story, to which account I myself especially incline. It is to this effect. The nomadic Scythians inhabiting Asia, when hard pressed in war by the Massagetae, fled across the Araxes river to the Cimmerian country. For the country which the Scythians now inhabit is said to have belonged to the Cimmerians before. And the Cimmerians, at the advance of the Scythians, deliberated as men threatened by a great force should. Opinions were divided. Both were strongly held, but that the princess was the more honourable. For the people believed that their part was to withdraw, and that there was no need to risk their lives for the dust of the earth. But the princes were for fighting to defend their country against the attackers. Neither side could persuade the other, neither the people the princes, nor the princes the people. The one party planned to depart without fighting and leave the country to their enemies, but the princes were determined to lie dead in their own country, and not to flee with the people, for they considered how happy their situation had been, and what ills were likely to come upon them if they fled from their native land. Having made up their minds, the princes separated into two equal bands, and fought with each other until they were all killed by each other's hands. Then the Cimmerian people buried them by the Tiras river, where their tombs are still to be seen, and having buried them, left the land. And the Scythians came and took possession of the country left empty. And to this day there are Cimmerian walls in Scythia, and a Cimmerian ferry, and there is a country Cimmeria, and a strait named Cimmerian. Furthermore, it is evident that the Cimmerians, in their flight from the Scythians into Asia, also made a colony on the peninsula, where the Greek city of Sinope has been founded. And it is clear that the Scythians pursued them and invaded Media, missing their way. For the Cimmerians always fled along the coast, and the Scythians pursued with the Caucasus on their right until they came into the Median land, turning inland on their way. That is the other story current among Greeks and foreigners alike. There is also a story related in a poem by Aristes, son of Caustrovius, a man of Proconnesus. This Aristes, possessed by Phoebes, visited the Isidones. Beyond these, he said, lived the one-eyed Arimaspians, beyond whom are the griffins that guard gold, and beyond these again are the Hyperboreans, whose territory reaches to the sea. Except for the Hyperboreans, all these nations, and first the Arimaspians, are always at war with their neighbours. The Isidones were pushed from their lands by the Arimaspians, and the Scythians by the Isidones, and the Cimmerians, living by the southern sea, were hard pressed by the Scythians, and left their country. Thus Aristes' story does not agree with the Scythian account about this country. Where Aristes wrote this came from, I have already said. I will tell the story that I heard about him at Proconnesus and Cyzicus. It is said that this Aristes, who was as well born as any of his townfolk, went into a fuller's shop at Proconnesus, and there died. The owner shut his shop, and went away to tell the dead man's relatives, and the report of Aristes' death being spread about in the city was disputed by a man of Cyzicus, who had come from the town of Artace, and said that he had met Aristes going towards Cyzicus, and spoken with him. While he argued vehemently, the relatives of the dead man came to the fuller's shop with all that was necessary for burial. But when the place was opened, there was no Aristes there, dead or alive. But in the 7th year after that, Aristes appeared at Proconnesus, and made that poem which the Greeks now call the Arimaspeia, after which he vanished once again. Such is the tale told in these two towns. But this, I know, happened to the Metapontines in Italy, 240 years after the second disappearance of Aristes, as reckoning made at Proconnesus and Metapontum shows me. Aristes, so the Metapontines say, appeared in their country and told them to set up an altar to Apollo, and set beside it a statue bearing the name of Aristes the Proconnessian. For, he said, Apollo had come to their country alone of all Italian lands, and he, the man who was now Aristes, but then when he followed the god had been a crow, had come with him. After saying this, he vanished. The Metapontines, so they say, sent to Delphi and asked the god what the vision of the man could mean, and the Pythian priestess told them to obey the vision, saying that their fortune would be better. They did as instructed, and now there stands beside the image of Apollo a statue bearing the name of Aristes. A grove of bay trees surrounds it. The image is set in the market-place. Let it suffice that I have said this much about Aristes. As for the land of which my story has begun to speak, no one exactly knows what lies north of it, for I can find out from no one who claims to know as an eye-witness. For even Aristes, whom I recently mentioned, even he did not claim to have gone beyond the Isidonies, even though a poet. But he spoke by hearsay of what lay north, saying that the Isidonians had told him. But all that we have been able to learn, for certain, by report of the farthest lands, shall be told. North of the port of the Borysthenes, which lies midway along the coast of Scythia, the first inhabitants are the Callipidae, who are Scythian Greeks, and beyond them another tribe called Elazones. These and the Callippidae, though in other ways they live like the Scythians, plant and eat grain, onions, garlic, lentils, and millet. Above the Elazones live Scythian farmers, who plant grain not to eat, but to sell. North of these the Neuri. North of the Neuri the land is uninhabited, so far as we know. These are the tribes that the Hypanis river west of the Borysthenes. But on the other side of the Borysthenes, the tribe nearest to the sea is the tribe of the woodlands, and north of these live Scythian farmers, whom the Greek colonists on the Hypanis river, who call themselves Obiopolitae, call Borystheniatae. These farming Scythians inhabit a land stretching east a 3 days' journey to a river called Pantecapes, and north as far as an 11 days' voyage up the Borysthenes. And north of these the land is desolate for a long way. After the desolation is the country of the man-eaters, who are a nation apart and by no means Scythian, and beyond them is true desolation, where no nation of man lives, as far as we know. But to the east of these farming Scythians, across the Pantecapes river, you are in the land of nomadic Scythians, who plant nothing nor plough, and all these lands except the woodlands are bare of trees. These nomads inhabit a country to the east that stretches 14 days' journey to the Garus river. Across the Garus are those lands called royal, where the best and most numerous of the Scythians are, who consider all other Scythians their slaves. Their territory stretches south to the Tauric land, and east to the trench that was dug by the sons of the blind men, and to the port called the Cliffs on the Maeotian lake, and part of it stretches to the Tanais river. North of the royal Scythians live the Blackcloaks, who are of another and not a Scythian stock. And beyond the Blackcloaks the land is all marshes and uninhabited by man, as far as we know. Across the Tanais it is no longer Scythia. The first of the districts belongs to the Sauromaetae, whose country begins at the inner end of the Maeotian lake and stretches 15 days' journey north, and is quite bare of both wild and cultivated trees. Above these, in the second district, the Bedini inhabit a country thickly overgrown with trees of all kinds. North of the Bedini the land is uninhabited for 7 days' journey. After this desolation, and somewhat more toward the east wind, live the Tisagaetae, a numerous and separate nation, who live by hunting. Adjoining these, and in the same country, live the people called Yirkai. These also live by hunting, in the way that I will describe. The hunter climbs in a tree and sits there concealed, for trees grow thickly all over the land, and each man has his horse at hand, trained to flatten on its belly for the sake of lowness, and his dog. And when he sees the quarry from the tree, he shoots with the bow, and mounts his horse and pursues it, and the dog follows close behind. Beyond these, and somewhat to the east, live Scythians again, who revolted from the royal Scythians, and came to this country. As for the countryside of these Scythians, all the land mentioned up to this point is level and its soil deep, but thereafter it is stony and rough. After a long journey through this rough country, there are men inhabiting the foothills of high mountains, who are said to be bold from birth, male and female alike, and snub-nosed and with long beards. They speak their own language, and wear Scythian clothing, and their food comes from trees. The tree by which they live is called Pontic. It is about the size of a fig tree, and bears a fruit as big as a bean, with a stone in it. When this fruit is ripe, they strain it through cloth, and a thick black liquid comes from it, which they call ashu. They lick this up, or drink it mixed with milk, and from the thickest leaves of it they make cakes, and eat them. They have few cattle, for the pasture in their land is not good. They live under a tree each, covering it in winter with a white felt cloth, but using no felt in summer. These people are wronged by no man, for they are said to be sacred, nor have they any weapon of war. They judge the quarrels between their neighbors. Furthermore, whatever banished man has taken refuge with them is wronged by no one. They are called Argipeans. End of Volume 2, Part 1. Recording by Carolina.
Volume 2, Part 2 of Herodotus Histories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shirley Anderson. Histories, Volume 2, by Herodotus of Halicarnassus. Translated by A.D. Godley. Volume 2, Part 2. Now as far as the land of these bold men, we have full knowledge of the country and the nations on the near side of them. For some of the Scythians make their way to them, from whom it is easy to get knowledge from, and from some of the Greeks too, from the Borysthenes port, and the other ports of Pontus. Such Scythians as visit them transact their business with 7 interpreters and in 7 languages. As far as these men this country is known, then, but what lies north of the bold men no one can say with exact knowledge, for high and impassable mountains bar the way, as no one crosses them. These bold men say, although I do not believe them, that the mountains are inhabited by men with goats' feet, and that beyond these are men who sleep for 6 months out of the 12. This I cannot accept as true at all. But the country east of the Bald Heads is known for certain to be inhabited by the Issidones. However, of what lies north either of the Bald Heads or the Issidones we have no knowledge except what comes from the report of these latter. It is said to be the custom of the Issidones that, whenever a man's father dies, all the nearest of kin bring beasts of the flock, and, having killed these and cut up the flesh, they also cut up the dead father of their host, and set out all the flesh mixed together for a feast. As for his head, they strip it bare and clean and gild it, and keep it for a sacred relic, to which they offer solemn sacrifice yearly. Every son does this for his father, just like the Greeks in their festivals of honor of the dead. In other respects, these are said to be a law-abiding people too, and the women to have equal power with the men. Of these too, then, we have knowledge, but as for what is north of them, it is from the Issidones that the tale comes, of the one-eyed men and the griffins that guard gold. This is told by the Scythians, who have heard it from them, and we have taken it as true from the Scythians, and call these people by the Scythian name Arimaspians, for in the Scythian tongue arima is one, and spou is the eye. All the aforesaid country is exceedingly cold. For 8 months of every year there is unbearable frost, and during these you do not make mud by pouring out water, but by lighting a fire. The sea freezes, as does all the Cimmerian Bosporus, and the Scythians living on this side of the trench lead armies over the ice, and drive their wagons across to the land of the Sindi. So it is winter for 8 months, and cold in that country for the 4 that remain. Here there is a different sort of winter than the winters in other lands, for in the season for rain scarcely any falls, but all summer it rains unceasingly. And when there are thunderstorms in other lands, here there are none, but in the summer there are plenty of them. If there is a thunderstorm in winter, they are apt to wonder at it as a portent. And so too, if there is an earthquake summer or winter, it is considered a portent in Scythia. Horses have the endurance to bear the Scythian winter, mules and asses cannot bear it at all, and yet in other lands, while asses and mules can endure frost, horses that stand in it are frostbitten. And in my opinion it is for this reason that the hornless kind of cattle grow no horns in Scythia. A verse of Homer in the Odyssey attests to my opinion. Libya, the land where lambs are born with horns on their foreheads. Homer, Odyssey, 4:85. In which it is correctly observed that in hot countries the horns grow quickly, whereas in very cold countries beasts hardly grow horns, or not at all. In Scythia, then, this happens because of the cold. But I think it strange, for it was always the way of my history to investigate excursus, that in the whole of Elis no mules can be conceived, although the country is not cold, nor is there any evident cause. The Eleans themselves say that it is because of a curse that mules cannot be conceived among them, but whenever the season is at hand for the mares to conceive, they drive them into the countries of their neighbours, and then send asses after them, until the mares are pregnant, and then they drive them home again. But regarding the feathers, of which the Scythians say that the air is full, so thickly that no one can see or traverse the land beyond, I have this opinion. North of that country snow falls continually, though less in summer than in winter, as is to be expected. Whoever has seen snow falling thickly near him knows himself my meaning, for snow is like feathers, and because of the winter, which is, as I have said, the regions to the north of this continent are uninhabited. I think, therefore, that in this story of feathers the Scythians and their neighbours only speak of snow figuratively. So then I have spoken of those parts that are said to be most distant. Concerning the Hyperborean people, neither the Scythians nor any other inhabitants of these lands tell us anything, except perhaps the Issidones, and, I think, even they say nothing, for if they did, then the Scythians too would have told, just as they tell of the one-eyed men, and Homer too in his poem The Hero's Sons, if that is truly the work of Homer. But the Delians say much more about them than any others do. They say that offerings wrapped in straw are brought from the Hyperboreans to Scythia. When these have passed Scythia, each nation in turn receives from its neighbours until they are carried to the Adriatic Sea, which is the most westerly limit of their journey. From there they are brought on to the south, the people of Dodona being the first Greeks to receive them. From Dodona they come down to the Melian Gulf, and are carried across to Euboea, and one city sends them on to another, until they come to Carystus. After this, Andros is left out of their journey, for Carystians carry them to Tenos, and Tenians to Delos. Thus, they say, these offerings come to Delos. But on the first journey the Hyperboreans sent 2 maidens bearing the offerings, to whom the Delians give the names Hyperosh and Laudice, and 5 men of their people with them as escort for safe conduct, those who are now called Perpheres, and greatly honoured at Delos. But when those whom they sent never returned, they took it amiss that they should be condemned always to be sending people and not getting them back, and so they carry the offerings wrapped in straw to their borders, and tell their neighbours to send them on from their own country to the next. And the offerings, it is said, come by this conveyance to Delos. I can say of my own knowledge that there is a custom like these offerings, namely, that when the Thracian and Paeonian women sacrifice to the royal Artemis, They have straw with them while they sacrifice. I know that they do this. The Delian girls and boys cut their hair in honor of these Hyperborean maidens, who died at Delos. The girls before marriage cut off a tress and lay it on the tomb, wound around a spindle. This tomb is at the foot of an olive tree, on the left hand of the entrance of the temple of Artemis. The Delian boys twine some of their hair around a green stalk, and lay it on the tomb likewise. In this way, then, these maidens are honored by the inhabitants of Delos. These same Delians relate that two virgins, Arge and Opis, came from the Hyperboreans' way of the aforesaid peoples to Delos earlier than Hyperosh and Laodice. These latter came to bring to Aletheia the tribute which they had agreed to pay for easing child-bearing. But Arge and Opis, they say, came with the gods themselves, and received honors of their own from the Delians. For the women collected gifts for them, calling their names in the hymn made for them by Olon of Lycia. It was from Delos that the islanders and the Ionians learned to sing hymns to Opis and Arge, calling upon their names and collecting gifts. This Olon, after coming from Lycia, also made the other and ancient hymns that are sung at Delos. Furthermore, they say that when the thigh bones are burnt and sacrificed on the altar, the ashes are all cast on the burial place of Opis and Arge, behind the temple of Artemis, looking east, nearest the refectory of the people of Ceos. I have said this much of the Hyperboreans, and let it suffice, for I do not tell the story of that Abaris, alleged to be a Hyperborean, who carried the arrow over the whole world, fasting all the while. But if there are men beyond the north wind, then there are others beyond the south. And I laugh to see how many have before now drawn maps of the world, not one of them reasonably, for they draw the world as round as if fashioned by compasses, encircled by the ocean river, and Asia and Europe of a like extent. For myself, I will in a few words indicate the extent of the two, and how each should be drawn. The land where the Persians live extends to the southern sea, which is called Red. Beyond these to the north are the Medes, and beyond the Medes the Saspires, and beyond the Saspires the Colchians, whose country extends to the northern sea, into which the Phasis river flows. So these four nations live between the one sea and the other. But west of this region two peninsulas stretch out from it into the sea, which I will now describe. On the north side one of the peninsulas begins at the Phasis, and stretches seaward along the Pontus and the Hellespont, as far as Sigium in the Troad. On the south side the same peninsula has a sea coast beginning at the Myrandric Gulf, that is near Phoenicia, and stretching seaward as far as the Triopian headland. On this peninsula live 30 nations. This is the first peninsula, but the second, beginning with Persia, stretches to the Red Sea and is Persian land, and next the neighbouring land of Assyria, and after Assyria Arabia. This peninsula ends, not truly but only by common consent, at the Arabian Gulf, to which Darius brought a canal from the Nile. Now from the Persian country to Phoenicia there is a wide and vast tract of land, and from Phoenicia this peninsula runs beside our sea by way of the Syrian Palestine and Egypt, which is at the end of it. In this peninsula there are just 3 nations. So much for the part of Asia west of the Persians. But what is beyond the Persians and Medes and Saspires and Colchians, east towards the rising sun? This is bounded on the one hand by the Red Sea, and to the north by the Caspian Sea and the Araxes River, which flows towards the sun's rising. As far as India, Asia is an inhabited land, but thereafter all to the east is desolation, nor can any one say what kind of land is there. Such is Asia, and such its extent. But Libya is on this second peninsula, for Libya comes next after Egypt. The Egyptian part of this peninsula is narrow, for from our sea to the Red Sea it is a distance of 125 miles, that is, 1,000 stades. But after this narrow part, the peninsula which is called Libya is very broad. I wonder, then, at those who have mapped out and divided the world into Libya, Asia, and Europe, for the difference between them is great, seeing that in length Europe stretches along both the others together, and it appears to me to be wider beyond all comparison, for Libya shows clearly that it is bounded by the sea, except where it borders on Asia. Necos, king of Egypt, first discovered this and made it known. When he had finished digging the canal that leads from the Nile to the Arabian Gulf, he sent Phoenicians in ships, instructing them to sail on their return voyage past the Pillars of Heracles until they came into the northern sea and so to Egypt. So the Phoenicians set out from the Red Sea and sailed to the southern sea. Whenever autumn came they would put in and plant the land in whatever part of Libya they had reached, and there await the harvest. Then, having gathered the crop, they sailed on, so that after 2 years had passed, it was in the third that they rounded the Pillars of Heracles and came to Egypt. There they said, what some may believe though I do not, that in sailing around Libya they had the sun on their right hand. Thus was the first knowledge of Libya gained. The next story is that of the Carthaginians, for as for Ctaspes, son of Tiaspes, an Achaemenid, he did not sail around Libya, although he was sent for that purpose, but he feared the length and loneliness of the voyage, and so returned without accomplishing the task laid upon him by his mother, for he had raped the virgin daughter of Zopyrus son of Megabyzus, and when on this charge he was to be impaled by King Xerxes, Ctaspes' mother, who was Darius's sister, interceded for his life, saying that she would impose a heavier punishment on him than Xerxes, for he would be compelled to sail around Libya until he completed his voyage and came to the Arabian Gulf. Xerxes agreed to this, and Ctaspes went to Egypt, where he received a ship and a crew from the Egyptians, and sailed past the Pillars of Heracles. Having sailed out beyond them and rounded the Libyan promontory called Solois, he sailed south, but when he had been many months sailing over the sea, and always more before him, he turned back and made sail for Egypt. Coming to King Xerxes from there, he related in his narrative that, when he was farthest distant, he sailed by a country of little men who wore palm leaf clothing. These, whenever he and his men put in to land with their ship, left their towns and fled to the hills. He and his men did no harm when they landed, and took nothing from the people except cattle. As to his not sailing completely around Libya, the reason, he said, was that the ship could move no farther, but was stopped. But Xerxes did not believe that Ctaspes spoke the truth, and, as the task appointed was unfulfilled, he impaled him, punishing him on the charge first brought against him. This Ctaspes had a eunuch, who, as soon as he heard of his master's death, escaped to Samos with a great hoard of wealth, of which a man of Samos got possession. I know the man's name, but deliberately omit it. But as to Asia, most of it was discovered by Darius. There is a river, Indus, second of all rivers in the production of crocodiles. Darius, desiring to know where this Indus empties into the sea, sent ships manned by Scylax, a man of Carianda, and others whose word he trusted. These set out from the city of Caspatirus and the Pactaic country, and sailed down the river toward the east and the sunrise, until they came to the sea, and voyaging over the sea west, they came in the 30th month to that place from which the Egyptian king sent the above mentioned Phoenicians to sail around Libya. After this circumnavigation, Darius subjugated the Indians and made use of this sea. Thus it was discovered that Asia, except the parts towards the rising sun, was in other respects like Libya. But it is plain that none have obtained knowledge of Europe's eastern or northern regions so as to be able to say if it is bounded by seas. Its length is known to be enough to stretch along both Asia and Libya. I cannot guess for what reason the earth, which is one, has 3 names, all women's, and why the boundary lines set for it are the Egyptian Nile River and the Colchian Phasis River, though some say that the Maeotian Tanas River and the Cimmerian Ferries are boundaries, and I cannot learn the names of those who divided the world, or where they got the names which they used. For Libya is said by most Greeks to be named after a native woman of that name, and Asia after the wife of Prometheus. Yet the Lydians claim a share in the latter name, saying that Asia was not named after Prometheus's wife, Asia, but after Asias, the son of Cottus, who was the son of Manes, and that from him the Asiad clan at Sardis also takes its name. But as for Europe, no men have any knowledge whether it is bounded by seas or not, or where it got its name, nor is it clear who gave the name, unless we say that the land took its name from the Tyrian Europa, having been, it would seem, before then nameless like the rest. But it is plain that this woman was of Asiatic birth, and never came to this land which the Greeks now call Europe, but only from Phoenicia to Crete, and from Crete to Lycia. Thus much I have said of these matters, and let it suffice. We will use the names established by custom. Nowhere are men so ignorant as in the lands by the Euxine Pontus, excluding the Scythian nation, into which Darius led his army. For we cannot show that any nation within the region of Pontus has any cleverness, nor do we know of, overlooking the Scythian nation and Anacharsis, any notable man born there. But the Scythian race has made the cleverest discovery that we know in what is the most important of all human affairs. I do not praise the Scythians in all respects, but in this, the most important, that they have contrived that no one who attacks them can escape, and no one can catch them if they do not want to be found. For when men have no established cities or forts, but are all nomads and mounted archers, not living by tilling the soil, but by raising cattle and carrying their dwellings on wagons, how can they not be invincible and unapproachable? They have made this discovery in a land that suits their purpose, and has rivers that are their allies, for their country is flat and grassy and well watered, and rivers run through it not very many fewer in number than the canals of Egypt. As many of them as are famous and can be entered from the sea I shall name. There is the Ister, which has 5 mouths, and the Tyrus, and Hypanis, and Borysthenes, and Panticarpes, and Hypercurus, and Gerus, and Tanas. Their courses are as I shall indicate. The Ister, the greatest of all rivers which we know, flows with the same volume in summer and winter. It is the most westerly Scythian river of all, and the greatest because other rivers are its tributaries. Those that make it great, 5 flowing through the Scythian country, are these: the river called by the Scythians Purata, and by the Greeks Pyratus, and besides this the Tierantus, the Ararus, the Naparis, and the Ordessus. The first named of these rivers is a great stream, flowing east and uniting its water with the Ister. The second, the Tierantus, is more westerly and smaller. The Ararus, Naparis, and Ordessus flow between these two and pour their waters into the Ister. These are the native-born Scythian rivers that help to swell it. But the Maris river, which commingles with the Ister, flows from the Agathyrsi. The Atlas, Auras, and Tibesis, 3 other great rivers that pour into it, flow north from the heights of Hymus. The Arthris, the Nose, and the Artanes flow into the Ister from the country of the Chrobaesi in Thrace. The Cius river, which cuts through the middle of Hymus, flows from the Paeonians and the mountain range of Rhodope. The Angris river flows north from Illyria into the Tribalic plain and the Brongus river, and the Brongus into the Ister, which receives these 2 great rivers into itself. The Carpis and another river called the Alpis also flow northward, from the country north of the Ombrisi, to flow into it. For the Ister traverses the whole of Europe, rising among the Celts, who are the most westerly dwellers in Europe, except for the Sinetes, and flowing thus clean across Europe, it issues forth along the borders of Scythia. With these rivers aforesaid, and many others too, as its tributaries, the Ister becomes the greatest river of all, while river for river the Nile surpasses it in volume, since that owes its volume of water to no tributary river or spring. But the Ister is always the same height in summer and winter, the reason for which, I think, is this. In winter it is of its customary size, or only a little greater than is natural to it, for in that country in winter there is very little rain, but snow everywhere. In the summer, the abundant snow that has fallen in winter melts and pours from all sides into the Ister, so that this snow melt pours into the river and helps to swell it, and much violent rain besides, as the summer is the season of rain, and in proportion as the sun draws to itself more water in the summer than in winter. The water that commingles with the Ister is many times more abundant in summer than it is in winter. These opposites keep the balance true, so that the volume of the river appears always the same. End of Volume 2, Part 2. Recording by Shirley Anderson.
Volume 2, Part 3 of Herodotus Histories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Histories, Volume 2, by Herodotus of Halicarnassus. Translated by E.D. Godley. Volume 2, Part 3. One of the rivers of the Scythians, then, is the Ister. The next is the Tirus. This comes from the north, flowing at first out of a great lake, which is the boundary between the Scythian and the Nurian countries. At the mouth of the river there is a settlement of Greeks, who are called Tiritae. The third river is the Hypanis. This comes from Scythia, flowing out of a great lake, around which wild white horses graze. This lake is truly called the mother of the Hypanes. Here, then, the Hypanis rises. For 5 days' journeys its waters are shallow and still sweet. After that, for 4 days' journey seaward it is amazingly bitter, for a spring runs into it so bitter that although its volume is small, its admixture taints the Hypanis, one of the few great rivers of the world. This spring is on the border between the farming Scythians and the Ausones. The name of it and the place where it rises is in Scythian Exampes, in the Greek tongue Sacred Ways. The Tirus and the Hypanes draw near together in the Ausones country. After that they flow apart, the intervening space growing wider. The fourth is the Borysthenes River. This is the next greatest after the Ister, and the most productive in our judgment, not only of the Scythian, but of all rivers, except the Egyptian Nile, with which no other river can be compared. But of the rest, the Borysthenes is the most productive. It provides the finest and best nurturing pasture lands for beasts, and the fish in it are beyond all in their excellence and abundance. Its water is most sweet to drink, flowing with a clear current, whereas the other rivers are turbid. There is excellent soil on its banks, and very rich grass where the land is not planted, and self-formed crust of salt about it at its mouth. It provides great spineless fish, called sturgeons, for salting, and many other wonderful things besides. Its course is from the north, and it is known as far as the Garan land, that is, for 40 days' voyage. Beyond that, no one can say through what nations it flows, but it is plain that it flows through desolate country to the land of the farming Scythians, who live beside it for a 10 days' voyage. This is the only river, beside the Nile, whose source I cannot identify, nor, I think, can any Greek. When the Borysthenes comes near the sea, the Hypanes mingles with it, running into the same marsh. The land between these rivers, where the land projects like a ship's beak, is called Hippolysus Promontory. A temple of Demeter stands there. The settlement of the Borysthenae is beyond the temple, on the Hypanes. This is the produce of these rivers, and after these there is a fifth river called Pantacapus. This also flows from the north out of a lake, and the land between it and the Borysthenes is inhabited by the farming Scythians. It flows into the woodland country, after passing which it mingles with the Borysthenes. The sixth is the Halicarnassus River, which rises from a lake, and flowing through the midst of the nomadic Scythians, flows out near the city of Carsine, bordering on its right the woodland and the region called the racecourse of Achilles. The seventh river, the Garus, separates from the Borysthenes at about the place which is at the end of our knowledge of that river. At this place it separates, and has the same name as the place itself, Garus. Then in its course to the sea it divides the country of the nomads, and the country of the royal Scythians, and empties into the Hippocaurus. The eighth is the Tanais River. In its upper course this begins by flowing out of a great lake, and enters a yet greater lake called the Mettian, which divides the royal Scythians from the Sauromatae. Another river, called Hyrgus, is a tributary of the Tanais. These are the rivers of note with which the Scythians are provided. For rearing cattle, the grass growing in Scythia is the most productive of bile of all pastures which we know. That this is so can be judged by opening up the bodies of the cattle. The most important things are thus provided them. It remains now to show the customs which are established among them. The only gods whom they propitiate are these: Hestia in particular, and secondly Zeus and Earth, whom they believe to be the wife of Zeus; after these Apollo and the heavenly Aphrodite, and Heracles and Ares. All the Scythians worship these as gods. The Scythians called royal sacrifice to Poseidon also. In the Scythian tongue Hestia is called Tabiti; Zeus, in my judgment most correctly so called, Papeus; Earth is Apia; Apollo Gotosirus; the heavenly Aphrodite Argampasa; Poseidon Thagamassates. It is their practice to make images and shrines for Ares, but for no other god. In all their sacred rites they follow the same method of sacrifice. This is how it is offered. The victim stands with its forefeet shackled together; the sacrificer stands behind the beast, and throws it down by pulling the end of the rope. As the victim falls, he invokes whatever god it is to whom he sacrifices. Then, throwing a noose around the beast's neck, he thrusts in a stick and twists it, and so strangles the victim, lighting no fire nor offering the first fruits, nor pouring any libation, and having strangled and skinned the beast, he sets about cooking it. Now, as the Scythian land is quite bare of wood, this is how they contrive to cook the meat. When they have skinned the victims, they strip the meat from the bones and throw it into the cauldrons of the country, if they have them. These are most likely Lesbian bowls, except that they are much bigger. They throw the meat into these, then, and cook it by lighting a fire beneath with the bones of the victims. But if they have no cauldron, then they put all the meat into the victim's stomach, adding water, and make a fire of the bones beneath, which burn nicely. The stomachs easily hold the meat when it is stripped from the bones. Thus a steer serves to cook itself, and every other victim does likewise. When the flesh is cooked, the sacrificer takes the first fruits of the flesh and the entrails, and casts them before him. They use all grazing animals for sacrifice, but mainly horses. This is their way of sacrificing to other gods, and these are the beasts offered, but their sacrifices to Ares are of this sort. Every district in each of the governments has a structure sacred to Ares, namely, a pile of bundles of sticks 3/8 of a mile wide and long, but of a lesser height, on the top of which there is a flattened 4-sided surface. 3 of its sides are sheer, but the 4th can be ascended. Every year 150 wagon loads of sticks are heaped upon this, for the storms of winter always make it sink down. On this sacred pile an ancient scimitar of iron is set for each people, their image of Ares. They bring yearly sacrifice of sheep and goats and horses to this scimitar, offering to these symbols even more than they do to the other gods. Of enemies that they take alive, they sacrifice 1 man in every 100, not as they sacrifice sheep and goats, but differently. They pour wine on the men's heads and cut their throats over a bowl, then they carry the blood up onto the pile of sticks and pour it on the scimitar. They carry the blood up above, but down below by the sacred pile they cut off all the slain men's right arms and hands, and throw these into the air, and depart when they have sacrificed the rest of the victims. The arm lies where it has fallen, and the body apart from it. These, then, are their established rites of sacrifice, but these Scythians make no offerings of swine, nor are they willing for the most part to rear them in their country. As to war, these are their customs. A Scythian drinks the blood of the first man whom he has taken down. He carries the heads of all whom he has slain in the battle to his king, for if he brings a head he receives a share of the booty taken, but not otherwise. He scalps the head by making a cut around it by the ears, then grasping the scalp and shaking the head off. Then he scrapes out the flesh with the rib of a steer, and kneads the skin with his hand, and having made it supple, he keeps it for a hand-towel, fastening it to the bridle of the horse which he himself rides, and taking pride in it, for he who has most scalps for hand-towels is judged the best man. Many Scythians even make garments to wear out of these scalps, sewing them all together like coats of skin. Many too take off the skin, nails and all, from their dead enemies' right hands, and make coverings for their quivers. The human skin was, as it turned out, thick and shining, the brightest and whitest of skin, one might say. Many flay the skin from the whole body too, and carry it about on horseback stretched on a wooden frame. The heads themselves, not all of them but those of their bitterest enemies, they treat this way. Each saws off all the part beneath the eyebrows, and cleans the rest. If he is a poor man, then he covers the outside with a piece of rawhide, and so makes use of it, but if he is rich, he covers the head with the rawhide, and gilds the inside of it and uses it for a drinking cup. Such a man also makes out of the head of his kinsman with whom he has been feuding, and whom he has defeated in single combat before the king, and if guests whom he honours visit him, he will serve them with these heads, and show how the dead were his kinsfolk, who fought him and were beaten by them. This they call manly valour. Furthermore, once a year each governor of a province brews a bowl of wine in his own province, which these Scythians who have slain enemies drink. Those who have not achieved this do not taste this wine, but sit apart dishonoured, and this they consider a very great disgrace. But as many as have slain not one but many enemies have 2 cups apiece, and drink out of both. There are many diviners among the Scythians, who divine by means of many willow wands, as I will show. They bring great bundles of wands, which they lay on the ground and unfasten, and utter their divinations as they lay the rods down one by one, and while still speaking, they gather up the rods once more and place them together again. This manner of divination is hereditary among them. The Anares, who are hermaphrodites, say that Aphrodite gave them the art of divination, which they practised by means of lime-tree bark. They cut this bark into 3 portions, and prophesy while they braid and unbraid these in their fingers. Whenever the king of the Scythians falls ill, he sends for the 3 most reputable diviners, who prophesy in the aforesaid way, and they generally tell him that such and such a man, naming whoever it may be of the people, has sworn falsely by the king's hearth, for when the Scythians will swear their mightiest oath, it is by the king's hearth that they are accustomed to swear. Immediately, the man whom they allege to have sworn falsely is seized and brought in, and when he comes the diviners accuse him, saying that their divination shows him to have sworn falsely by the king's hearth, and that this is the cause of the king's sickness, and the man vehemently denies that he has sworn falsely. When he denies it, the king sends for twice as many diviners, and if they too, consulting their art, prove him guilty of perjury, then he is instantly beheaded, and his goods are divided among the first diviners. But if the latter diviners acquit him, then the other diviners come, and yet again others. If the greater number of them acquit the man, it is decreed that the first diviners themselves be put to death. And this is how they die. Men yoke oxen to a wagon laden with sticks and tie the diviners up in these, fettering their legs and binding their hands behind him, and gagging them. Then they set fire to the sticks and drive the oxen away, stampeding them. Often the oxen are burnt to death with the diviners, and often the yoke pole of their wagon is burnt through and the oxen escape with a scorching. They burn their diviners for other reasons too, in the way described, calling them false prophets. When the king puts them to death, he does not leave the sons alive either, but kills all the males of the family; the females he does not harm. As for giving sworn pledges to those who are to receive them, this is the Scythian way. They take blood from the parties to the agreement by making a little cut on the body with an awl or knife, and pour it mixed with wine into a big earthenware bowl, into which they then dip a scimitar and arrows and an axe and a javelin, and when this is done, those swearing the agreement, and the most honourable of their followers, drink the blood after solemn curses. The burial places of the kings are in the land of the Geri, which is the end of the navigation of the Borysthenes. Whenever their king has died, the Scythians dig a great 4-cornered pit in the ground there. When this is ready, they take up the dead man, his body enclosed in wax, his belly cut open and cleaned and filled with cut marsh plants and frankincense, and parsley and anise seed, and sewn up again, and transport him on a wagon to another tribe. Then those who receive the dead man on his arrival do the same as the royal Scythians, that is, they cut off a part of their ears, shave their heads, make cuts around their arms, tear their foreheads and noses, and pierce their left hands with arrows. From there, the escorts transport the king's body on the wagon to another of the tribes that they rule, and those to whom they have already come follow them, and, having carried the dead man to all in turn, they are at the place of burial, in the country of the Geri, the farthest distant tribe of all under their rule. Then, having laid the body on a couch in the tomb, they plant spears on each side of the body, and lay wooden planks across them, which they then roof over with braided osiers. In the open space which is left in the tomb they bury one of the king's concubines, his cupbearer, his cook, his groom, his squire, and his messenger, after strangling them, besides horses, and firstfruits of everything else, and golden cups, for the Scythians do not use silver or bronze. Having done this, they all build a great barrow of earth, vying eagerly with one another to make this as great as possible. After a year has passed, they next do as follows. They take the most trusted of the rest of the king's servants, and these are native-born Scythians, for only those whom he tells to do serve the king, and none of the Scythians have servants bought by money, and strangle 50 of these, and 50 of their best horses, and empty and clean the bellies of them all, fill them with chaff, and sew them up again. Then they fasten half a wheel to 2 posts, the hollow upward, and the other half to the pair of posts, until many posts thus prepared are planted in the ground, and after driving thick stakes lengthways through the horses' bodies to their necks, they place the horses up on the wheels, so that the wheel in front supports the horses' forequarters, and the wheel behind takes the weight of the belly by the hindquarters, and the forelegs and hind legs hung free, and putting bridles and bits in the horses' mouths, they stretch the bridles to the front and fasten them with pegs. Then they take each one of the 50 strangled young men and mount him on the horse. Their way of doing it is to drive an upright stake through each body, passing up alongside the spine to the neck, leaving enough of the stake projecting below to be fixed in a hole made in the other stake, which passes through the horse. So, having set the horsemen of this fashion around the tomb, they ride away. This is the way they bury their kings. All other Scythians, when they die, are laid in wagons and carried about among their friends by their nearest of kin. Each receives them and entertains the retinue hospitably, setting before the dead man about as much of the fare as he serves to the rest. All but the kings are carried about like this for 40 days, and then buried. After the burial the Scythians cleanse themselves as follows. They anoint and wash their heads, and for their bodies set up 3 poles leaning together to a point, and cover these over with wool mats. Then, in the space so enclosed to the best of their ability, they make a pit in the centre beneath the poles and the mats, and throw red-hot stones into it. They have hemp growing in their country, very like flax, except that the hemp is much thicker and taller. This grows both of itself and also by their cultivation, and the Thracians even make garments of it which are very like linen. No one, unless he were an expert in hemp, could determine whether they were hempen or linen. Whoever has never seen hemp before will think the garment linen. The Scythians then take the seed of this hemp, and crawling in under the mats, throw it on the red-hot stones, where it smoulders and sends forth such fumes that no Greek vapour bath could surpass it. The Scythians howl in their joy at the vapour bath. This serves them instead of bathing, for they never wash their bodies with water. But their women pound cypress and cedar and frankincense wood on a rough stone, adding water also, and with the thick stuff thus pounded they anoint their bodies and faces, as a result of which, not only does a fragrant scent come from them, but when on the 2nd day they take off the ointment, their skin becomes clear and shining. But as regards foreign customs, the Scythians, like others, very much shun practising those of any other country, and particularly of Hellas, as was proved in the case of Anacharsis, and also of Siles. For when Anacharsis was coming back to the Scythian country after having seen much of the world in his travels, and given many examples of his wisdom, he sailed through the Hellespont and put in at Cyzicus, where, finding the Cyzicenes celebrating the feast of the Mother of the Gods with great ceremony, he vowed to this same mother that if he returned to his own country safe and sound, he would sacrifice to her as he saw the Cyzicenes doing, and establish a nightly rite of worship. So when he came to Scythia, he hid himself in the country called Woodland, which is beside the race of Achilles, and is all overgrown with every kind of timber. Hidden there, Anacharsis celebrated the goddess's ritual with exactness, carrying a small drum and hanging images about himself. Then some Scythians saw him doing this and told the king, Saulius, who, coming to the place himself, and seeing Anacharsis performing these rites, shot an arrow at him and killed him. And now the Scythians, if they are asked about Anacharsis, say they have no knowledge of him. This is because he left his country for Hellas, and followed the customs of strangers. But according to what I heard from Timnes, the deputy for Areopithes, Anacharsis was an uncle of Idanthyrsus, king of Scythia, and he was the son of Nereus, son of Lycus, son of Spargopithes. Now if Anacharsis was truly of this family, then let him know he was slain by his own brother, for Idanthyrsus was the son of Saulius, and it was Saulius who killed Anacharsis. It is true that I have heard another story told by the Peloponnesians, namely, that Anacharsis had been sent by the king of Scythia and had been a student of the ways of Hellas, and after his return told the king who sent him that all Greeks were keen for every kind of learning, except the Lacedaemonians, but that these were the only Greeks who spoke and listened with discretion. But this is a tale pointlessly invented by the Greeks themselves, and, be this as it may, the man was put to death as I have said. End of Volume 2, Part 3.
Volume 2, Part 4 of Herodotus Histories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. Histories, Volume 2, by Herodotus of Halicarnassus. Translated by E.D. Godley. Volume 2, Part 4. This, then, was how Anacharsis fared, owing to his foreign ways and consorting with Greeks. And a great many years afterwards, Scyles, son of Ariopithes, suffered a like fate. Scyles was one of the sons born to Ariopithes, king of Scythia, but his mother was of Istria, and not native born, and she taught him to speak and read Greek. As time passed, Ariopithes was treacherously killed by Spargapithes, king of the Agathyrsi, and Scyles inherited the kingship and his father's wife, a Scythian woman whose name was Oppia, and she bore Scyles a son, Oricus. So Scyles was king of Scythia, but he was in no way content with the Scythian way of life, and was much more inclined to Greek ways from the upbringing that he had received. So this is what he would do. He would lead the Scythian army to the city of the Borysthenetes, who say that they are Milesians, and when he arrived there would leave his army in the suburb of the city, while he himself, entering within the walls and shutting the gates, would take off his Scythian apparel and put on Greek dress. And in it he would go among the townsfolk unattended by spearmen or any others, who would guard the gates, lest any Scythian see him wearing this apparel, and in every way follow the Greek manner of life, and worship the gods according to Greek usage. When he had spent a month or more like this, he would put on Scythian dress and leave the city. He did this often, and he built a house in Borysthenes, and married a wife of the people of the country, and brought her there. But when things had to turn out badly for him, they did so for this reason. He conceived a desire to be initiated into the rites of the Bacchic Dionysus, and when he was about to begin the sacred mysteries, he saw the greatest vision. He had in the city of Borysthenetes a spacious house, grand and costly, the same house I just mentioned, all surrounded by sphinxes and griffins worked in white marble. This house was struck by a thunderbolt, and though the house burnt to the ground, Scyles none the less performed the rite to the end. Now the Scythians reproached the Greeks for this Bacchic revelling, saying that it is not reasonable to set up a god who leads men to madness. So when Scyles had been initiated into the Bacchic rite, some one of the Borysthenetes scoffed at the Scythians. "You laugh at us, Scythians, because we play the Bacchant and the god possesses us. But now this deity has possessed your own king, so that he plays the Bacchant and is maddened by the god. If you will not believe me, follow me now, and I will show him to you." The leading men among the Scythians followed him, and the Borysthenetes brought them up secretly onto a tower, from which, when the Scyles passed by with his company of worshippers, they saw him playing the Bacchant. Thinking it a great misfortune, they left the city, and told the whole army what they had seen. After this Scyles rode off to his own place, but the Scythians rebelled against him, setting up his brother Octomesades, son of the daughter of Teres, for their king. Scyles, learning what had happened concerning him and the reason why it had happened, fled into Thrace, and when Octomesades heard this he led his army there. But when he was beside the Ister, the Thracians barred his way, and when the armies were about to engage, Sitalces sent this message to Octomesades: "Why should we try each other's strength? You are my sister's son, and you have my brother with you. Give him back to me, and I will give up your Scyles to you, and let us not endanger our armies." Such was the offer Sitalces sent to him, for Sitalces' brother had fled from him and was with Octomesades. The Scythian agreed to this, and took his brother Scyles, giving up his own uncle to Sitalces. Sitalces then took his brother and carried him away, but Octomassades beheaded Scyles on the spot. This is how closely the Scythians guard their customs, and these are the penalties they inflict on those who add foreign customs to their own. How numerous the Scythians are I was not able to learn exactly, and the accounts that I heard did not tally, some saying that they are very numerous, and some that they are very few, so far as they are true Scythians. But this much they let me see for myself. There is a region between the Borysthenes and Hypanis rivers, whose name is Exampius. This is the land that I mentioned when I said that there is a spring of salt water in it, whose water makes the Hypanis unfit to drink. In this region is a bronze vessel, as much as 6 times greater than the cauldron dedicated to Pausanias, son of Cleombrotus, at the entrance of the Pontus. For anyone who has not yet seen the latter, I will make my meaning plain. The Scythian bronze vessel easily contains 5,400 gallons, and it is of 6 fingers thickness. The vessel, so the people of the country said, was made out of arrowheads. For their king, whose name was Arianthus, desiring to know the census of the Scythians, commanded every Scythian to bring him the point from an arrow, threatening death to all who did not. So a vast number of arrowheads was brought, and he decided to make and leave a memorial out of them. And he made of these this bronze vessel, and set it up in this country Exampius. This much I heard about the number of the Scythians. As for marvels, there are none in the land, except that it has by far the greatest and the most numerous rivers in the world, and over and above the rivers and the great extent of the plains, there is one most marvellous thing for me to mention. They show a footprint of Heracles by the Tyrus river stamped on rock, like the mark of a man's foot, but 40 inches in length. Having described this, I will now return to the story which I begin to tell. While Darius was making preparations against the Scythians, and sending messengers to direct some to furnish infantry and some to furnish ships, and others again to bridge the Thracian Bosporus, Artabanus, son of Hystaspes and Darius' brother, by no means wanted him to make an expedition against the Scythians, telling him how hard that people were to deal with. But when, for all his good advice, he could not deter the king, Artabanus ceased to advise, and Darius, all his preparations made, led his army from Susa. Then the Persian Oiobazus, who had 3 sons, all with the army, asked Darius that one be left behind. "You are my friend," said the king, "and your request is reasonable. I will leave all your sons." Oiobazus was very happy, supposing his sons released from service. But Darius told those whose job it was to execute all of Oiobazus' sons, so their throats were cut, and they were left there. But Darius, when he came to that place in his march from Susa where the Bosporus was bridged in the territory of Chalcedon, went aboard the ship and sailed to the Dark Rocks, as they are called, which the Greeks say formerly moved. There he sat on a headland and viewed the Pontus, a marvellous sight. For it is the most wonderful sea of all. Its length is 11,100 stadies, and its breadth 3,300 stadies at the place where it is widest. The channel at the entrance of this sea is 4 stadies across. The narrow neck of the channel, called the Bosporus, across which the bridge was thrown, is about 120 stadies long. The Bosporus reaches as far as to the Propontis, and the Propontis is 500 stadies wide and 1,400 long. Its outlet is the Hellespont, which is no wider than 7 stadies and 400 long. The Hellespont empties into a gulf of the sea which we call Aegean. These measurements have been made in this way. A ship will generally accomplish 70,000 auguri in a long day's voyage, and 60,000 by night. This being granted, seeing that from the Pontus's mouth to the Phasis, which is the greatest length of the sea, it is a voyage of 9 days and 8 nights, the length of it will be 1,110,000 auguri, which make 11,000 stadies. From the Syndic region to Themiscura on the Thermodon river, the greatest width of the Pontus, it is a voyage of 3 days and 2 nights. That is, of 330,000 auguri, or 3,300 stadies. Thus have I measured the Pontus and the Bosphorus and the Hellespont, and they are as I have said. Furthermore, a lake is seen issuing into the Pontus, and not much smaller than the sea itself. It is called the Maetian Lake, and the mother of the Pontus. After having viewed the Pontus, Darius sailed back to the bridge, whose architect was Mandocles of Samos. And when he had viewed the Bosporus also, he set up 2 pillars of white marble by it, engraving on the one in Assyrian and on the other in Greek characters the names of all the nations that were in his army, all the nations subject to him. The full census of these, over and above the fleet, was 700,000 men, including horsemen, and the number of ships assembled was 600. These pillars were afterwards carried by the Byzantines into their city, and there used to build the altar of Othosian Artemis, except for one column covered with Assyrian writing that was left beside the temple of Dionysus at Byzantium. Now, if my reckoning is correct, the place where King Darius bridged the Bosporus was midway between Byzantium and the temple at the entrance of the sea. After this, being pleased with his bridge of boats, Darius made a gift of 10 of everything to Mandocles the Samian, the architect of it. Mandocles took the first fruits of these, and had a picture made with them, showing the whole bridge of the Bosporus, and Darius sitting aloft on his throne, and his army crossing. He set this up in the temple of Hera, with the inscription, "After bridging the Bosporus that teems with fish, Mandocles dedicated a memorial of the floating bridge to Hera, having won a crown for himself and fame for the Samians, doing the will of King Darius." This memorialized the builder of the bridge. Darius, after rewarding Mandocles, crossed over to Europe. He had told the Ionians to sail into the Pontus as far as the Ister river, and when they got to the Ister, to wait there for him, bridging the river meanwhile, for the fleet was led by Ionians and Aeolians and men of the Hellespont. So the fleet passed between the dark rocks and sailed straight for the Ister, and, after a 2 days' voyage up the river from the sea, set about bridging the narrow channel of the river where its various mouths separate. But Darius, passing over the Bosporus on the floating bridge of ships, journeyed through Thrace to the sources of the Tiaris river, where he camped for 3 days. The Tiaris is said by those living on it to be the best river of all for purposes of healing, especially for healing mange in men and horses. Its springs are 38 in number, some cold and some hot, all flowing from the same rock. There are 2 roads to the place, one from the town of Heraeum near Perinthus, one from Apollonia on the Euxine Sea. Each is a 2 days' journey. This Tiaris is a tributary of the Contadesdus river, and that of the Agrianes, and that of the Hebrus, which empties into the sea near the city of Aenus. Having come to this river and camped there, then Darius was pleased with the sight of it, and set up yet another pillar there, cut with this inscription: "From the headwaters of the river Tiaris flows the best and finest water of all, and to them came, leading an army against the Scythians, the best and finest man of all, Darius son of Hystaspes, king of Persia and all the continent." Such was the inscription. From there Darius set out and came to another river called Artescus, which flows through the country of the Odrysae, and having reached this river, he pointed out a spot to the army, and told every man to lay 1 stone as he passed in this spot that he pointed out. After his army did this, he led it away, leaving behind there great piles of stones. But before he came to the Ister, he first took the Getae, who pretended to be immortal. The Thracians of Salmydessus and of the country above the towns of Apollonia and Messambria, who are called Kermianae and Nipsae, surrendered without a fight to Darius. But the Getae resisted stubbornly, and were enslaved at once, the bravest and most just Thracians of all. Their belief in their immortality is as follows. They believe that they do not die, but that one who perishes go to the deity Salmoxis, or Gebelesis, as some of them call him. Once every 5 years they choose one of their people by lot, and send him as a messenger to Salmoxis, with instructions to report their needs. and this is how they send him. 3 lances are held by designated men. Others seize the messenger to Salmoxis by his hands and feet, and swing and toss him up on the spear points. If he is killed by the toss, they believe that the god regards them with favour. But if he is not killed, they blame the messenger himself, considering him a bad man, and send another messenger in place of him. It is while the man still lives that they give him the message. Furthermore, when there is thunder and lightning, these same Thracians shoot arrows skyward as a threat to the god, believing in no other god but their own. I understand from the Greeks who live behind the Hellespont and Pontus that this Salmoxis was a man who was once a slave in Samos, his master being Pythagoras, son of Mnesarchus. Then, after being freed and gaining great wealth, he returned to his own country. Now the Thracians were a poor and backward people, but this Salmoxis knew Ionian ways, and a more advanced way of life than the Thracian, for he had consorted with Greeks, and moreover with one of the greatest Greek teachers, Pythagoras. Therefore he made a hall, where he entertained and fed the leaders among his countrymen, and taught them that neither he nor his guests nor any of their descendants would ever die, but that they would all go to a place where they would live for ever and have all good things. While he was doing as I have said, and teaching this doctrine, he was meanwhile making an underground chamber. When this was finished, he vanished from the sight of the Thracians, and went down into the underground chamber, where he lived for 3 years, while the Thracians wished him back and mourned him for dead. Then in the 4th year he appeared to the Thracians, and thus they came to believe what Salmoxis had told them. Such is the Greek story about him. Now I neither disbelieve nor entirely believe the tale about Salmoxis and his underground chamber, but I think that he lived many years before Pythagoras. And as to whether there was a man called Salmoxis, or this is some deity native to the Getae, let the question be dismissed. Such were the ways of the Getae, who were subdued by the Persians and followed their army. When Darius and the land army with him had come to the Ister, and all had crossed, he had the Ionians break the bridge and follow him in his march across the mainland, together with the men of the fleet. So the Ionians were preparing to break the bridge and do Darius's bidding, but Chores, son of Erxander, the general of the Mytileneans, after first asking if Darius were willing to listen to advice from one who wanted to give it, said, "Since, O king, you are about to march against a country where you will not find tilled lands or inhabited cities, let this bridge stay where it is, leaving those who made it to guard it. Thus, if we find the Scythians and do what we want, we have a safe way of return, and even if we do not find them, at least our way back is safe. For my fear has never been that we shall be overcome by the Scythians in the field, but rather that we may not be able to find them, and so go astray to our harm. Now it may perhaps be said that I say this for my own sake, because I want to remain behind. But it is not so. I only declare publicly the opinion that I think best for you, and I will follow you, and do not want to be left here." Darius was very pleased with this advice, and he answered Chores thus: "My friend from Lesbos, do not fail to show yourself to me when I return to my house safe, so that I may make you a good return for your good advice." After saying this, he tied 60 knots in a thong, and summoning the Ionian sovereigns to an audience, said to them, "Gentlemen of Ionia, I take back the decision which I delivered before about the bridge. Now take this thong and do as follows. Begin to reckon from the day when you see me march away against the Scythians, and untie 1 knot each day. And if the days marked by the knots have all passed and I have not returned, embark for your own homes. But until then, since the plan is changed, guard the bridge, making every effort to keep and watch it. You will please me very much if you do this." Having said this, Darius hastened to march further. Thrace runs farther out into the sea than Scythia, and Scythia begins where a bay is formed in its coast, and the mouth of the Ister, facing southeast, is in that country. Now I am going to describe the coast of the true Scythia from the Ister and give its measurements. The ancient Scythian land begins at the Ister and faces south and the south wind, as far as the city called Carchinitis. Beyond this place, the country fronting the same sea is hilly and projects into the Pontus. It is inhabited by the Tauric nation as far as what is called the Rough Peninsula, and this ends in the Eastern Sea. For the sea to the south and the sea to the east are two of the four boundary lines of Scythia, just as seas are boundaries of Attica, and the Tauri inhabit a part of Scythia like Attica, as though some other people, not Attic, were to inhabit the heights of Sunium from Thoricus to the town of Anaphlystus, if Sunium jutted further out into the sea. I mean, so to speak, to compare small things with great. Such a land is the Tauric country, but those who have not sailed along that part of Attica may understand from this other analogy. It is though in Calabria some other people, not Calabrian, were to live on the promontory with a line drawn from the harbour of Brundisium to Tarentum. I am speaking of these two countries, but there are many others of a similar kind that Taurus resembles. Beyond the Tauric country the Scythians begin, living north of the Tauri and beside the Eastern Sea, west of the Cimmerian Bosporus and the Maetian Lake, as far as the Tanais River, which empties into the end of that lake. Now it has been seen that on its northern and inland side, running from the Ister, Scythia is bounded first by the Agathyrsi, next by the Neuri, next by the Man-eaters, and last by the Black-cloaks. Scythia then is a four-sided country, two of whose sides are coastline, the frontiers running inland and those that are by the sea making it a perfect square, for it is a 10 days' journey from the Ister to the Borysthenes, and the same from the Borysthenes to the Maetian Lake, and it is a 20 days' journey from the sea inland to the country of the Black-cloaks who live north of Scythia. Now, as I reckon a day's journey at 200 stadies, the cross measurement of Scythia would be a distance of 500 miles, and the line drawn straight up inland the same. Such then is the extent of this land. End of Volume 2, Part 4.
Volume 2, Part 5 of Herodotus Histories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Histories, Volume 2, by Herodotus of Halicarnassus. Translated by E.D. Godley. Volume 2, Part 5. Convinced that they alone were not able to repel Darius's army in open warfare, the Scythians sent messengers to their neighbours, whose kings had already gathered and were deliberating on the presumption that a great army was marching against them. The assembled kings were those of the Tauri, Agathyrsi, Nuri, Man-eaters, Black-cloaks, Gilani, Budini, and Sauromate. Among these, the Tauri have the following customs: all shipwrecked men, and any Greeks whom they capture in their sea raids, they sacrifice to the virgin goddess as I will describe. After the first rites of sacrifice, they strike the victim on the head with a club. According to some, they then place the head on a pole, and throw the body off the cliff on which their temple stands. Others agree as to the head, but say that the body is buried, not thrown off the cliff. The Tauri themselves say that this deity to whom they sacrifice is Agamemnon's daughter, Iphigenia. As for enemies whom they defeat, each cuts his enemy's head off and carries it away to his house, where he places it on a tall pole and stands it high above the dwelling, above the smoke vent for the most part. These heads, they say, are set up to guard the whole house. The Tauri live by plundering and war. The Agathyrsi are the most refined of men, and especially given to wearing gold. Their intercourse with women is promiscuous, so that they may be consanguine with one another, and, all being relations, not harbour jealousy or animosity toward one another. In the rest of their customs they are like the Thracians. The Nuri follow Scythian customs, but 1 generation before the advent of Darius's army, they happened to be driven from their country by snakes, for their land produced great numbers of these, and still more came down on them out of the desolation on the north, until at last the Nuri were so afflicted they left their own country, and lived among the Budini. It may be that these people are wizards, for the Scythians, and the Greeks settled in Scythia, say that once a year every one of the Nuri becomes a wolf for a few days, and changes back again to his former shape. Those who tell this tale do not convince me, but they tell it none the less, and swear to its truth. The Man-eaters are the most savage of all men in their way of life. They know no justice and obey no law. They are nomads, wearing a costume like the Scythian, but speaking a language of their own. Of all these, they are the only people that eat men. The black cloaks all wear black clothing, from which they get their name. Their customs are Scythian. The Budini are a great and populous nation. The eyes of them all are very bright, and they are ruddy. They have a city built of wood, called Galanus. The wall of it is 3¾ miles in length on each side of the city. This wall is high and all of wood, and their houses are wooden, and their temples, for there are temples of Greek gods among them, furnished in Greek style, with images and altars and shrines of wood, and they honor Dionysius every 2 years with festivals and revelry. For the Galani are by their origin Greeks, who left their trading ports to settle among the Budini, and they speak a language half Greek and half Scythian. But the Budini do not speak the same language as the Galani, nor is their manner of life the same. The Budini are indigenous, they are nomads, and the only people in these parts that eat fir cones. The Galani are farmers, eating grain and cultivating gardens. They are altogether unlike the Budini in form and colouring. Yet the Greeks call the Budini too Galani, but this is wrong. Their whole country is thickly wooded with every kind of tree. In the depth of the forest there is a great wide lake and a marsh surrounded by reeds. Otter is trapped in it, and beaver, besides certain square-faced creatures whose skins are used to trim mantles, and their testicles are used by the people to heal sickness of the womb. About the Sauromatae, the story is as follows. When the Greeks were at war with the Amazons, whom the Scythians call Oirpata, a name signifying in our tongue killers of men, for in Scythian a man is Oori and to kill is Pata, the story runs that after their victory on the Thermodon they sailed away, carrying in 3 ships as many Amazons as they had been able to take alive, and out at sea the Amazons attacked the crew and killed them. But they knew nothing about ships, or how to use rudder or sail or oar, and with the men dead they were at the mercy of waves and winds, until they came to the cliffs by the Maetin lake. This place is in the country of the free Scythians. The Amazons landed there, and set out on their journey to the inhabited country, and seizing the first troop of horses they met, they mounted them and raided the Scythian lands. The Scythians could not understand the business, for they did not recognize the women's speech or their dress or their nation, but wondered where they had come from, and imagined them to be men all of the same age, and met the Amazons in battle. The result of the fight was that the Scythians got possession of the dead, and so came to learn that their foes were women. Therefore, after deliberation they resolved by no means to slay them as before, but to send their youngest men to them, of a number corresponding, as they guessed, to the number of the women. They directed these youths to camp near the Amazons, and to imitate all that they did. If the women pursued them, not to fight, but to flee, and when the pursuit stopped, to return and camp near them. This was the plan of the Scythians, for they desired that children be born of the women. The young men who were sent did as they were directed. When the Amazons perceived that the youths meant them no harm, they let them be, but every day the 2 camps drew nearer to each other. Now the young men, like the Amazons, had nothing but their arms and their horses, and lived as did the women, by hunting and plunder. At midday the Amazons would scatter and go apart from each other singly or in pairs, roaming apart for greater comfort. The Scythians noticed this and did likewise, and as the women wandered alone, a young man laid hold of one of them, and the woman did not resist him but let him do his will, and since they did not understand each other's speech, and she could not speak to him, she signed with her hand that he should come the next day to the same place, and bring another youth with him, showing by signs that there should be 2, and she would bring another woman with her. The youth went away and told his comrades, and the next day he came himself with another to the place, where he found the Amazon and another with her awaiting them. When the rest of the young men learned of this, they had intercourse with the rest of the Amazons. Presently they joined their camps and lived together, each man having for his wife the woman with whom he had had intercourse at first. Now the men could not learn the women's language, but the women mastered the speech of the men, and when they understood each other, the men said to the Amazons, "We have parents and possessions, therefore let us no longer live as we do, but return to our people and be with them, and we will still have you, and no others, for our wives." To this the women replied, "We could not live with your women, for we and they do not have the same customs. We shoot the bow and throw the javelin and ride, but have never learned women's work, and your women do none of the things of which we speak, but stay in their wagons and do women's work, and do not go out hunting or anywhere else. So we could never agree with them. If you want to keep us for wives and to have the name of fair men, go to your parents and let them give you the allotted share of their possessions, and after that let us go and live by ourselves." The young men agreed and did this. So when they had been given the allotted share of possessions that fell to them, and returned to the Amazons, the women said to them, "We are worried and frightened how we are to live in this country after depriving you of your fathers and doing a lot of harm to your land. Since you propose to have us for wives, do this with us. Come, let us leave this country, and live across the Tanais River." To this too the youths agreed, and crossing the Tanais, they went a 3 days' journey east from the river, and a 3 days' journey north from Lake Maetius, and when they came to the region in which they now live, they settled there. Ever since then the women of the Sauromatei have followed their ancient ways. They ride out hunting, with their men or without them; they go to war, and dress the same as the men. The language of the Sauromatei is Scythian, but not spoken in its ancient purity, since the Amazons never learned it correctly. In regard to marriage, it is the custom that no maiden weds until she has killed a man of the enemy, and some of them grow old and die unmarried, because they cannot fulfill the law. The kings of the aforesaid nations having gathered, then, the Scythian messengers came and laid everything before them, explaining how the Persian, now that the whole of the other continent was subject to him, had crossed over to their continent by a bridge across the neck of the Bosphorus, and how, having crossed it and subjugated the Thracians, he was now bridging the Ister, so as to make that whole region subject to him like the others. "By no means stand aside and let us be destroyed," they said. "Rather let us unite and oppose this invader. If you will not, then we shall either be driven out of our country or stay and make terms. For what is to become of us if you will not help us? And afterward it will not be easy for you either, for the Persian has come to attack you no less than us, and when he has subjugated us he will not be content to leave you alone. We will give you a convincing proof of what we say. If indeed the Persian were marching against us alone, wanting vengeance for our former enslavement of his country, he ought to leave others alone and make straight for us, and would show every one that Scythia, and no other country, was his goal. But as it is, from the day he crossed over to this continent he has been taming all that came in his way, and he holds in subjection not only the rest of Thrace, but also our neighbours the Getae." After the Scythians had made this speech, the kings who had come from the nations deliberated, and their opinions were divided. The kings of the Gelani and the Budini and the Sauromatei were of one mind, and promised to help the Scythians; but the kings of the Agathyrsi and Nuri and Maneaters and Black Cloaks and Tauri gave this answer to the messengers: "Had it not been you who wronged the Persians first and began the war, what you now ask would seem to us right, and we would listen and act together with you. But as it is, you invaded their land without us and ruled the Persians for as long as God granted, and the Persians, urged on by the same God, are only repaying you in kind. But we did these men no wrong at that former time, nor do we intend now to wrong them first. But if the Persian comes against our land too and begins the wrongdoing, then we will not accept it either; but until we see that, we shall keep to ourselves. For in our judgment the Persians have not come for us, but for those who were the agents of wrong." When this answer was brought back to the Scythians, they determined not to meet their enemy in the open field, since they could not get the allies that they sought, but rather to fall back, driving off their herds, choking the wells and springs on their way, and destroying the grass from the earth; and they divided themselves into 2 companies. It was their decision that to one of their divisions, which Scopasus ruled, the Sauromatei be added. If the Persian marched that way, this group was to retire before him and fall back toward the Tanais River, by the Metian lake, and if the Persian turned to go back, then they were to pursue and attack him. This was one of the divisions of the royal people, and it was appointed to follow this course. Their 2 other divisions, namely, the greater whose ruler was Edanthyrsus, and the third whose king was Taxicus, were to unite, and taking with them also the Gelani and Budini, to draw off like the others at the Persian approach, always keeping 1 day's march ahead of the enemy, avoiding a confrontation, and doing what had been determined. First, then, they were to retreat in a straight line toward the countries which refused their alliance, so as to involve these too in the war, for if they did not of their own accord support the war against the Persians, they must be involved against their will, and after that, the division was to turn back to its own country, and attack the enemy, if in deliberation they thought this best. Determined on this plan, the Scythians sent an advance guard of their best horsemen to meet Darius's army. As for the wagons in which their children and wives lived, all these they sent forward, with instructions to drive always northward, and they sent all their flocks with the wagons, keeping none back except what was required for their food. After this convoy was first sent on its way, the advance guard of the Scythians found the Persians about a 3 days' march distant from the Ister, and having found them they camped a day's march ahead of the enemy, and set about scorching the earth of all living things. When the Persians saw the Scythian cavalry appear, they marched on its track, the horsemen always withdrawing before them, and then, making for the one Scythian division, the Persians held on in pursuit toward the east and the Tanais river. When the horsemen crossed this, the Persians crossed also, and pursued until they had marched through the land of the Sauromate to the land of the Budini. As long as the Persians were traversing the Scythian and Sauromatic territory there was nothing for them to harm, as the land was dry and barren. But when they entered the country of the Budini, they found themselves before the wooden walled town. The Budini had abandoned it and left nothing in it, and the Persians burnt the town. Then going forward still on the horsemen's track, they passed through this country into desolation, which is inhabited by no one. It lies to the north of the Budini, and its breadth is a 7 days' march. Beyond this desolation live the Thysagetae. 4 great rivers flow from their country through the land of the Metians, and issue into the lake called the Metian. Their names are Lycus, Orus, Tanais, and Syrgus. When Darius came into the desolate country, he halted in his pursuits and camped on the Orus river, where he built 8 great forts, the ruins of which were standing even in my lifetime, all at an equal distance of about 7 miles from one another. While he was occupied with these, the Scythians whom he was pursuing doubled north and turned back into Scythia. Then, when they had altogether vanished and were no longer within the Persian sight, Darius left those forts only half finished, and he too doubled about and marched west, thinking that those Scythians were the whole army, and that they were fleeing toward the west. But when he came by forced marches into Scythia, he met the 2 divisions of the Scythians, and pursued them, who always kept a day's march away from him. And because Darius would not stop pursuing them, the Scythians, according to the plan they had made, fell back before him to the countries of those who had refused their alliance, to the land of the Black Cloaks first. The Scythians and Persians burst into their land, agitating them, and from there the Scythians led the Persians into the country of the Man-eaters, agitating them too. From there they drew off into the country of the Nuri, and agitating them also, fled to the Agathyrsi. But the Agathyrsi, seeing their neighbours fleeing panic-stricken at the Scythians' approach, before the Scythians could break into their land sent a herald to forbid them to set foot across their borders, warning the Scythians that if they tried to break through they would have to fight with the Agathyrsi first. With this warning, the Agathyrsi mustered on their borders, intending to stop the invaders. When the Persians and the Scythians broke into their lands, the Black Cloaks and Man-eaters and Nuri put up no resistance, but forgot their threats and fled panic-stricken north into the desolate country. But warned off by the Agathyrsi, the Scythians made no second attempt on that country, but led the Persians from the lands of the Nuri into Scythia. As this went on for a long time and did not stop, Darius sent a horseman to Idanthyrssus the Scythian king with this message: "You crazy man, why do you always run when you can do otherwise? If you believe yourself strong enough to withstand my power, stand and fight and stop running. But if you know you are weaker, then stop running like this and come to terms with your master, bringing gifts of earth and water." Idanthyrssus the Scythian king replied: "It is like this with me, Persian. I never ran from any man before out of fear, and I am not running from you now. I am not doing any differently now than I am used to do in time of peace too. As to why I do not fight with you at once, I will tell you why. We Scythians have no towns or cultivated land, out of fear for which, that the one might be taken or the other wasted. We would engage you sooner in battle. But if all you want is to come to that quickly, we have the graves of our fathers. Come on, find these and try to destroy them. You shall know then whether we will fight you for the graves or whether we will not fight. Until then, unless we have reason, we will not engage with you. As to fighting, enough; as to masters, I acknowledge Zeus my forefather and Hestia queen of the Scythians only. As for you, instead of gifts of earth and water, I shall send such as ought to come to you. And for your boast that you are my master, I say, weep. Such is the proverbial Scythian speech. End of Volume 2, Part 5. Volume 2, Part 6 of Herodotus Histories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Histories, Volume 2, by Herodotus of Halicarnassus. Translated by E.D. Godley. Volume 2, Part 6. So the herald went to carry this message to Darius, but the Scythian kings were filled with anger when they heard the word slavery. They then sent the division of the Scythians, to which the Sauromatae were attached, and which was led by Scopacis, to speak with those Ionians guarding the bridge over the Ister. As for those of the Scythians who remained behind, it was decided that they should no longer decoy the Persians, but attack them whenever they were foraging for provision. So they watched for the time when Darius's men were foraging, and did as they had planned. The Scythian horse always routed the Persian horse, and when the Persian cavalry would fall back in flight on their infantry, the infantry would come up to their aid, and the Scythians, once they had driven in the horse, turned back for fear of the infantry. The Scythians attacked in this fashion by night as well as by day. Very strange to say, what aided the Persians and thwarted the Scythians in their attacks on Darius's army was the braying of the asses and the appearance of the mules. For, as I have before indicated, Scythia produced no asses or mules, and there is not in most of Scythia an ass or a mule, because of the cold. Therefore the asses frightened the Scythian horses when they brayed loudly, and often, when they were in the act of charging the Persians, the horses would shy in fear if they heard the asses bray, or would stand still with ears erect, never having heard a noise like it or seen a like creature. The Persians thus gained very little in the war, for when the Scythians saw that the Persians were shaken, they formed a plan to have them remain longer in Scythia, and remaining, be distressed by lack of necessities. They would leave some of their flocks behind with the shepherds, moving away themselves to another place, and the Persians would come and take the sheep, and be encouraged by this achievement. After such a thing had happened several times, Darius was finally at a loss, and when they perceived this, the Scythian kings sent a herald to Darius with a gift of a bird, a mouse, a frog, and 5 arrows. The Persians asked the bearer of these gifts what they meant, but he said that he had only been told to give the gifts and then leave at once. He told the Persians to figure out what the presents meant themselves, if they were smart enough. When they heard this, the Persians deliberated. Darius's judgment was that the Scythians were surrendering themselves and their earth and their water to him, for he reasoned that a mouse is a creature found in the earth, and eating the same produce as men, and a frog is a creature of the water, and a bird particularly like a horse, and the arrows signified that the Scythians surrendered their fighting power. This was the opinion declared by Darius, but the opinion of Gobirus, one of the 7 who had slain the Magus, was contrary to it. He reasoned that the meaning of the gifts was, "Unless you become birds, Persians, and fly up into the sky, or mice and hide in the earth, or frogs and leap into the lakes, you will be shot by these arrows and never return home." The Persians reasoned thus about the gifts. But when the first division of the Scythians came to the bridge, the division that had first been appointed to stand on guard by the Maean lake, and now had been sent to the Ister to speak with the Ionians, they said, "Ionians, we have come to bring you freedom, if you will only listen to us. We understand that Darius has directed you to guard the bridge for 60 days only, and if he does not come within that time, then go away to your homes. Now then, do what will leave you guiltless in his eyes as in ours, stay here for the time appointed, and after that leave." So the Ionians promised to do this, and the Scythians made their way back with all haste. But after sending the gifts to Darius, the Scythians who had remained there came out with foot and horse and offered battle to the Persians. But when the Scythian ranks were set in order, a rabbit ran out between the armies, and every Scythian that saw gave it chase. So there was confusion and shouting among the Scythians. Darius asked about the clamor among the enemy, and when he heard that they were chasing a rabbit, he said to those with whom he was accustomed to speak, "These men hold us in deep contempt, and I think now that Gobirus' opinion of the Scythian gifts was true. Since, then, my own judgment agrees with his, we need consider carefully how we shall return to safety." To this Gobirus said, "O king, I understood almost by reason alone how difficult it would be to deal with these Scythians, but when I came here I understood even better, watching them toying with us. Now then, my advice is that at nightfall we kindle our campfires in the usual way, deceive those in our army who are least fit to endure hardship, and tether all our asses here, and ourselves depart, before the Scythians can march straight to the Ister to break up the bridge, or the Ionians take some action by which we may all be ruined." This was Goberius' advice, and at nightfall Darius followed it. He left the men who were worn out, and those whose loss mattered least to him, there in the camp, and all the asses too tethered. His reasons for leaving the asses, and the infirm among his soldiers, were the following: the asses, so that they would bray; the men, who were left because of their infirmity, he pretended were to guard the camp while he attacked the Scythians with the fit part of his army. Giving his order to those who were left behind, and lighting campfires, Darius made all haste to reach the Ister. When the asses found themselves departed by the multitude, they brayed the louder for it, and the Scythians heard them and assured that the Persians were in the place. But when it was day, the men left behind perceived that Darius had betrayed them, and they held out their hands to the Scythians and explained the circumstances. They, when they heard this, assembled their power in haste, the 2 divisions of their horde and the 1 division that was with the Sauromatae and Budini and Galani, and made straight for the Ister in pursuit of the Persians. And as the Persian army was for the most part infantry and did not know the roads, which were not marked, while the Scythians were horsemen and knew the short cuts, they went wide of each other, and the Scythians reached the bridge long before the Persians. There, perceiving that the Persians had not yet come, they said to the Ionians, who were in their ships, "Ionians, the days have exceeded the number, and you are wrong to be here still. Since it was fear that kept you here, now break the bridge in haste, and go, free and happy men, thanking the gods and the Scythians. The one that was your master we shall impress in such a way that he will never lead an army against any one again." Then the Ionians held a council. Miltiades the Athenian, general and sovereign of the Chersoniotes of the Hellespont, advised that they do as the Scythians said and set Ionia free. But Histiaeus of Miletus advised the opposite. He said, "It is owing to Darius that each of us is sovereign of his city. If Darius's power is overthrown, we shall no longer be able to rule, I in Miletus or any of you elsewhere, for all the cities will choose democracy rather than despotism." When Histiaeus explained this, all of them at once inclined to his view, although they had at first sided with Miltiades. Those high in Darius's favor who gave their vote were Daphnis of Abydos, Hippoclus of Lampsacus, Hierophantus of Parium, Metrodorus of Proconnesus, Aristagoras of Cyzicus, Ariston of Byzantium, all from the Hellespont and sovereign of cities there, and from Ionia, Stratus of Chios, Echius of Samos, Laudamus of Phocia, and Histiaeus of Miletus, who opposed the plan of Miltiades. As for the Aeolians, their only notable man present was Aristagoras of Cyme. When these accepted Histiaeus's view, they decided to act upon it in the following way: to break as much of the bridge on the Scythian side as a bowshot from there carried, so that they seemed to be doing something when in fact they were doing nothing, and that the Scythians not try to force their way across the bridge over the Ister; to say, while they were breaking the portion of the bridge on the Scythian side, that they would do all the Scythians desired. This was the plan they adopted, and then Histiaeus answered for them all, and said, "You have come with good advice, Scythians, and your urgency is timely. You guide us well, and we will do you a convenient service; for, as you see, we are breaking the bridge, and will be diligent about it, as we want to be free. But while we are breaking the bridge, this is your opportunity to go and find the Persians, and when you have found them, punish them as they deserve, on our behalf and on your own." So the Scythians, trusting the Ionians' word once more, turned back to look for the Persians, but they missed the way by which their enemies returned. The Scythians themselves were to blame for this, because they had destroyed the horses' pasturage in that region and blocked the wells. Had they not done, they could, if they had wished, easily have found the Persians. But as it was, that part of their plan which they had thought the best was the very cause of their going astray. So the Scythians went searching for their enemies through the parts of their own country where there was forage for the horses and water, supposing that they too were heading for such places in their flight. But the Persians kept to their own former tracks, and so with much trouble they found the crossing. But as they arrived at night and found the bridge broken, they were in great alarm lest the Ionians had abandoned them. There was an Egyptian with Darius whose voice was the loudest in the world. Darius had this man stand on the bank of the Ister and call to Histiaeus the Milesian. This the Egyptian did. Histiaeus heard and answered the first shout, and sent all the ships to ferry the army over, and repaired the bridge. Thus the Persians escaped. The Scythians sought the Persians, but missed them again. Their judgment of the Ionians is, that if they are regarded as free men they are the basest and most craven in the world, but if they are reckoned as slaves, none love their masters more, or desire less to escape. Thus have the Scythians taunted the Ionians. Darius marched through Thrace to Sestos on the Chersonesus. From there, he crossed over with his ships to Asia, leaving Megabazus as his commander in Europe, a Persian whom he once honored by saying among the Persians what I note here. Darius was about to eat pomegranates, and no sooner had he opened the first of them than his brother, Artabanus, asked him what he would like to have as many of as there were seeds in his pomegranate. Then Darius said that he would rather have that many men like Megabazus than make all Hellas subject to him. By speaking thus among the Persians, the king honored Megabazus, and now he left him behind, at the head of 80,000 of his army. This Megabazus is forever remembered by the people of the Hellespont for replying, when he was told at Byzantium that the people of Chalcedon had founded their town 17 years before the Byzantines had founded theirs, that the Chalcedonians must at that time have been blind, for had they not been, they would never have chosen the worst site for their city when they might have had the better. This Megabazus, now left his commander in the country, subjugated all the people of the Hellespont who did not take the side of the Persians. At the same time that he was doing this, another great force was sent against Libya, for the reason that I shall give after I finish the story that I am going to tell now. The descendants of the crew of the Argo were driven out by the Pelagasians who carried off the Athenian women from Broron. After being driven out of Lemnos by them, they sailed away to Lacedaemon, and there they camped on Tugitum and kindled a fire. Seeing it, the Lacedaemonians sent a messenger to inquire who they were and where they came from. They answered the messenger that they were Minyae, descendants of the heroes who had sailed in the Argo and put in at Lemnos, and there begot their race. Hearing the story of the lineage of the Minyae, the Lacedaemonians sent a second time and asked why they had come into Laconia and kindled a fire. They replied that, having been expelled by the Pelagasians, they had come to the land of their fathers, as was most just, and their wish was to live with their fathers' people, sharing in their rights and receiving allotted pieces of land. The Lacedaemonians were happy to receive the Minyae on the terms which their guest desired. The chief cause of their consenting was that Tyndaredae had been in the ship's company of the Argo, so they received the Minyae and gave them land, and distributed them among their own tribes. The Minyae immediately married, and gave in marriage to others the women they had brought from Lemnos. But in no time these Minyae became imperious, demanding an equal right to the kingship, and doing other impious things. Hence the Lacedaemonians resolved to kill them, and they seized them and cast them into prison. When the Lacedaemonians execute, they do it by night, never by day. Now when they were about to kill the prisoners, the wives of the Minyae, who were natives of the country, daughters of leading Spartans, asked permission to enter the prison and each converse with her husband. The Lacedaemonians granted this, not expecting that there would be any treachery from them. But when the wives came into the prison, they gave their husbands all their own garments, and themselves put on the men's clothing. So the Minyae passed out in the guise of women dressed in women's clothing, and thus escaping, once more camped on the Tugitum. Now about this same time, Tharus, a descendant of Polynicus through Thasander, Tisamenus, and Autician, was preparing to lead out colonists from Lacedaemon. This Tharus was of the line of Cadmus, and was an uncle on their mother's side to Aristodemus' sons Eurysthenes and Procles, and while these boys were yet children he held the royal power of Sparta as regent. But when his nephews grew up and became kings, then Tharus could not endure to be a subject when he had had a taste of supreme power, and said he would no longer stay in Lacedaemon, but would sail away to his family. On the island now called Thera, but then called Calliste, there were descendants of Membliarus the son of Piosiles, a Phoenician, for Cadmus the son of Agenor had put in at the place now called Thera during his search for Europa, and having put in, either because the land pleased him, or because for some other reason he desired to do so, he left on this island his own relation Membliarius together with other Phoenicians. These dwelt on the island of Calliste for 8 generations before Tharus came from Lacedaemon. It was these that Tharus was preparing to join, taking with him a company of people from the tribes. His intention was to settle among the people of Calliste and not drive them out, but claim them as in fact his own people. So when the Minyae escaped from prison and camped on Tegetum, and the Lacedaemonians were planning to put them to death, Tharus interceded for their lives, that there might be no killing, promised to lead them out of the country himself. The Lacedaemons consented to this, and Tharus sailed with 3 30-oared ships to join the descendants of Mamblirius, taking with him not all the Minyae but only a few, for the greater part of them made their way to the lands of the Perarete and the Caucanes, and after having driven these out of their own country, they divided themselves into 6 companies and established the cities of Leprium, Macystus, Phryxae, Pyrgis, Epium, and Nudium in the land they had won. Most of these were in my time taken and sacked by the Eleans. As for the island Calliste, it was called Thera, after its colonist. But as Tharus' son would not sail with him, his father said that he would leave him behind as a sheep among wolves, after which saying the boy got the nickname of Olycus, and it so happened that this became his customary name. He had a son Aegeus, from whom the Agidae, a great Spartan clan, take their name. The men of this clan, finding that none of their children lived, set up a temple of the avenging spirits of Laius and Oedipus, by the instruction of an oracle, after which their children lived. It fared thus too with the children of the Agidae at Thera. So far in this story the Lacedaemonian and Therian records agree; for the rest we have only the word of the Therians. Grinus, son of Asinius, king of Thera, descendant of this same Tharus, came to Delphi bringing a hecatomb from his city; among others of his people, Battus, son of Polymnestus, came with him, a descendant of Euphemus of the Minyan clan. When Grinus, king of Thera, asked the oracle about other matters, the priestess's answer was that he should found a city in Libya. "Lord, I am too old and heavy to stir. Command one of these younger men to do this," answered Grinus, pointing to Battus as he spoke. No more was said then, but when they departed, they neglected to obey the oracle, since they did not know where Libya was, and were afraid to send a colony out to an uncertain destination. For 7 years after this there was no rain in Thera; all the trees in the island, except one, withered. The Therians inquired at Delphi again, and the priestess mentioned the colony they should send to Libya. So, since there was no remedy for their ills, they sent messengers to Crete to find any Cretan or traveller there who had travelled to Libya. In their travels about the island, these came to the town of Itanus, where they met a Murex fisherman named Corobius, who told them that he had once been driven off course by winds to Libya, to an island there called Plataea. They hired this man to come with them to Thera. From there, just a few men were sent aboard ship to spy out the land first, guided by Corobius to the aforesaid island Plataea. These left him there with provisions for some months, and themselves sailed back with all speed to Thera to bring news of the island. But after they had been away for longer than the agreed time, and Corobius had no provisions left, a Samian ship sailing for Egypt, whose captain was Colaus, was driven off her course to Plataea, where the Samians heard the whole story from Corobius and left him provisions for a year. They then put out to sea from the island and would have sailed to Egypt, but an easterly wind drove them from their course, and did not abate until they had passed through the Pillars of Hercules, and came providentially to Tartessus. Now this was at that time an untapped market; hence the Samians, of all the Greeks whom we know with certainty, brought back from it the greatest profit on their wares except Sostratus of Aegina, son of Laodamas. No one could compete with him. The Samians took 6 talents, a tenth of their profit, and made a bronze vessel with it, like an argolic cauldron, with griffins' heads, projecting from the rim all around. They set this up in their temple of Hera, supporting it with 3 colossal kneeling figures of bronze, each 12 feet high. What the Samians had done was the beginning of a close friendship between them and the men of Cyrene and Thera. As for the Therians, when they came to Thera after leaving Corobius on the island, they brought word that they had established a settlement on an island off Libya. The Therians determined to send out men from their 7 regions, taking by lot one of every pair of brothers, and making Battus leader and king of all. Then they manned 2 50-oared ships and sent them to Plataea. End of Volume 2, Part 6. Volume 2, Part 7 of Herodotus Histories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Histories, Volume 2, by Herodotus of Halicarnassus, translated by E.D. Godley. Volume 2, Part 7. This is what the Therians say, and now begins the part in which the Therian and Cernaean stories agree, but not until now, for the Cernaeans tell a wholly different story about Battus, which is this. There is a town in Crete called Oaxus, of which one Etarchus became ruler. He was a widower with a daughter whose name was Phronimine, and he married a second wife. When the second wife came into his house, she thought fit to be the proverbial stepmother of Phronime, ill-treating her and devising all sorts of evil against her. At last she accused the girl of lewdness, and persuaded her husband that the charge was true. So Etarchus was persuaded by his wife, and contrived a great sin against his daughter. There was at Oaxus a Therian trader, one Themison. Etarchus made this man his guest and his friend, and got him to swear that he would do him whatever service he desired. Then he gave the man his own daughter, telling him to take her away and throw her into the sea. But Themison was very angry at being thus tricked on his oath, and renounced his friendship with Etarchus. Presently he took the girl and sailed away, and so as to fulfill the oath that he had sworn to Etarchus, when he was on the high seas he bound her with ropes and let her down into the sea, and drew her up again, and presently arrived at Thera. There Polymnestus, a notable Therian, took Phronine and made her his concubine. In time a son of weak and stammering speech was born to him, but whom he gave the name Battus, as the Therians and Cernaeans say. But in my opinion the boy was given some other name, and changed it to Battus on his coming to Libya, taking this new name because of the oracle given to him at Delphi, and the honorable office which he received. For the Libyan word for king is Battus, and this, I believe, is why the Pythian priestess called him so in her prophecy, using a Libyan name because she knew that he was to be king in Libya. For when he grew to adulthood, he went to Delphi to inquire about his voice, and the priestess in answer gave him this: Battus, you have come for a voice, but Lord Phoebus Apollo sends you to found a city in Libya, nurse of sheep, just as if she addressed him using the Greek word for king, Basilius, you have come for a voice, etc. But he answered, Lord, I came to you to ask about my speech, but you talk of other matters, things impossible to do. You tell me to plant a colony in Libya, where shall I get the power or strength of hand for it? Battus spoke thus, but as the god would not give him another oracle, and kept answering as before, he departed while the priestess was still speaking, and went away to Thera. But afterwards things turned out badly for Battus, and the rest of the Therians, and when ignorant of the cause of their misfortunes, they sent to Delphi to ask about their present ills, the priestess declared that they would fare better if they helped Battus plant a colony at Cyrene in Libya. Then the Therians sent Battus with 2 50-oared ships. These sailed to Libya, but not knowing what else to do, presently returned to Thera. There the Therians shot at them as they came to land, and would not let the ship put in, telling them to sail back, which they did under constraint of necessity, and planted a colony on an island off the Libyan coast, called, as I have said already, Plataea. This island is said to be as big as the city of Cyrene is now. Here they lived for 2 years, but as everything went wrong, the rest sailed to Delphi, leaving one behind, and on their arrival questioned the oracle, and said that they were living in Libya, but that they were no better off for that. Then the priestess gave them this reply: If you know Libya, nurse of sheep, better than I, though I have been there and you have not, then I am very much astonished at your knowledge. Hearing this, Battus and his men sailed back again, for the god would not let them do anything short of colonizing Libya itself, and having come to the island and taken aboard the one whom they had left there, they made a settlement at a place in Libya itself, opposite the island which was called Azyrus. This is a place enclosed on both sides by the fairest of groves, with a river flowing along one side of it. Here they dwelt for 6 years, but in the 7th the Libyans got them to leave the place, saying that they would lead them to a better, and they brought the Greeks from Azyrus and led them west, so calculating the hours of daylight that they led the Greeks past the fairest place in their country, called Irasa, at night, lest the Greeks see it in their journey. Then they brought the Greeks to what is called the Fountain of Apollo, and said to them, Here, Greeks, it is suitable for you to live, for here the sky is torn. Now in the time of Battus the founder of the colony, who ruled for 40 years, and of his son Arcelaus, who ruled for 16, the inhabitants of Cyrene were no more in number than when they had first gone out to the colony. But in the time of the third ruler, Battus, who was called the Fortunate, the Pythian priestess warned all Greeks by an oracle to cross the sea and live in Libya with the Cyrenians, for the Cyrenians invited them, promising a distribution of land, and this was the oracle: "Whoever goes to beloved Libya after the fields are divided, I say shall be sorry afterward." So a great multitude gathered at Cyrene, and cut out great tracts of land from the territory of the neighboring Libyans. Robbed of their lands and treated violently by the Cyrenians, these sent to Egypt together with their king, whose name was Edicran, and put their affairs in the hands of Apries, the king of that country. Apries mustered a great force of Egyptians, and sent it against Cyrene. The Cyrenaeans marched out to Iressa and the Thestis spring, and there fought the Egyptians and beat them, for the Egyptians had as yet no experience of Greeks, and despised their enemy, and as a result of which, they were so utterly destroyed that few of them returned to Egypt. Because of this misfortune, and because they blamed him for it, the Egyptians revolted from Apries. This Battus had a son Archesilaus, and on his first coming to reign, he quarrelled with his brothers, until they left him and went away to another place in Libya, where they founded a city for themselves, which was then and is now called Bars, and while they were founding it, they persuaded the Libyans to revolt from the Cyrenaeans. Then Archesilaus led an army into the country of the Libyans who had received his brothers, and had also revolted, and they fled in fear of him to the eastern Libyans. Archesilaus pursued them until he came in his pursuit to Lucan in Libya, where the Libyans resolved to attack him. They engaged, and so wholly overcame the Cyrenaeans that 7,000 Cyrenaean soldiers were killed there. After this disaster, Archesilaus, being worn down and having taken a drug, was strangled by his brother Larchus. Larchus was deftly killed by Archesilaus's wife, Eryxo. Archesilaus's kingship passed to his son Battus, who was lame and infirm in his feet. The Cyrenaeans, in view of the affliction that had overtaken them, sent to Delphi to ask what political arrangement would enable them to live best. The priestess told them to bring a mediator from Mantinea in Arcadia. When the Cyrenaeans sent their request, the Mantineans gave them their most valued citizen, whose name was Demonax. When this man came to Cyrene, and learned everything, he divided the people into 3 tribes, of which the Therians and dispossessed Libyans were one, the Peloponnesians and Cretans the second, and all the islanders the third. Furthermore, he set apart certain domains and priesthoods for their king Battus, but all the rest, which had belonged to the kings, were now to be held by the people in common. During the life of this Battus, these ordinances held good, but in the time of his son Archesilaus much contention arose about the king's rights. Archesilaus, son of the lame Battus and Pharetime, would not abide by the ordinances of Demonax, but demanded back the prerogatives of his forefathers, and made himself head of a faction, but he was defeated and banished to Samos, and his mother fled to Salamis in Cyprus. Now Salamis at this time was ruled by Evelthon, who dedicated that marvellous censer at Delphi which stands in the treasury of the Corinthians. Pharetime came to him, asking him for an army to bring her and her son back to Cyrene. Evelthon was willing to give her everything else, only not an army, and when she accepted what he gave her, she said that it was fine, but it would be better to give her an army as she asked. This she said whatever the gift, until at last Evelthon sent her a golden spindle and distaff, and wool, and when Pharetime uttered the same words as before, he answered that these, and not armies, were gifts for women. Meanwhile Archesilaus was in Samos, collecting all the men that he could, and promising them a new division of land, and while a great army was thus gathering, he made a journey to Delphi to ask the oracle about his return. The priestess gave him this answer: "For the lifetimes of 4 Battuses and 4 Archesilases, 8 generations of men, Loxias grants to your house the kingship of Cyrene. More than this he advises you not even to try. But you, return to your country and live there in peace. But if you find the oven full of amphora, do not bake the amphora, but let them go unscathed. And if you bake them in the oven, do not go into the tidal place, for if you do, then you shall be killed yourself, and also the bull that is the fairest of the herd." This was the oracle given by the priestess to Archesilaus. But he returned to Cyrene, with the men from Samos, and having made himself master of it he forgot the oracle, and demanded justice upon his enemies for his banishment. Some of these left the country altogether; others Archelaus seized and sent away to Cyprus to be killed there. These were carried off their course to Cnidus, where the Cnidians saved them and sent them to Thera. Others of the Cyrenians fled for refuge into a great tower that belonged to one Aglomachus, a private man, and Archelaus piled wood around it and burnt them there. Then, perceiving too late that this was the meaning of the Delphic oracle which forbade him to bake the amphora if he found them in the oven, he deliberately refrained from going into the city of the Cyrenaeans, fearing the death prophesied and supposing the title place to be Cyrene. Now he had a wife who was a relation of his, a daughter of Alazir, king of the Barcians, and Archelaus went to Alazar, but men of Bars and some of the exiles from Cyrene were aware of him and killed him as he walked in the town, and Alazir his father too. So Archelaus, whether with or without meaning to, missed the meaning of the oracle and fulfilled his destiny. While Archelaus was living in Bars, accomplishing his own destruction, his mother Pharatime held her son's prerogative at Cyrene, where she administered all his business and sat with others in council. But when she learned of her son's death at Bars, she made her escape to Egypt, trusting to the good service which Archelaus had done to Cambyses the son of Cyrus, for this was the Archelaus who gave Cyrene to Cambyses and agreed to pay tribute. So on her arrival in Egypt, Pharatime supplicated Ariandes, asking that he avenge her, on the plea that her son had been killed for allying himself with the Medes. This Ariandes had been appointed viceroy of Egypt by Cambyses. At a later day, he was put to death for making himself equal to Darius. For, learning and seeing that Darius desired to leave a memorial of himself such as no king ever had, Ariandes imitated him, until he got his reward, for Darius had coined money out of gold refined to an extreme purity, and Ariandes, then ruling Egypt, made a similar silver coinage, and now there is no silver money so pure as is the Ariandic. But when Darius heard that Ariandes was doing so, he put him to death, not on this charge, but as a rebel. At this time Ariandes took pity on Pharatime and gave her all the Egyptian land and sea forces, appointing Amasis, a Maryphaean, general of the army, and Badres, of the tribe of the Pasargadae, admiral of the fleet. But before dispatching the troops, Ariandes sent a herald to Bars to ask who it was who had killed Archelaus. The Barcaeans answered that it was the deed of the whole city, for the many wrongs that Archelaus had done them. When he heard this, Ariandes sent his troops with Pharatime. This was the pretext, but I myself think that the troops were sent to subjugate Libya. For the Libyan tribes are many and of different kinds, and though a few of them were the king's subjects, the greater part cared nothing for Darius. Now, concerning the lands inhabited by Libyans, the Adarmachidae are the people that live nearest to Egypt. They follow Egyptian customs, for the most part, but dress like other Libyans. Their women wear twisted bronze ornaments on both legs, their hair is long, each catches her own lice, then bites and throws them away. They are the only Libyans that do this, and who show the kings all virgins that are to be married. The king then takes the virginity of whichever of these pleases him. These Adarmachidae extend from Egypt to the harbor called Plinus. Next to them are the Guligamai, who inhabit the country to the west as far as the island of Aphrodisias. In between lies the island of Plataea, which the Cyrenians colonized, and on the mainland is the harbor called Menelaus, and the Aziras, which was a settlement of the Cyrenians. Here the country of Sylphium begins, which reaches from the island of Plataea to the entrance of the Syrtes. This people is like the others in its customs. The next people west of the Guligamai are the Aspistæ, who live inland of Cyrene, not coming down to the coast, for that is Cyrenaean territory. These drive 4-horse chariots to the greater extent than any other Libyans. It is their practice to imitate most of the Cyrenaean customs. Next west of the Aspistæ are the Aushasæ, dwelling inland of Bars, and touching the coast at Euhesperidae. About the middle of the land of the Aushasæ lives the little tribe of the Bacales, whose territory comes down to the sea at Tauchira, a town in the Barcian country. Their customs are the same as those of the dwellers inland of Cyrene. Next west of these Aushasæ is the populous country of Nasamones, who in summer leave their flocks by the sea and go up to the land called Aguila to gather dates from the palm trees that grow there in great abundance and all bear fruit. They hunt locusts, which they dry in the sun, and after grinding them sprinkle into milk and drink it. It is their custom for every man to have many wives. Their intercourse with women is promiscuous, as among the Massagetae; a staff is placed before the dwelling, and then they have intercourse. When a man of the Nasamones weds, on the first night the bride must by custom lie with each of the whole company in turn, and each man after intercourse gives her whatever gift he has brought from his house. As for their manner of swearing and divination, they lay their hands on the graves of the men reputed to have been the most just and good among them, and by these men they swear. Their practice of divination is to go to the tombs of their ancestors, where after making prayers they lie down to sleep, and take for oracles whatever dreams come to them. They give and receive pledges by each drinking from the hand of the other party, and if they have nothing liquid, they take the dust of the earth and lick it up. On the borders of the Nasamones is the country of the Scilli, who perished in this way. The force of the south wind dried up their water tanks, and all their country, lying in the region of the Syrtis, was waterless. After deliberating together, they marched south. I tell the story as it is told by the Libyans. And when they came into the sandy desert, a strong south wind buried them. So they perished utterly, and the Nasamones have their country. Inland of these to the south, the Garamantes live in wild beast country. They shun the sight and fellowship of men, and have no weapons of war, nor know how to defend themselves. These live inland of the Nasamones. The neighboring seaboard to the west is the country of the Macae, who shave their hair to a crest, leaving that on the top of their heads to grow, and shaving clean off what is on either side. In war they carry shields made of ostrich skins. The Sinops river empties into their sea through their country from a hill called the Hill of the Graces. This hill is thickly wooded, while the rest of Libya, of which I have spoken, is bare of trees. It is 25 miles from the sea. Next to these Macae are the Gindanes, where every woman wears many leather anklets, because, so it is said, she puts on an anklet for every man with whom she has had intercourse, and she who wears the most is reputed to be the best, because she has been loved by the most men. There is a headland jutting out onto the sea from the land of the Gindanes. On it live the lotus eaters, whose only fare is the lotus. The lotus fruit is the size of a mastiche berry. It has a sweet taste like the fruit of a date palm. The lotus eaters not only eat it, but make wine of it. Next to these along the coast are the Maclies, who also use the lotus, but less than the aforesaid people. Their country reaches to a great river called the Triton, which empties into the great Tritonian lake, in which is an island called Phla. It is said that the Lacedaemonians were told by an oracle to plant a settlement on this island. The following story is also told. It is said that Jason, when the Argo had been built at the foot of Pelion, put aboard besides a hecatomb a bronze tripod, and set out to sail around the Peloponnese, to go to Delphi. But when he was off Malea, a north wind caught and carried him away to Libya, and before he saw land, he came into the shallows of the Tritonian lake. There, while he could find no way out yet, Triton, the story goes, appeared to him and told Jason to give him the tripod, promising to show the sailors the channels and send them on their way unharmed. Jason did, and Triton then showed them the channel out of the shallows and set the tripod in his own temple, but first he prophesied over it, declaring the whole matter to Jason's comrades, namely, that should any descendant of the Argo's crew take away the tripod, then 100 Greek cities would be founded on the shores of the Tritonian lake. Hearing this, it is said, the Libyan people of the country hid the tripod. End of Volume 2, Part 7. Volume 2, Part 8 of Herodotus Histories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Histories, Volume 2, by Herodotus of Halicarnassus. Translated by E.D. Godley. Volume 2, Part 8. Next to these Maclies are the Ossians. These and the Maclies, separated by the Triton, live on the shores of the Tritonian lake. The Maclies wear their hair long behind, the Ossians in front. They celebrate a yearly festival of Athena, where their maidens are separated into 2 bands and fight each other with stones and sticks, thus, they say, honoring in the way of their ancestors that native goddess whom we call Athena. Maidens who die of their wounds are called false virgins. Before the girls are set fighting, the whole people choose the fairest maid, and arm her with a Corinthian helmet and a Greek panoply, to be then mounted on a chariot, and drawn all along the lake shore. With what armor they equipped their maidens before the Greeks came to live near them I cannot say, but I suppose the armor was Egyptian, for I maintain that the Greeks took their shield and helmet from Egypt. As for Athena, they say that she was daughter of Poseidon and the Tritonian lake, and that, being for some reason angry at her father, she gave herself to Zeus, who made her his own daughter. Such is their tale. The intercourse of men and women there is promiscuous; they do not cohabit, but have intercourse like cattle. When a woman's child is well grown, the men assemble within 3 months, and the child is adjudged to be that man's whom it is most like. I have now described all the nomadic Libyans who live on the coast. Farther inland than these is that Libyan country which is haunted by wild beasts, and beyond this wild beast haunt runs a ridge of sand that stretches from Thebes of Egypt to the Pillars of Heracles. At intervals of about 10 days' journey along this ridge, there are masses of great lumps of salt in hills. On the top of every hill a fountain of cold sweet water shoots up from the midst of the salt. Men live around it who are furthest away toward the desert and inland from the wild beasts' country. The first on the journey from Thebes, 10 days distant from there, are the Ammonians, who follow the worship of the Zeus of Thebes. For, as I have said before, the image of Zeus at Thebes has the head of a ram. They have another spring of water besides, which is warm at dawn, and colder at market time, and very cold at noon; and it is then that they water their gardens. As the day declines, the coldness abates, until at sunset the water grows warm. It becomes ever hotter and hotter until midnight, and then it boils and bubbles; after midnight it becomes ever cooler until dawn. This spring is called the Spring of the Sun. At a distance of 10 days' journey again from the Ammonians along the sandy ridge, there is a hill of salt like that of the Ammonians, and springs of water, where men live. This place is called Aguila. It is to this that the Nasamones come to gather palm fruit. After 10 days' journey again from Aguila there is yet another hill of salt, and springs of water, and many fruit-bearing palms; as at the other places, men live there called Garamantes, an exceedingly great nation, who sow in earth which they have laid on the salt. The shortest way to the Lotus Eaters' country is from there, 30 days' journey distant. Among the Garamantes are the cattle that go backward as they graze, the reason being that their horns curve forward; therefore, not being able to go forward, since the horns would stick in the ground, they walk backward grazing. Otherwise they are like other cattle, except that their hide is thicker and harder to the touch. These Garamantes go in their 4-horse chariots chasing the cave-dwelling Ethiopians, for the Ethiopian cave-dwellers are swifter of foot than any men of whom tales are brought to us. They live on snakes and lizards and such like creeping things. Their speech is like no other in the world; it is like the squeaking of bats. Another 10 days' journey from the Garamantes there is again a salt hill and water, where men live called the Atarantes. These are the only men whom we know who have no names, for the whole people are called Atarantes, but no man has a name of his own. When the sun is high, they curse and very foully revile him, because his burning heat afflicts their people and their land. After another 10 days' journey, there is again a hill of salt, and water, and men living there. Near to this salt is a mountain called Atlas, whose shape is slender and conical, and it is said to be so high that its heights cannot be seen, for clouds are always on them winter and summer. The people of the country call it the Pillar of Heaven. These men get their name, which is Atlantes, from this mountain. It is said that they eat no living creature, and see no dreams in their sleep. I know and can tell the names of all the peoples that live on the ridge as far as the Atlantes, but no farther than that. But I know this, that the ridge reaches as far as the Pillars of Heracles and beyond them. There is a mine of salt on it every 10 days' journey, and men live there. Their houses are all built of blocks of the salt, for these are parts of Libya where no rain falls, for the walls, being of salt, could not stand firm if there were rain. The salt there is both white and purple. Beyond this ridge, the southern and inland parts of Libya are desolate and waterless. There are no wild beasts, no rain, no forests; this region is wholly without moisture. Thus from Egypt to the Tritonian lake, the Libyans are nomads that eat meat and drink milk. For the same reason as the Egyptians too profess, they will not touch the flesh of cows, and they rear no swine. The women of Cyrene, too, consider it wrong to eat cows' flesh, because of the Isis of Egypt, and they even honor her with fasts and festivals, and the Barcian women refuse to eat swine too, as well as cows. Thus it is with this region. But west of the Tritonian lake the Libyans are not nomads. They do not follow the same customs, or treat their children as the nomads do. For the practice of many Libyan nomads, I cannot say absolutely whether it is the practice of all, is to take their children, when they are 4 years old, and to burn the veins of their scalps, or sometimes of their temples, with the grease of sheep's wool, so that the children may never afterward be afflicted by phlegm draining from the head. They say that this makes their children quite healthy. In fact, the Libyans are the healthiest of all men whom we know. Whether it is because of this practice I cannot absolutely say, but they certainly are healthy. When the children smart from the pain of the burning, the Libyans have found a remedy. They soothe them by applications of goat's urine. This is what the Libyans themselves say. The nomad's way of sacrificing is to cut a piece from the victim's ear for first fruits and throw it over the house. Then they wring the victim's neck. They sacrifice to no gods except the sun and moon. That is, this is the practice of the whole nation, but the dwellers by the Tritonian lake sacrifice to Athena chiefly, and next to Triton and Poseidon. It would seem that the robe and aegis of the images of Athena were copied by the Greeks from the Libyan women, for except that Libyan women dress in leather, and that the tassels of their goatskin cloaks are not snakes but thongs of hide, in everything else their equipment is the same. And in fact, the very name betrays that the attire of the statues of Pallas has come from Libya, for Libyan women wear the hairless tasselled aegea over their dress, coloured with madder, and the Greeks have changed the name of these aegii to their aegidas. Furthermore, in my opinion, the ceremonial chant first originated in Libya, for the women of that country chant very tunefully. And it is from the Libyans that the Greeks have learned to drive 4-horse chariots. The dead are buried by the nomads in Greek fashion, except by the Nasamones. They bury their dead sitting, being careful to make the dying man sit when he releases his spirit, and not die lying supine. Their dwellings are constructed of asphodel stalks twined about reeds. They can be carried here and there. Such are the Libyan customs. West of the Triton River and next to the Aeaeans begins the country of Libyans who cultivate the soil and possess houses. They are called the Maxies. They wear their hair long on the right side of their heads and shave the left, and they paint their bodies with vermilion. These claim descent from the men who came from Troy. Their country, and the rest of the western part of Libya, is much fuller of wild beasts and more wooded than the country of the nomads. For the eastern region of Libya, which the nomads inhabit, is low-lying and sandy as far as the Triton River, but the land west of this, where the farmers live, is exceedingly mountainous and wooded and full of wild beasts. In that country are the huge snakes and the lions, and the elephants and bears and asps, the horned asses, the dog-headed and the headless men that have their eyes in their chests, as the Libyans say, and the wild men and women, besides many other creatures not fabulous. But in the nomads' country there are none of these, but there are others, white-rumped antelopes, gazelles, hartebeests, asses, not the horned asses, but those that are called undrinking, for they never drink, the oryx, whose horns are made the horns of the lyre, this is a beast the size of a bull, foxes, hyenas, porcupines, wild rams, the dictees, jackals, panthers, the boris, land crocodiles 60 inches long, very like lizards, and ostriches and little one-horned serpents, all these beasts besides those that are elsewhere too, except deer and wild boar. Of these 2 kinds there are none at all in Libya. There are in this country 3 kinds of mice, 2-footed, the zagaries, this is a Libyan word, meaning in our language hills, and the bristly-haired, as they are called. There are also weasels found in the Sophilim, very like to the weasels of Tartessus. So many are the wild creatures of the nomads' country, as far as by our utmost inquiry we have been able to learn. Next to the Maxis of Libya are the Zakis, whose women drive their chariots to war. Next to these are the Gazantes, where much honey is made by bees, and much more yet, so it is said, by craftsmen. It is certain that they all paint themselves with vermilion and eat apes, with which their mountains swarm. Off their coasts, the Carthaginians say, lies an island called Siraeus, 25 miles long and narrow across, accessible from the mainland. It is full of olives and vines. It is said that there is a lake on this island from which the maidens of the country draw gold dust out of the mud on feathers smeared with pitch. I do not know whether this is true, I just write what is said. But all things are possible, for I myself saw pitch drawn from the water of a pool in Zacynthus. The pools there are enormous; the greatest of them is 70 feet long and broad, and 12 feet deep. Into this they drop a pole with a myrtle branch fastened to its end, and bring up pitch on the myrtle, smelling like asphalt, and for the rest better than the pitch of Perea. Then they pour it into a pit that they have dug near the pool, and when a fair amount is collected there, they fill their vessels from the pit. Whatever falls into the pool is carried under the ground and appears again in the sea, which is about half a mile distant from the pool. So then, the story that comes from the island lying off the Libyan coast is like the truth too. Another story is told by the Carthaginians. There is a place in Libya, they say, where men live beyond the Pillars of Heracles. They come here and unload their cargo; then, having laid it in order along the beach, they go aboard their ships and light a smoking fire. The people of the country see the smoke, and coming to the sea, they lay down gold to pay for the cargo, and withdraw from the wares. Then the Carthaginians disembark and examine the gold; if it seems to them a fair price for their cargo, they take it and go away, but if not, they go back aboard and wait, and the people come back and add more gold until the sailors are satisfied. In this transaction, it is said, neither party defrauds the other. The Carthaginians do not touch the gold until it equals the value of their cargo, nor do the people touch the cargo until the sailors have taken the gold. These are all the Libyans whom we can name, and the majority of their kings cared nothing for the king of the Medes at the time of which I write, nor do they care for him now. I have this much further to say of this country: 4 nations and no more, as we know it, inhabited it, 2 of which are aboriginal and 2 not. The Libyans in the north and the Ethiopians in the south of Libya are aboriginal; the Phoenicians and Greeks are later settlers. In my opinion, there is in no part of Libya any great excellence for which it should be compared to Asia or Europe, except in the region which is called by the same name as its river, Sinops. But this region is a match for the most fertile farmland in the world, nor is it at all like the rest of Libya. For the soil is black and well watered by springs, and has no fear of drought, nor is it harmed by drinking excessive showers. There is rain in this part of Libya. Its yield of grain is of the same measure as in the land of Babylon. The land inhabited by the Euspheratae is also good; it yields at the most 100-fold, but the land of the Sinops region yields 300-fold. The country of Cyrene, which is the highest part of Libya that nomads inhabit, has the marvellous advantage of 3 harvest seasons. The fruits of the earth are ripe for reaping and picking on the coast first; when these have been gathered, the middle region above the coast, which they call the hills, is ripe for gathering; and no sooner has this yield of the middle country been gathered than the highest lying crops are mellow and ripe, so that the latest fruits of the earth are coming in when the earliest are already spent by way of food and drink. Thus the Cyreneans have a harvest lasting 8 months. Enough of these matters then. Now, when the Persians that Ariandes sent from Egypt to avenge Pharatime came to Bars, they laid siege to the city, demanding the surrender of those who were guilty of the murder of Archesilaus; but the Barsaeans, those whose whole people were accessory to the deed, would not yield. The Persians besieged Bars for 9 months, digging underground passages leading to the walls, and making violent assaults. As for the tunnels, a blacksmith discovered them by the means of a bronze shield, and this is how he found them. Carrying the shield around the inner side of the walls, he struck it against the ground of the city. All the other places which he struck returned a dull sound, but where there were tunnels, the bronze of the shield rang clear. Here the Barcians made a counter-tunnel and killed those Persians who were digging underground. Thus the tunnels were discovered, and the assaults were repelled by the townsfolk. When much time had been spent, and many on both sides, not less of the Persians than their enemies, slain, Amasis, the general of the foot-soldiers, devised a plot, knowing that Bars would not be taken by force, but might be taken by guile. He dug by night a wide trench and laid frail planks across it, which he then covered over with a layer of earth level with the ground about it. Then when day came, he invited the Barcians to confer with him, and they readily consented; at last all agreed to conditions of peace. This was done thus: standing on the hidden trench, they gave and accepted a sworn assurance that their treaty would hold good while the ground where they stood was unchanged. The Barcians promised to pay a due sum to the king, and the Persians to do the Barcians no harm. When the sworn agreement was made, the townsfolk, trusting in it and opening all their gates, themselves came out of the city, and let all their enemies who so desired to enter within the walls. But the Persians broke down the hidden bridge and ran into the city. They broke down the bridge that they had made, so that they might keep the oath which they had sworn to the Barcians, namely, that this treaty would hold good for as long as the ground remained as it was, but if they broke the bridge the treaty held good no longer. When they were delivered to her by the Persians, Pharatime took the most guilty of the Barcians and set them impaled around the top of the wall. The breasts of their women she cut off and planted around the wall in like manner. As for the rest of the Barcians, she told the Persians to take them as their booty, except those who were of the house of Battus and not accessory to the murder. To these she turned over the city. The Persians thus enslaved the rest of the Barcaeans and went home. When they appeared before the city of Cyrene, the Cyrenaeans let them pass through their city, so that a certain oracle might be fulfilled. As the army was passing through, Badres, the admiral of the fleet, was for taking the city, but Amasis, the general of the land army, would not consent, saying that he had been sent against Bars and no other Greek city. At last they passed through Cyrene and camped on the hill of Lycaean Zeus. There they regretted not having taken the city, and tried to enter it again, but the Cyrenaeans would not let them. Then, although no one attacked them, panic seized the Persians, and they fled to a place 7 miles distant and camped there, and while they were there, a messenger from Ariandes came to the camp asking them to return. The Persian asked and received from the Cyrenaeans provisions for their march, after which they left to go to Egypt, but then they fell into the hands of the Libyans, who killed the laggards and stragglers of the army for the sake of their garments and possessions, until at last they came to Egypt. This Persian force advanced as far as Euspheridae in Libya and no farther. As for the Barcians, whom they had taken for slaves, they carried them from Egypt into banishment and brought them to the king, and Darius gave them a town of Bactria to live in. They gave this town the name Bars, and it remained an inhabited place in Bactria until my own lifetime. But Pharatime did not end well either, for as soon as she had revenged herself on the Barcians and returned to Egypt she met an awful death. For while still alive she teemed with maggots. Thus does over-brutal human revenge invite retribution from the gods. That of Pharatime, daughter of Battus, against the Barcians, was revenge of this nature and this brutality. End of Volume 2, Part 8.
Volume 2, Part 9 of Herodotus Histories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Leeson. Histories, Volume 2, by Herodotus of Halicarnassus, translated by A.D. Godley. Volume 2, Part 9. Those Persians whom Darius had left in Europe under the command of Megabazus, finding the Perinthians unwilling to be Darius' subjects, subdued them before any others of the people of the Hellespont. These Perinthians had already been roughly handled by the Paeonians, for the oracle of the god ordered the Paeonians from the Strymon to march against Perinthus, and if the Perinthians, who were encamped opposite them, should call to them, crying out their name, then to attack them. If, however, there were no such call, they were not to attack. The Paeonians acted accordingly. When the Perinthians set up camp in front of their city, the armies then challenged each other to a threefold duel, in which man was matched against man, horse against horse, and dog against dog. The Perinthians were victorious in 2 of the combats and raised the cry of "Paeon" in their joy. The Paeonians reasoned that this was what the oracle had spoken of, and must have said to each other, "This is surely the fulfillment of the prophecy. Now is the time for us to act." Accordingly, the Paeonians set upon the Perinthians and won a great victory, leaving few of their enemies alive. This, then, is what the Perinthians had previously suffered at the hands of the Paeonians. Now they fought like brave men for their liberty, but Megabazus and the Persians overcame them by weight of numbers. When Perinthus had been taken, Megabazus marched his army through Thrace, subduing to the king's will every city and every people of that region. For this the conquest of Thrace was the charge given him by Darius. The Thracians are the biggest nation in the world next to the Indians. If they were under one ruler or united, they would, in my judgment, be invincible and the strongest nation on earth. Since, however, there is no way or means to bring this about, they are weak. The Thracians have many names, each tribe according to its region, but they are very similar in all their customs, save the Getae, the Trozzi, and those who dwell above the Crestonians. As for the Getae, who claim to be immortal, I have already given an account of their practices. The Trossi, who in all else conform to the customs of other Thracians, do as I will show at the times of birth and death. When a child is born, the kinsmen sit around it and lament all the ills that it must endure from its birth onward, recounting all the sorrows of men. The dead, however, they bury with celebration and gladness, asserting that he is rid of so many ills, and has achieved a state of complete blessedness. Those who dwell above the Crestonians have yet other practices. Each man has many wives, and at his death there is both great rivalry among his wives, and eager contention on their friends' part to prove which wife was best loved by her husband. She to whom the honor is adjudged is praised by men and women alike, and then slain over the tomb by her nearest of kin. After the slaying she is buried with the husband. The rest of the wives are greatly displeased by this, believing themselves to be deeply dishonored. Among the rest of the Thracians it is the custom to sell their children for export, and to take no care of their maidens, allowing them to have intercourse with any man they wish. Their wives, however, they strictly guard, and buy them for a price from the parents. To be tattooed is a sign of noble birth, while to bear no such marks is for the baser sort. The idler is most honored, the tiller of the soil most scorned. He is held in highest honor who lives by war and robbery. These are the most notable of their usages. They worship no gods but Ares, Dionysus, and Artemis. Their princes, however, unlike the rest of their countrymen, worship Hermes above all gods, and swear only by him, claiming him for their ancestor. The wealthy have the following funeral practices. First, they lay out the dead for 3 days, and after killing all kinds of victims and making lamentation, they feast. After that they do away with the body either by fire or else by burial in the earth, and when they have built a barrow, they initiate all kinds of contests, in which the greatest prizes are offered for the hardest type of single combat. Such are the Thracian funeral rites. As for the region which lies north of this country, none can tell with certainty what men dwell there, but what lies beyond the Ister is a desolate and infinitely large tract of land. I can learn of no men dwelling beyond the Ister, save certain that are called Sigaini, and wear Median dress. Their horses are said to be covered all over with shaggy hair 5 fingers' breadth long, and to be small, blunt-nosed, and unable to bear men on their backs, but very swift when yoked to chariots. It is for this reason that driving chariots is the usage of the country. These men's borders, it is said, reach almost as far as the Eneti on the Adriatic Sea. They call themselves columnists from Media. How this has come about, I myself cannot understand. But all is possible in the long passage of time. However that may be, we know that the Ligaius, who dwell inland of Massalia, use the word Sigaini for hucksters, and the Cyprians use it for spears. According to the Thracians, all the land beyond the Ister is full of bees, and that by reason of these none can travel there. This, to my mind, is not a credible tale, for those creatures are ill able to bear cold. It appears to me rather that it is by reason of the cold that the northern lands are not inhabited. Such, then, are the stories about this region. Whatever the truth may be, Megabazus made its coastal area subject to the Persians. As soon as Darius had crossed the Hellespont and came to Sardis, he remembered the good service done him by Histius of Miletus and the council of Keys the Mytilenean, and after sending for them to come to Sardis, he offered them a choice of whatever they wanted. Histius, seeing that he was tyrant of Miletus, desired no further sovereignty than that, but asked for Mercenus in the Edonian land, so that he might build a city there. This, then, was Histia's choice, but Caius, inasmuch as he was no tyrant but a plain citizen, asked that he might be made tyrant of Mytilene. When the wishes of each had been granted, they made their way to the places of their choice. But Darius, as it fell out, saw a sight which put it in his mind to bid Megabazus take the Paeonians, and take them from their homes out of Europe into Asia. There were two Paeonians, Pygries and Mantiaeis, who themselves desired to be rulers of their countrymen. When Darius had crossed into Asia, they came to Sardis, bringing with them their sister, a tall and beautiful woman. There, waiting till Darius should be sitting in state in the suburb of the Lydian city, they put on their sister the best adornment they had, and sent her to draw water, bearing a vessel on her head, leading a horse by the bridle, and spinning flax at the same time. Darius took note of the woman as she passed by him, for what she did was not in the manner of the Persians or Lydians or any of the peoples of Asia. Having taken note of this, he sent some of his guards, bidding them watch what the woman would do with the horse. They accordingly followed behind her, and she, coming to the river, watered the horse. When she had done this and had filled her vessel with water, she passed back again by the same way, bearing the water on her head, leading the horse on her arm, and plying her distaff. Marveling at what he heard from his watchers and what he saw for himself, Darius bade the woman be brought before him. When she had been brought, her brothers, who watched all this from a place near by, came too. Darius asked of what nation she was, and the young man told him that they were Paeonians, and that she was their sister. "But who," he answered, "are the Paeonians, and where do they dwell, and with what intent have you come to Sardis?" They told him that they had come to be his men, that the towns of Paeonia lay on the Strymon, a river not far from the Hellespont, and that they were colonists from the Teucrians of Troy. So they told him all this, and the king asked them if all the women of their country were so industrious. To this too they very readily answered, for it was for this very purpose that they had come, that it was indeed so. Then Darius wrote a letter to Megabazus, whom he had left as his general in Thrace, bidding him take the Paeonians from their houses, and bring them to him, men, women, and children. Immediately a horseman sped with this message to the Hellespont, and upon crossing it gave the letter to Megabazus, who, after reading it, took guides from Thrace and led his army to Paeonia. When the Paeonians learned that the Persians were coming against them, they gathered together and marched away to the sea, thinking that the Persians would attempt to attack them by that way. So the Paeonians were ready to withstand the onset of Megabazus' army, but the Persians, learning that the Paeonians had gathered their forces and were guarding the coast route into their country, got guides and marched instead by the highland road. They accordingly took the Paeonians unaware and won entrance into their cities, which were left without men, and finding these empty at their attack, they easily gained them. The Paeonians, learning that their towns had been taken, straightway disbanded, each going his own way, and surrendered themselves to the Persians. Thus of the Paeonians the Syrio-Paeones and Paeopli, and all who lived as far as the Prasiad Lake, were taken away from their homes and led into Asia. But those near the Pangaean mountains and the country of the Dobares, and the Agrianes, and the Adomanti, and the Prasiad Lake itself were never subdued at all by Megabazus. He did in fact try to take the lake dwellers, and did so, in the following manner. There is set in the midst of the lake a platform made fast on tall piles, to which one bridge gives a narrow passage from the land. In olden times all the people working together set the piles which support the platform there, but they later developed another method of setting them. The men bring the piles from a mountain called Orbelus, and every man plants 3 for each of the 3 women that he weds. Each man has both a hut on the platform and a trap door in the platform leading down into the lake. They make a cord fast to the feet of their little children out of fear that they will fall into the water. They give fish as fodder to their horses and beasts of burden, and there is such an abundance of fish that a man can open his trap door, let down an empty basket by a line into the lake, and draw it up after a short time full of fish. There are two kinds of these, some called paprices and some Tilones. So those of the Paeonians who had been captured were taken into Asia. Then Megabazus, having made the Paeonians captive, sent as messengers into Macedonia the 7 Persians who, after himself, were the most honorable in his army. These were sent to Amyntas to demand earth and water for Darius the king. Now there is a very straight way from the Prasiad lake to Macedonia. First there is, near the lake, that mine from which Alexander later drew a daily revenue of a talent of silver, and when a person has passed the mine, he need only cross the mountain called Disorum, to be in Macedonia. The Persians who had been sent as envoys came to Amyntas and demanded earth and water for Darius the king. He readily gave to them what they asked, and invited them to be his guests, preparing a dinner of great splendor and receiving them hospitably. After dinner the Persians said to Amyntas as they sat drinking together, "Macedonian, our host, it is our custom in Persia to bring in also the concubines and wedded wives to sit by the men after the giving of any great banquet. We ask you, then, since you have received us heartily, are entertaining us nobly, and are giving Darius our king earth and water, to follow our custom." To this Amyntas replied, "We have no such custom, Persians. Among us, men and women sit apart. But since you are our masters and are making this request, it shall be as you desire." With that, Amyntas sent for the women. Upon being called, the women entered and sat down in a row opposite the Persians. Then the Persians, seeing beautiful women before them, spoke to Amyntas and said that there was no sense in what he had done. It would be better if the women had never come at all, than that they should come and not sit beside the men, but sit opposite them to torment their eyes. Amyntas, now feeling compelled to do so, bade the women sit beside them. When the women had done as they were bidden, the Persians, flushed as they were with excess of wine, at once laid hands on the women's breasts, and one or another tried to kiss them. This Amyntas saw, but held his peace despite his anger, because he greatly feared the Persians. Amyntas' son Alexander, however, because of his youth and ignorance of ill deeds, could not bear it longer, and said to Amyntas in great wrath, "My father, do as your age demands. Leave us and take your rest. Do not continue drinking. I will stay here and give our guests all that is needful." At this Amyntas saw that Alexander had some wild deed in mind, and said, "My son, you are angered, and if I guess your meaning correctly, you are sending me away so that you may do some violent deed. I, for my part, for fear that you will bring about our undoing, entreat you not to act rashly against these men, but to bear patiently the sight of what they do. If you want me to leave, to that I consent." When Amyntas made this request and had gone his way, Alexander said to the Persians, "Sirs, you have full freedom to deal with these women, and may have intercourse with all or any of them. As to that, you may make your own decision. But now, since the hour of your rest is drawing near, and I see that you are all completely drunk, allow these women to depart and wash, if this is your desire. When they have washed, wait for them to come to you again." When he had said this, and the Persians had given their consent, he sent the women out and away to their apartments. Alexander then took as many beardless men as there were women, dressed them in the women's clothes, and gave them daggers. These he brought in, and said to the Persians, "I believe, men of Persia, that you have feasted to your heart's content. All that we had, and all besides that we could find to give you, has been set before you, and now we make you a free gift of our best and most valued possession, our own mothers and sisters. Be aware that in so doing we are giving you all the honor that you deserve, and tell your king who sent you how his Greek viceroy of Macedonia has received you hospitably, providing food and bedfellows." With that, Alexander seated each of his Macedonians next to a Persian, as though they were women. And when the Persians began to lay hands on them, They were killed by the Macedonians. This was the way in which they perished, they and all their retinue. Carriages too had come with them, and servants, and all the great train they had. The Macedonians made away with all that, as well as with all the envoys themselves. No long time afterwards the Persians made a great search for these men, but Alexander had cunning enough to put an end to it by the gift of a great sum, and his own sister Gygaea to Bubares, a Persian and the general of those who were looking for the slain men. It was in this way, then, that the death of these Persians was kept silent. Now that these descendants of Perdiccas are Greeks, as they themselves say, I myself chance to know, and will prove it, in the later part of my history. Furthermore, the Hellenodici who managed the contest at Olympia determined that it is so, for when Alexander chose to contend and entered the lists for that purpose, the Greeks who were to run against him wanted to bar him from the race, saying that the contest should be for Greeks and not for foreigners. Alexander, however, proving himself to be an Argive, was judged to be a Greek. He accordingly competed in the furlong race and tied step for first place. This, then, is approximately what happened. Megabazus, bringing with him the Paeonians, came to the Hellespont, and after crossing it from there he came to Sardis. Histius, the Milesian, was by this time fortifying the place which he had asked of Darius as his reward for guarding the bridge, a place called Mercinus, by the river Strymon. Megabazus discovered what he was doing, and upon his arrival at Sardis with the Paeonians, he said to Darius, "Sire, what is this that you have done? You have permitted a clever and cunning Greek to build a city in Thrace, where there are abundant forests for shipbuilding, much wood for oars, mines of silver, and many people, both Greek and foreign, dwelling around, who, when they have a champion to lead them, will carry out all his orders by day or by night. Stop this man, then, from doing these things, so that you will not be entangled in a war with your own subjects, but use gentle means to do so. When you have him in your grasp, see to it that he never returns to Hellas." Megabazus easily persuaded Darius, who believed that his vision of the future was correct. Presently the king sent a message to Mercinus, which read as follows: "Histius, these are the words of Darius the king. My thoughts can show me no man who is more devoted to me and my affairs. Not words but deeds have proven this to me. Now, therefore, let nothing prevent you from coming to me, so that I may inform you of certain great purposes which I have in mind." Trusting these words, and proud, moreover, that he would be the king's counselor, Histius came to Sardis. When he had come, Darius said to him, "Histius, I will tell you the reason why I sent for you. As soon as I returned from Scythia and you were gone from my sight, there was nothing which I longed for so much as seeing you and speaking with you, for I knew that the most precious of all possessions is a wise and loyal friend. That you are such I can bear witness to, as regards my affairs. Now, since you have done well in coming here, I make you this proposal. Leave Miletus and your newly founded Thracian city and follow me to Susa, where you will have all that is mine, sharing my table and my counsels." This, then, is what Darius said, and after appointing Artaphernes, his father's son, to be viceroy of Sardis, he rode away to Susa, taking Histius with him. First, however, he made Otanes governor of the people on the coast. Otanes' father Sisamnes had been one of the royal judges, and Cambyses had cut his throat and flayed off all his skin, because he had been bribed to give an unjust judgment. Then he cut leather strips of the skin which had been torn away, and with these he covered the seat upon which Sisamnes had sat to give judgment. After doing this, Cambyses appointed the son of this slain and flayed Sisamnes to be judge in his place, admonishing him to keep in mind the nature of the throne on which he was sitting. This Otanes, then, who sat upon that seat, was now made successor to Megabazus in his governorship. He captured Byzantium, Chalcedon, and Tandris in the Troad, and Lamponium, and with ships he had taken from the Lesbians, he took Lemnos and Imbros, both of which were still inhabited by Pelasgians. The Lemnians fought well and defended themselves, till at last they were brought to evil plight, and the Persians set as governor over those that were left of them Lycurgus, the brother of Meandrius, who had been king of Samos. This Lycurgus met his end while ruling in Lemnos, because he tried to enslave and subdue all the people, accusing some of shunning service against the Scythians, and others of plundering Darius' army on its way back from Scythia. End of Volume 2, Part 9. Volume 2, Part 10 of Herodotus Histories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Leeson. Histories Volume 2 by Herodotus of Halicarnassus, translated by A.D. Godley. Volume 2, Part 10. All this Otanes achieved when he had been made governor. After only a short period of time without evils, trouble began once more to come on the Ionians, and this from Naxos and Miletus. Naxos surpassed all the other islands in prosperity, and at about the same time Miletus, at the height of her fortunes, was the glory of Ionia. 2 generations before this, however, she had been very greatly troubled by factional strife, till the Parians, chosen out of all the Greeks by the Milesians for this purpose, made peace among them. The Parians reconciled them in the following manner. Their best men came to Miletus, and seeing the Milesian households sadly wasted, they said that they desired to go about the country. They then made their way through all the territory of Miletus, and whenever they found any well-tilled farm in the desolation of the land, they wrote down the name of the owner of that farm. After traveling over the whole country and finding only a few such men, they assembled the people immediately upon their return to the city and appointed as rulers of the state those whose lands they had found well tilled. This they did in the belief that these men were likely to take as good care of public affairs as they had of their own, and they ordained that the rest of the Milesians who had been found at feud should obey these men. It was in this way that the Parians made peace in Miletus, but now these cities began to bring trouble upon Ionia. Certain men of substance, who had been banished by the common people, went in exile to Miletus. Now it chanced that the deputy ruling Miletus was Aristagoras, son of Molpagoras, son-in-law and cousin of that Histius, son of Lysagoras, whom Darius kept with him at Susa. Histius was tyrant of Miletus, but was at Susa when the Naxians, who had been his guests and friends, arrived. When the Naxians came to Miletus, they asked Aristagoras if he could give them enough power to return to their own country. Believing that he would become ruler of Naxos if they were restored to their city with his help, and using as a pretext their friendship with Histius, he made them this proposal: I myself do not have the authority to give you such power as will restore you against the will of the Naxians who hold your city, for I know that the Naxians have 8,000 men that bear shields, and many ships of war. Nevertheless, I will do everything I can to realize your request. This is my plan. Artaphernes is my friend, and he is not only Hystaspes' son and brother to Darius the king, but also governor of all the coastal peoples of Asia. He accordingly has a great army and many ships at his disposal. This man, then, will, I think, do whatever we desire. Hearing this, the Naxians left the matter for Aristagoras to deal with as best he could, asking him to promise gifts and the costs of the army, for which they themselves would pay, since they had great hope that when they should appear off Naxos, the Naxians would obey all their commands. The rest of the islanders, they expected, would do likewise, since none of those Cycladic islands was as yet subject to Darius. Aristagoras came to Sardis and told Artaphernes that Naxos was indeed an island of no great size, but that it was otherwise a beautiful and noble island lying near Ionia. Furthermore, it had a store of wealth and slaves. Therefore send an army against that country, he said, and bring back the men who have been banished from there. If you so do, I have a great sum of money at your disposal, over and above the costs of the force. For it is only fair that we, who bring you, should furnish that. Furthermore, you will win new dominions for the king, Naxos itself, and the islands which are its dependents, Paros, Andros, and the rest of those that are called Cyclades. Making these your starting point, you will easily attack Euboea, which is a great and wealthy island, no smaller than Cyprus and very easy to take. 100 ships suffice for the conquest of all these. This plan which you set forth, Artaphernes answered, is profitable for the king's house, and all your advice is good, except as regards the number of the ships. Not 100, but 200 ships will be ready for you when the spring comes. The king, too, however, must himself consent to this. When Aristogoras heard that, he went away to Miletus in great joy. Artaphernes sent a messenger to Susa with the news of what Aristogoras said, and when Darius himself too had consented to the plan, he equipped 200 triremes and a very great company of Persians and their allies in addition. For their general he appointed Megabates, a Persian of the Achaemenid family, cousin to himself and to Darius. This was he whose daughter, if indeed the tale is true, Pausanias, the Lacedaemonian, son of Cleombrotus, at a later day betrothed to himself, since it was his wish to possess the sovereignty of Hellas. After appointing Megabates general, Artaphernes sent his army away to Aristogoras. Then Megabates, bringing Aristogoras from Miletus, the Ionian army, and the Naxians, pretended to be sailing to the Hellespont, but when he came to Chios, he put in with his ships at Caucaza, so that he might cross with a north wind to Naxos. Since it was not fated that the Naxians were to be destroyed by this force, the following things took place. As Megabates was making his rounds among the ship's watches, it chanced that there was no one on the ship of Mindus. Megabates, very angry at this, ordered his guards to find the captain of this ship, whose name was Scylax, and thrust him partly through an oar-hole of the ship, and bound him there so that his head was outside the ship and his body inside. When Scylax had been bound, someone brought word to Aristogoras that his Myndian friend was bound and being disgracefully treated by Megabates. Aristogoras then went and pleaded with the Persian for Scylax, but since he obtained nothing that he requested, he went and released the man himself. When Megabates learned this, he took it very badly and was angry at Aristogoras. Aristogoras, however, said, "But you, what have you to do with these matters? Did not Artaphernes send you to obey me and to sail wherever I bid you? Why are you so meddlesome?" This response on the part of Aristogoras enraged Megabates, who, when night fell, sent men in a boat to Naxos to tell the Naxians of the trouble in store for them. Now the Naxians had no suspicion at all that it was they who were to be attacked by that force. However, when they learned the truth, they immediately brought inside their walls all that was in their fields, stored both meat and drink in case of a siege, and strengthened their walls. The Naxians then made all preparations to face the onset of war. When their enemies had brought their ships over from Chios to Naxos, it was a fortified city that they attacked, and for 4 months they besieged it. When the Persians had exhausted all the money with which they had come, and Aristogoras himself had spent much beside, they built a stronghold for the banished Naxians, and went off to the mainland in poor spirits, since still more money was needed for the siege. Aristogoras had no way of fulfilling his promise to Artaphernes, and he was hard pressed by demands for the costs of the force. Furthermore, he feared what might come of the failure of the army and Megabates' displeasure against him. It was likely, he thought, that his lordship of Miletus would be taken away from him. With all these fears in his mind, he began to plan revolt, for it chanced that at that very time there came from Susa Histius' messenger, the man with the marked head, signifying that Aristogoras should revolt from the king. Since Histius desired to give word to Aristogoras that he should revolt and had no other safe way of doing so because the roads were guarded, he shaved and branded the head of his most trustworthy slave. He waited till the hair had grown again, and as soon as it was grown, he sent the man to Miletus with no other message except that when he came to Miletus he must bid Aristogoras shave his hair and examine his head. The writing branded on it signified revolt, as I have already said. This Histius did because he greatly disliked his detention at Susa, and fully expected to be sent away to the coast in the case that there should be a revolt. If, however, Miletus remained at peace, he calculated that he would never return there. With this intent, then, Histius sent his messenger, and it chanced that all these things came upon Aristogoras at one and the same time. He accordingly took counsel with the members of his faction, stating his own opinion as well as the message which had come to him from Histius. All the rest spoke their minds to the same effect, favoring revolt, with the exception of Hecatius the historian, who, listing all the nations subject to Darius and all his power, advised them that they should not make war on the king of Persia. When, however, he failed to persuade them, he counselled them that their next best plan was to make themselves masters of the sea. This, he said, could only be accomplished in one way. Miletus, he knew, was a city of no great wealth, namely, if they took away from the temple at Bronchidae the treasure which Croesus the Lydian had dedicated there. With this at their disposal, he fully expected them to gain the mastery of the sea. They would then have the use of that treasure, and their enemies would not be able to plunder it. The treasure was very great, as I have shown in the beginning of my account. This plan was not approved, and they resolved that they would revolt. One out of their number was to sail to Myus, to the army which had left Naxos and was there, and attempt to seize the generals who were aboard the ships. Iatragoras, who had been sent for this very purpose, craftily seized Olyatus of Mylassa, son of Ibanolus, Histius of Termera, son of Temnes, Caius, son of Erxandrus, to whom Darius gave Mytilene, Aristogoras of Cyme, son of Heraclides, and many others besides. Then Aristogoras revolted openly, devising all he could to harm Darius. First he made the pretense of giving up his tyranny and gave Miletus equality of government, so that the Milesians might readily join in his revolt. Then he proceeded to do the same things in the rest of Ionia. Some of the tyrants he banished, and as for those tyrants whom he had taken out of the ships that sailed with him against Naxos, he handed them each over to their respective cities, which he wished to please. Caius, when the Mytileneans received him, was taken out and stoned, but the Cymeans, as well as most of the others, let their own man go. In this way, then, an end was made of tyrants in the cities. After doing away with the tyrants, Aristogoras of Miletus ordered all the peoples to set up governors in each city. Then he went on an embassy in a trireme to Lacedaemon, for it was necessary for him to find some strong ally. At Sparta, Anaxandrides, the son of Laon, who had been king, was now no longer alive, but was dead, and Cleomenes, the son of Anaxandrides, held the royal power. This he had won not by manly merit, but by right of birth. Anaxandrides had as his wife his own sister's daughter, and although he was content with her, no children were born to him. Since this was the case, the ephors called him to them and said, "Even if you have no interest in caring for yourself, we cannot allow the house of Eurysthenes to perish. Therefore send away the wife that you have, seeing that she bears you no children, and wed another. If you do this, you will please the Spartans." Anaxandrides, however, said in response that he would do neither of these things, and that they were not giving him good advice in bidding him to get rid of his present wife, who was blameless, and to marry another. Then the ephors and the elders took counsel and placed this proposal before Anaxandrides. "Since, as we see, you cling to the wife that you have, carry out our command and do not hold out against it, bearing in mind that the Spartans will certainly find some other way of dealing with you. As for the wife that you have, we do not ask that you send her away. Keep providing her with all that you give her now, and marry another woman in addition who can give you children." So they spoke, and Anaxandrides consented. Presently he had 2 wives and kept 2 households, a thing which is not at all customary in Sparta. After no long time the second wife gave birth to Cleomenes. She then gave the Spartans an heir to the royal power, and as luck would have it, the first wife, who had been barren before, conceived at that very time. When the friends of the new wife learned that the other woman was pregnant, they began to make trouble for her. They said that she was making an empty boast so that she might substitute a child. The ephors were angry, and when her time drew near, they sat around to watch her in childbirth because of their skepticism. She gave birth first to Dorieus, then straightway to Leonidas, and right after him to Cleombrotus. Some however say that Cleombrotus and Leonidas were twins. As for the later wife, the mother of Cleomenes and the daughter of Prenitautus, son of Demarmenus, she bore no more children. Now Cleomenes, as the story goes, was not in his right mind, and really quite mad, while Dorieus was first among all of his peers, and fully believed that he would be made king for his manly worth. Since he was of this opinion, Dorieus was very angry when at Anaxandrides' death the Lacedaemonians followed their custom and made Cleomenes king by right of age. Since he would not tolerate being made subject to Cleomenes, he asked the Spartans for a group of people whom he took away as colonists. He neither inquired of the oracle at Delphi in what land he should establish his settlement, nor did anything else that was customary, but set sail in great anger for Libya with men of Thera to guide him. When he arrived there, he settled by the Sinips river in the fairest part of Libya, but in the 3rd year he was driven out by the Machi, the Libyans, and the Carchedonians, and returned to the Peloponnesus. There Antichares, a man of Eleon, advised him, on the basis of the oracles of Laius, to plant a colony at Heraclea in Sicily, for Heracles himself, said Antichares, had won all the region of Eryx, which accordingly belonged to his descendants. When Dorieus heard that, he went away to Delphi to inquire of the oracle if he should seize the place to which he was preparing to go. The priestess responded that it should be so, and he took with him the company that he had led to Libya, and went to Italy. Now at this time, as the Sybarites say, they and their king Tellus were making ready to march against Croton, and the men of Croton, who were very much afraid, entreated Dorieus to come to their aid. Their request was granted, and Dorieus marched with them to Sybaris, helping them to take it. This is the story which the Sybarites tell of Dorieus and his companions, but the Crotoniats say that they were aided by no stranger in their war with Sybaris with the exception of Callias, an Elean diviner of the Yamid clan. About him there was a story that he had fled to Croton from Tellus, the tyrant of Sybaris, because as he was sacrificing for victory over Croton, he could obtain no favorable omens. This is their tale, and both cities have proof of the truth of what they say. The Sybarites point to a precinct and a temple beside the dry bed of the Crathis, which, they say, Dorieus founded in honor of Athena of Crathis, after he had helped to take their city, and find their strongest proof in his death. He perished through doing more than the oracle bade him, for if he had accomplished no more than that which he had set out to do, he would have taken and held the Eressene region without bringing about the death of himself and his army. The Crotoniats, on the other hand, show many plots of land which had been set apart for and given to Callias of Elis, and on which Callias' posterity dwelt even to my time, but show no gift to Dorieus and his descendants. They claim, however, that if Dorieus had aided them in their war with Sybaris, he would have received a reward many times greater than what was given to Callias. This, then, is the evidence brought forward by each party, and each may side with that which seems to him to deserve more credence. Other Spartans too sailed with Dorieus to found his colony, namely Thessalus, Paribates, Celias, and Eurilion. When these men had come to Sicily with all their company, they were all overcome and slain in battle by the Phoenicians and Egestans, all that is, except Eurilion, who was the only settler that survived this disaster. He mustered the remnant of his army and took Minoa, the colony from Selinus, and aided in freeing the people of Selinus from their monarch Pythagoras. After deposing this man, he himself attempted to become tyrant of Selinus, but was monarch there for only a little while, since the people of the place rose against him and slew him at the altar of Zeus of the market-place, to which he had fled for refuge. Philippus of Croton, son of Butasides, was among those who followed Dorieus and were slain with him. He had been betrothed to the daughter of Tellus of Sybaris, but was banished from Croton. Cheated out of his marriage, he sailed away to Cyrene, from where he set forth and followed Dorieus, bringing his own trireme and covering all expenses for his men. This Philippus was a victor at Olympia and the fairest Greek of his day. For his physical beauty he received from the Egestans honours accorded to no one else. They built a hero's shrine by his grave and offer him sacrifices of propitiation. Such then was the manner of Dorieus' death. Had he endured Cleomenes' rule and stayed at Sparta he would have been king of Lacedaemon, for Cleomenes reigned no long time, and died leaving no son, but one only daughter, whose name was Gorgo. It was in the reign of Cleomenes that Aristogoras the tyrant of Miletus came to Sparta. When he had an audience with the king, as the Lacedaemonians report, he brought with him a bronze tablet on which the map of all the earth was engraved, and all the sea, and all the rivers. Having been admitted to converse with Cleomenes, Aristogoras spoke thus to him: "Do not wonder, Cleomenes, that I have been so eager to come here, for our present situation is such that the sons of the Ionians are slaves and not free men, which is shameful and grievous particularly to ourselves, but also of all others to you, inasmuch as you are the leaders of Hellas. Now, therefore, we entreat you by the gods of Hellas to save your Ionian kinsmen from slavery. This is a thing which you can easily achieve, for the strangers are not valiant men, while your valor in war is preeminent. As for their manner of fighting, they carry bows and short spears, and they go to battle with trousers on their legs and turbans on their heads. Accordingly they are easy to overcome. Furthermore, the inhabitants of that continent have more good things than all other men together, gold first, but also silver, bronze, colored cloth, beasts of burden, and slaves. All this you can have to your heart's desire. The lands in which they dwell lie next to each other, as I shall show. Next to the Ionians are the Lydians, who inhabit a good land and have a great store of silver." This he said, pointing to the map of the earth which he had brought engraved on the tablet. "Next to the Lydians," said Aristogoras, "you see the Phrygians to the east, men that of all known to me are the richest in flocks and in the fruits of the earth. Close by them are the Cappadocians, whom we call Syrians, and their neighbours are the Cilicians, whose land reaches to the sea over there, in which you see the island of Cyprus lying. The yearly tribute which they pay to the king is 500 talents. Next to the Cilicians are the Armenians, another people rich in flocks, and after the Armenians the Mattiani, whose country I show you. Adjoining these you see the Scythian land, in which, on the Coaspes, lies that Susa where the great king lives and where the storehouses of his wealth are located. Take that city, and you need not fear to challenge Zeus for riches. You should suspend your war then, for strips of land of no great worth, for that fight with Messenians, who are matched in strength with you, and Arcadians and Argives, men who have nothing in the way of gold or silver, for which things many are spurred by zeal to fight and die. Yet, when you can readily be masters of all Asia, will you refuse to attempt it?" Thus spoke Aristogoras, and Cleomenes replied, "Milesian, my guest, wait till the third day for my answer." At that time, then, they got so far. When, on the day appointed for the answer, they came to the place upon which they had agreed, Cleomenes asked Aristogoras how many days' journey it was from the Ionian Sea to the king. Till now Aristogoras had been cunning and fooled the Spartan well, but here he made a false step. If he desired to take the Spartans away into Asia he should never have told the truth, but he did tell it, and said that it was a 3 months' journey inland. At that Cleomenes cut short Aristogoras' account of the prospective journey. He then bade his Milesian guest depart from Sparta before sunset, For never, he said, would the Lacedaemonians listen to the plan if Aristagoras desired to lead them a 3 months' journey from the sea. Cleomenes went to his house after this exchange, but Aristagoras took a suppliant's garb and followed him there. Upon entering, he used a suppliant's right to beg Cleomenes to listen to him. He first asked Cleomenes to send away the child, his daughter Gorgo, who was standing by him. She was his only child, and was about 8 or 9 years of age. Cleomenes bade him say whatever he wanted and not let the child's presence hinder him. Then Aristagoras began to promise Cleomenes from 10 talents upwards if he would grant his request. When Cleomenes refused, Aristagoras offered him ever more and more. When he finally promised 50 talents, the child cried out, "Father, the stranger will corrupt you unless you leave him and go away." Cleomenes was pleased with the child's counsel and went into another room, while Aristagoras departed from Sparta, finding no further occasion for telling of the journey inland to the king's palace. End of Volume 2, Part 10. Volume 2, Part 11 of Herodotus Histories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Leeson. Histories, Volume 2, by Herodotus of Halicarnassus, translated by A.D. Godley. Volume 2, Part 11, paragraphs 52 through 78. Now the nature of this road is as I will show. All along it are the king's road stations and very good resting places, and the whole of it passes through country that is inhabited and safe. Its course through Lydia and Phrygia is of the length of 20 stages, and 94½ parasangs. Next after Phrygia it comes to the river Halys, where there is both a defile which must be passed before the river can be crossed, and a great fortress to guard it. After the passage into Cappadocia, the road in that land as far as the borders of Cilicia is of 28 stages and 104 parasangs. On this frontier you must ride through 2 defiles and pass 2 fortresses. Ride past these, and you will have a journey through Cilicia of 3 stages and 15½ parasangs. The boundary of Cilicia and Armenia is a navigable river, the name of which is the Euphrates. In Armenia there are 15 resting stages and 56½ parasangs. Here, too, there is a fortress. From Armenia the road enters the Matyanian land, in which there are 34 stages and 137 parasangs. Through this land flow 4 navigable rivers which must be passed by ferries, first the Tigris, then a second and a third of the same name, yet not the same stream nor flowing from the same source. The first mentioned of them flows from the Armenians and the second from the Matyani. The 4th river is called Gendis, that Gendis which Cyrus parted once into 360 channels. When this country is passed, the road is in the Scythian land, where there are 11 stages and 42½ parasangs, as far as yet another navigable river, the Coaspes, on the banks of which stands the city of Susa. Thus the sum total of stages is 111. So many resting stages, then, are there in the journey up from Sardis to Susa. If I have accurately counted the parasangs of the royal road, and the parasang is of 30 furlongs length, which assuredly it is, then between Sardis and the king's abode called Memnonian there are 13,500 furlongs, the number of parasangs being 450. If each day's journey is 150 furlongs, then the sum of days spent is 90, neither more nor less. Aristagoras of Miletus accordingly spoke the truth to Cleomenes the Lacedaemonian when he said that the journey inland was 3 months long. If anyone should desire a more exact measurement, I will give him that too, for the journey from Ephesus to Sardis must be added to the rest. So then, from the Greek Sea to Susa, which is the city called Memnonian, it is a journey of 14,040 stages, for there are 540 furlongs from Ephesus to Sardis. The 3 months' journey is accordingly made longer by 3 days. When he was forced to leave Sparta, Aristogoras went to Athens, which had been freed from its ruling tyrants in the manner that I will show. First Hipparchus, son of Pisistratus, and brother of the tyrant Hippias, had been slain by Aristogiton and Harmodius, men of Gephyrean descent. This was in fact an evil of which he had received a premonition in a dream. After this the Athenians were subject for 4 years to a tyranny not less, but even more absolute than before. Now this was the vision which Hipparchus saw in a dream. In the night before the Panathenaea, he thought that a tall and handsome man stood over him uttering these riddling verses: O lion, endure the unendurable with a lion's heart. No man on earth does wrong without paying the penalty. As soon as it was day, he imparted this to the interpreters of dreams, and presently putting the vision from his mind, he led the procession in which he met his death. Now the Gephyrean clan, of which the slayers of Hipparchus were members, claimed to have come at first from Eretria, but my own inquiry shows that they were among the Phoenicians who came with Cadmus to the country now called Boeotia. In that country the lands of Tanagra were allotted to them, and this is where they settled. The Cadmeans had first been expelled from there by the Argives, and these Gephyreans were forced to go to Athens after being expelled in turn by the Boeotians. The Athenians received them as citizens of their own on set terms, debarring them from many practices not deserving of mention here. These Phoenicians who came with Cadmus and of whom the Gephyreans were a part brought with them to Hellas, among other kinds of learning, the alphabet, which had been unknown before this, I think, to the Greeks. As time went on, the sound and the form of the letters were changed. At this time the Greeks who were settled around them were for the most part Ionians, and after being taught the letters by the Phoenicians, they used them with a few changes of form. In so doing, they gave to these characters the name of Phoenician, as was quite fair, seeing that the Phoenicians had brought them into Greece. The Ionians have also from ancient times called sheets of papyrus skins, since they formerly used the skins of sheep and goats due to the lack of papyrus. Even to this day there are many foreigners who write on such skins. I have myself seen Cadmean writing in the temple of Ismenian Apollo at Thebes of Boeotia, engraved on certain tripods and for the most part looking like Ionian letters. On one of the tripods there is this inscription: Amphitryon dedicated me from the spoils of Teleboe. This would date from about the time of Laius the son of Labdacus, grandson of Polydorus and great-grandson of Cadmus. A second tripod says, in hexameter verse, Ceus the boxer, victorious in the contest, gave me to Apollo, the archer god, a lovely offering. Ceus, the son of Hippocoon, if he is indeed the dedicator and not another of the same name, would have lived at the time of Oedipus, son of Laius. The third tripod says, in hexameter verse again, Laodamas, while he reigned, dedicated this cauldron to Apollo, the sure of aim, as a lovely offering. During the rule of this Laodamas, son of Eteocles, the Cadmeans were expelled by the Argives and went away to the Anchylaeus. The Gephyreans were left behind, but were later compelled by the Boeotians to withdraw to Athens. They have certain set forms of worship at Athens, in which the rest of the Athenians take no part, particularly the rites and mysteries of Achaean Demeter. I have told both of the vision of Hipparchus' dream and of the first origin of the Gephyreans, to whom the slayers of Hipparchus belonged. Now I must go further and return to the story which I began to tell, namely how the Athenians were freed from their tyrants. Hippias, their tyrant, was growing ever more bitter in enmity against the Athenians because of Hipparchus' death, and the Alcmaeonidae, a family of Athenian stock banished by the sons of Pisistratus, attempted with the rest of the exiled Athenians to make their way back by force and free Athens. They were not successful in their return, and suffered instead a great reverse. After fortifying Lipsydrium, north of Paeonia, they, in their desire to use all devices against the sons of Pisistratus, hired themselves to the Amphictyons for the building of the temple at Delphi, which exists now but was not there yet then. Since they were wealthy and like their fathers men of reputation, they made the temple more beautiful than the model showed. In particular, whereas they had agreed to build the temple of Tufa, they made its front of Parian marble. These men, as the Athenians say, established themselves at Delphi and bribed the Pythian priestess to bid any Spartans, who should come to inquire of her on a private or a public account, to set Athens free. Then the Lacedaemonians, when the same command was ever revealed to them, sent Oncymolius the son of Astor, a citizen of repute, to drive out the sons of Pisistratus with an army, despite the fact that the Pisistratidi were their close friends, for the gods' will weighed with them more than the will of man. They sent these men by sea on shipboard. Oncymolius put in at Phalerum and disembarked his army there. The sons of Pisistratus, however, had received word of the plan already, and sent to ask help from the Thessalians, with whom they had an alliance. The Thessalians, at their entreaty, joined together and sent their own king, Cineas of Conium, with 1,000 horsemen. When the Pisistratidi got these allies, they devised the following plan. First they laid waste the plain of Phalerum, so that all that land could be ridden over, and then launched their cavalry against the enemy's army. Then the horsemen charged and slew Oncymolius and many more of the Lacedaemonians, and drove those that survived to their ships. Accordingly the first Lacedaemonian army drew off, and Oncymolius's tomb is at Alopaci in Attica, near to the Heracleum in Cynosarges. After this the Lacedaemonians sent out a greater army to attack Athens, appointing as its general their king Cleomenes, son of Anaxandrides. This army they sent not by sea but by land. When they broke into Attica, the Thessalian horsemen were the first to meet them. They were routed after only a short time, and more than 40 men were slain. Those who were left alive made off for Thessaly by the nearest way they could. Then Cleomenes, when he and the Athenians who desired freedom came into the city, drove the tyrant's family within the Pelasgic wall, and besieged them there. The Lacedaemonians would never have taken the Pisistratid stronghold. First of all, they had no intention to blockade it, and secondly, the Pisistratidi were well furnished with food and drink. The Lacedaemonians would only have besieged the place for a few days and then returned to Sparta. As it was, however, there was a turn of fortune which harmed the one party and helped the other. For the sons of the Pisistratid family were taken as they were being secretly carried out of the country. When this happened, all their plans were confounded, and they agreed to depart from Attica within 5 days on the terms prescribed to them by the Athenians in return for the recovery of their children. Afterwards they departed to Sigeum on the Scamander. They had ruled the Athenians for 36 years and were in lineage of the house of Pylos and Neleus, born of the same ancestors as the families of Codrus and Melanthus, who had formerly come from foreign parts to be kings of Athens. It was for this reason that Hippocrates gave his son the name Pisistratus as a remembrance, calling him after Pisistratus the son of Nestor. This is the way, then, that the Athenians got rid of their tyrants. As regards all the noteworthy things which they did or endured after they were freed, and before Ionia revolted from Darius and Aristogoras of Miletus came to Athens to ask help of its people, of these I will first give an account. Athens, which had been great before, now grew even greater when her tyrants had been removed. The two principal holders of powers were Cleisthenes, an Alcmaeonid, who was reputed to have bribed the Pythian priestess, and Isagoras, son of Tisandrus, a man of a notable house, but his lineage I cannot say. His kinfolk, at any rate, sacrificed to Zeus of Caria. These men with their factions fell to contending for power. Cleisthenes was getting the worst of it in this dispute, and took the commons into his party. Presently he divided the Athenians into 10 tribes instead of 4 as formerly. He called none after the names of the sons of Ion, Galeon, Aegicares, Argades, and Hoples, but invented for them names taken from other heroes, all native to the country except Aias. Him he added despite the fact that he was a stranger, because he was a neighbor and an ally. In doing this, to my thinking, this Cleisthenes was imitating his own mother's father, Cleisthenes the tyrant of Sicyon, for Cleisthenes, after going to war with the Argives, made an end of minstrels' contests at Sicyon by reason of the Homeric poems, in which it is the Argives and Argos which are primarily the theme of the songs. Furthermore, he conceived the desire to cast out from the land Adrastus son of Teleus, the hero whose shrine stood then as now in the very marketplace of Sicyon, because he was an Argive. He went then to Delphi, and asked the oracle if he should cast Adrastus out, but the priestess said in response, "Adrastus is king of Sicyon, and you but a stone thrower." When the god would not permit him to do as he wished in this matter, he returned home and attempted to devise some plan which might rid him of Adrastus. When he thought he had found one, he sent to Boeotian Thebes, saying that he would gladly bring Melanippus son of Astacus into his country, and the Thebans handed him over. When Cleisthenes had brought him in, he consecrated a sanctuary for him in the government house itself, where he was established in the greatest possible security. Now the reason why Cleisthenes brought in Melanippus, a thing which I must relate, was that Melanippus was Adrastus' deadliest enemy, for Adrastus had slain his brother Mecistius and his son-in-law Tydeus. Having then designated the precinct for him, Cleisthenes took away all Adrastus' sacrifices and festivals and gave them to Melanippus. The Sicyonians had been accustomed to pay very great honor to Adrastus, because the country had once belonged to Polybus, his maternal grandfather, who died without an heir and bequeathed the kingship to him. Besides other honors paid to Adrastus by the Sicyonians, they celebrated his lamentable fate with tragic choruses in honor not of Dionysus, but of Adrastus. Cleisthenes, however, gave the choruses back to Dionysus, and the rest of the worship to Melanippus. This, then, is what he did regarding Adrastus. But for the tribes of the Dorians, he changed their names so that these tribes should not be shared by Sicyonians and Argives. In this especially he made a laughing-stock of the Sicyonians, for he gave the tribes names derived from the words donkey and pig, changing only the endings. The name of his own tribe, however, he did not change in this way, but rather gave it a name indicating his own rule, calling it Archeleoi, rulers of the people. The rest were Swinites, Assites, and Porkites. These were the names of the tribes which the Sicyonians used under Cleisthenes' rule and for 60 years more after his death. Afterwards, however, they took counsel together, and both changed the names of the three to Hilaeus, Pamphili, and Dymanete, and added a fourth which they called Aegialeus, after Aegialeus son of Adrastus. This is what the Sicyonian Cleisthenes had done, and the Athenian Cleisthenes, following the lead of his grandfather and namesake, decided, out of contempt, I imagine, for the Ionians, that his tribes should not be the same as theirs. When he had drawn into his own party the Athenian people, which was then debarred from all rights, he gave the tribes new names and increased their number, making 10 tribe wardens in place of 4, and assigning 10 districts to each tribe. When he had won over the people, he was stronger by far than the rival faction. Isagoras, who was on the losing side, devised a counterplot, and invited the aid of Cleomenes, who had been his friend since the besieging of the Pisistratidae. It was even said of Cleomenes that he regularly went to see Isagoras' wife. Then Cleomenes first sent a herald to Athens demanding the banishment of Cleisthenes, and many other Athenians with him, the accursed as he called them. This he said in his message by Isagoras' instruction, for the Alcmaeonidae and their faction were held to be guilty of that bloody deed, while Isagoras and his friends had no part in it. How the accursed at Athens had received their name I will now relate. There was an Athenian named Cylon, who had been a winner at Olympia. This man put on the air of one who aimed at tyranny, and gathering a company of men of like age, he attempted to seize the citadel. When he could not win it, he took sanctuary by the goddess's statue. He and his men were then removed from their position by the presidents of the naval boards, the rulers of Athens at that time. Although they were subject to any penalty save death, they were slain, and their death was attributed to the Alcmaeonidae. All this took place before the time of Pisistratus. When Cleomenes had sent for and demanded the banishment of Cleisthenes and the accursed, Cleisthenes himself secretly departed. Afterwards, however, Cleomenes appeared in Athens with no great force. Upon his arrival, he, in order to take away the curse, banished 700 Athenian families named for him by Isagoras. Having so done, he next attempted to dissolve the council, entrusting the offices of government to Isagoras' faction. The council, however, resisted him, whereupon Cleomenes and Isagoras and his partisans seized the Acropolis. The rest of the Athenians united and besieged them for 2 days. On the 3rd day, as many of them as were Lacedaemonians left the country under truce. The prophetic voice that Cleomenes heard accordingly had its fulfillment. For when he went up to the Acropolis with the intention of taking possession of it, he approached the shrine of the goddess to address himself to her. The priestess rose up from her seat, and before he had passed through the doorway, she said, "Go back, Lacedaemonian stranger, and do not enter the holy place, since it is not lawful that Dorians should pass in here." "My lady," he answered, "I am not a Dorian, but an Achaean." So without taking heed of the omen, he tried to do as he pleased, and was, as I have said, then again cast out together with his Lacedaemonians. As for the rest, the Athenians imprisoned them under sentence of death. Among the prisoners was Timesitheus the Delphian, whose achievements of strength and courage were quite formidable. These men, then, were bound and put to death. After that the Athenians sent to bring back Cleisthenes and the 700 households banished by Cleomenes. Then, desiring to make an alliance with the Persians, they dispatched envoys to Sardis, for they knew that they had provoked the Lacedaemonians and Cleomenes to war. When the envoys came to Sardis and spoke as they had been bidden, Artaphernes, son of Hystaspes, viceroy of Sardis, asked them, "What men are you, and where do you live, who desire alliance with the Persians?" When he had received the information he wanted from the envoys, he gave them an answer the substance of which was, that if the Athenians gave King Darius earth and water, then he would make an alliance with them; but if not, his command was that they should depart. The envoys consulted together, and in their desire to make the alliance they consented to give what was asked. They then returned to their own country and were there greatly blamed for what they had done. Cleomenes, however, fully aware that the Athenians had done him wrong in word and deed, mustered an army from the whole of the Peloponnesus. He did not declare the purpose for which he mustered it, namely, to avenge himself on the Athenian people and set up Isagoras, who had come with him out of the Acropolis, as tyrant. Cleomenes broke in as far as Eleusis with a great host, and the Boeotians, by a concerted plan, took Oinoi and Hysiae, districts on the borders of Attica, while the Chalcidians attacked on another side and raided lands in Attica. The Athenians, who were now caught in a ring of foes, decided to oppose the Spartans at Eleusis and to deal with the Boeotians and Chalcidians later. When the armies were about to join battle, the Corinthians, coming to the conclusion that they were acting wrongly, changed their minds and departed. Later Demaratus, son of Ariston, the other king of Sparta, did likewise, despite the fact that he had come with Cleomenes from Lacedaemon in joint command of the army, and had not till now been at variance with him. As a result of this dissension, a law was made at Sparta that when an army was dispatched, both kings would not be permitted to go with it. Until that time they had both gone together. But now one of the kings was released from service, and one of the sons of Tyndarus, too, could be left at home. Before that time, both of these also were asked to give aid and went with the army. So now at Eleusis, when the rest of the allies saw that the Lacedaemonian kings were not of one mind, and that the Corinthians had left their host, they too went off. This was the 4th time that Dorians had come into Attica. They had come twice as invaders in war and twice as helpers of the Athenian people. The first time was when they planted a settlement at Megara. This expedition may rightly be said to have been in the reign of Codrus. The second and third when they set out from Sparta to drive out the sons of Pisistratus, and the fourth was now, when Cleomenes broke in as far as Eleusis with his following of Peloponnesians. This was accordingly the fourth Dorian invasion of Athens. When this force then had been ingloriously scattered, the Athenians first marched against the Chalcidians to punish them. The Boeotians came to the Euripus to help the Chalcidians, and as soon as the Athenians saw these allies, they resolved to attack the Boeotians before the Chalcidians. When they met the Boeotians in battle, they won a great victory, slaying very many and taking 700 of them prisoner. On that same day the Athenians crossed to Euboea, where they met the Chalcidians too in battle, and after overcoming them as well, they left 4,000 tenant farmers on the lands of the horse breeders. Horse breeders was the name given to the men of substance among the Chalcidians. They fettered as many of these as they took alive, and kept them imprisoned with the captive Boeotians. In time, however, they set them free, each for an assessed ransom of 2 minae. The fetters in which the prisoners had been bound they hung up in the Acropolis, where they could still be seen in my time hanging from walls which the Persians' fire had charred, opposite the temple which faces west. Moreover, they made a dedication of a 10th part of the ransom, and this money was used for the making of a 4-horse chariot which stands on the left hand of the entrance into the outer porch of the Acropolis, and bears this inscription: "Athens with Chalcis and Boeotia fought, bound them in chains and brought their pride to naught. Prison was grief and ransom cost them dear. 1/10 to Pallas raised this chariot here." So the Athenians grew in power and proved, not in one respect only but in all, that equality is a good thing. Evidence for this is the fact that while they were under tyrannical rulers, the Athenians were no better in war than any of their neighbours. Yet once they got rid of their tyrants, they were by far the best of all. This then shows that while they were oppressed, they were, as men working for a master, cowardly; but when they were freed, each one was eager to achieve for himself. End of Volume 2, Part 11. Volume 2, Part 12 of Herodotus Histories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Leeson. Histories, Volume 2, by Herodotus of Halicarnassus, translated by A.D. Godley. Volume 2, Part 12. This, then, is the course of action which the Athenians took, and the Thebans, desiring vengeance on Athens, afterwards appealed to Delphi for advice. The Pythian priestess said that the Thebans themselves would not be able to obtain the vengeance they wanted, and that they should lay the matter before the many-voiced, and entreat their nearest. Upon the return of the envoys, an assembly was called and the oracle put before it. When the Thebans heard that they must entreat their nearest, they said, "If this is so, our nearest neighbours are the men of Tanagra and Coronia and Thespii. These are always our comrades in battle and zealously wage our wars. What need, then, is there to entreat them? Perhaps this is the meaning of the oracle." They reasoned in this way, till at last one understood, and said, "I think that I perceive what the oracle is trying to tell us. Thebae and Aegina, it is said, were daughters of Asopus and sisters. The god's answer is, I think, that we should ask the Aeginetans to be our avengers." Seeing that there seemed to be no better option before them than this, they sent straightway to entreat the Aeginetans and invite their aid, since this was the oracle's bidding, and the Aeginetans were their nearest. These replied to their demand that they were sending the sons of Aeacus in aid. The Thebans took the field on the strength of their alliance with that family, but were soundly beaten by the Athenians. Thereupon they sent a second message to Aegina, giving back the sons of Aeacus and asking for some men instead. The Aeginetans, who were enjoying great prosperity and remembered their old feud with Athens, accordingly made war on the Athenians at the entreaty of the Thebans without sending a herald. While the Athenians were busy with the Boeotians, they descended on Attica in ships of war, and ravaged Pharalon and many other seaboard townships. By so doing they dealt the Athenians a very shrewd blow. This was the beginning of the Aeginetans' long-standing debt of enmity against the Athenians. The Epidaurians' land bore no produce. For this reason they inquired at Delphi concerning this calamity, and the priestess bade them set up images of Damia and Oxysia, saying that if they did so their luck would be better. The Epidaurians then asked in addition whether they should make the images of bronze or of stone, and the priestess bade them do neither, but make them of the wood of the cultivated olive. So the men of Epidaurus asked the Athenians to permit them to cut down some olive trees, supposing the olives there to be the holiest. Indeed, it is said that at that time there were no olives anywhere save at Athens. The Athenians consented to give the trees, if the Epidaurians would pay yearly sacred dues to Athena, the city's goddess, and to Erechtheus. The Epidaurians agreed to this condition, and their request was granted. When they set up images made of these olive trees, their land brought forth fruit, and they fulfilled their agreement with the Athenians. Now at this time, as before it, the Aeginetans were in all matters still subject to the Epidaurians, and even crossed to Epidaurus for the hearing of their own private lawsuits. From this time, however, they began to build ships, and stubbornly revolted from the Epidaurians. In the course of this struggle they did the Epidaurians much damage, and stole their images of Damia and Oxysia. These they took away and set them up in the middle of their own country at a place called Oia, about 20 furlongs distant from their city. Having set them up in this place they sought their favour with sacrifices and female choruses in the satirical and abusive mode. 10 men were appointed providers of a chorus for each of the deities, and the choruses aimed their raillery not at any men, but at the women of the country. The Epidaurians too had the same rites, and they have certain secret rites as well. When these images were stolen, the Epidaurians ceased from fulfilling their agreement with the Athenians. Then the Athenians sent an angry message to the Epidaurians, who pleaded in turn that they were doing no wrong. For as long, they said, as we had the images in our country, we fulfilled our agreement. Now that we are deprived of them, it is not just that we should still be paying. Ask your dues of the men of Aegina, who have the images. The Athenians therefore sent to Aegina and demanded that the images be restored. But the Aeginetans answered that they had nothing to do with the Athenians. The Athenians report that, after making this demand, they dispatched one trireme with certain of their citizens who, coming in the name of the whole people to Aegina, attempted to tear the images, as being made of Attic wood, from their bases so that they might carry them away. When they could not obtain possession of them in this manner, they tied cords around the images with which they could be dragged. While they were attempting to drag them off, they were overtaken both by a thunderstorm and an earthquake. This drove the trireme's crew to such utter madness that they began to slay each other, as if they were enemies. At last only one of all was left, who returned by himself to Phalerum. This is the Athenian version of the matter. But the Aeginetans say that the Athenians came not in one ship only, for they could easily have kept off a single ship, or several for that matter, even if they had no navy themselves. The truth was, they said, that the Athenians descended upon their coasts with many ships, and that they yielded to them without making a fight of it at sea. They are not able to determine clearly whether it was because they admitted to being weaker at sea fighting that they yielded, or because they were planning what they then actually did. When, as the Aeginetans say, no man came out to fight with them, the Athenians disembarked from their ships and turned their attention to the images. Unable to drag them from the bases, they fastened cords on them and dragged them until they both (this I cannot believe, but another might) fell on their knees. Both have remained in this position ever since. This is what the Athenians did, but the Aeginetans say that they discovered that the Athenians were about to make war upon them, and therefore assured themselves of help from the Argives. So when the Athenians disembarked on the land of Aegina, the Argives came to aid the Aeginetans, crossing over from Epidaurus to the island secretly. They then fell upon the Athenians unaware and cut them off from their ships. It was at this moment that the thunderstorm and earthquake came upon them. This, then, is the story told by the Argives and Aeginetans, and the Athenians too acknowledge that only one man of their number returned safely to Attica. The Argives, however, say that he escaped after they had destroyed the rest of the Athenian force, while the Athenians claim that the whole thing was to be attributed to divine power. This one man did not survive, but perished in the following manner. It would seem that he made his way to Athens and told of the mishap. When the wives of the men who had gone to attack Aegina heard this, they were very angry that he alone should be safe. They gathered round him and stabbed him with the brooch pins of their garments, each asking him where her husband was. This is how the man met his end, and the Athenians found the action of their women to be more dreadful than their own misfortune. They could find, it is said, no other way to punish the women than changing their dress to the Ionian fashion. Until then the Athenian women had worn Dorian dress, which is very like the Corinthian. It was changed, therefore, to the linen tunic, so that they might have no brooch pins to use. The truth of the matter, however, is that this form of dress is not in its origin Ionian, but Carian, for in ancient times all women in Greece wore the costume now known as Dorian. As for the Argives and Aeginetans, this was the reason of their passing a law in both their countries that brooch pins should be made half as long as they used to be, and that brooches should be the principal things offered by women in the shrines of these two goddesses. Furthermore, nothing else Attic should be brought to the temple, not even pottery, and from that time on only drinking vessels made in the country should be used. Ever since that day even to my time the women of Argos and Aegina wore brooch pins longer than before, by reason of the feud with the Athenians. The enmity of the Athenians against the Aeginetans began as I have told, and now at the Thebans' call the Aeginetans came readily to the aid of the Boeotians, remembering the matter of the images. While the Aeginetans were laying waste to the seaboard of Attica, the Athenians were setting out to march against them. But an oracle from Delphi came to them bidding them to restrain themselves for 30 years after the wrongdoing of the Aeginetans, and in the 31st to mark out a precinct for Aeacus and begin the war with Aegina. In this way their purpose would prosper. If, however, they sent an army against their enemies straight away, they would indeed subdue them in the end, but would in the meantime both suffer and do many things. When the Athenians heard this reported to them, they marked out for Aeacus that precinct which is now set in their marketplace, but they could not stomach the order that they must hold their hand for 30 years, seeing that the Aeginetans had dealt them a foul blow. As they were making ready for vengeance, a matter which took its rise in Lacedaemon hindered them. For when the Lacedaemonians heard of the plot of the Alcmeonids with the Pythian priestess, and of her plot against themselves and the Pisistratidae, they were very angry for two reasons, namely, that they had driven their own guests and friends from the country they dwelt in, and that the Athenians showed them no gratitude for their doing so. Furthermore, they were spurred on by the oracles which foretold that many deeds of enmity would be perpetrated against them by the Athenians. Previously they had had no knowledge of these oracles, but now Cleomenes brought them to Sparta, and the Lacedaemonians learned their contents. It was from the Athenian Acropolis that Cleomenes took the oracles, which had been in the possession of the Pisistratidae earlier. When they were exiled, they left them in the temple from where they were retrieved by Cleomenes. Now the Lacedaemonians, when they regained the oracles and saw the Athenians increasing in power and in no way inclined to obey them, realized that if the Athenians remained free, they would be equal in power with themselves, but that if they were held down under tyranny, they would be weak and ready to serve a master. Perceiving all this, they sent to bring Pisistratus' son Hippias from Sigeum on the Hellespont, the Pisistratides' place of refuge. When Hippias arrived, the Spartans sent for envoys from the rest of their allies and spoke to them as follows: "Sirs, our allies, we do acknowledge that we have acted wrongly. For, led astray by lying divinations, we drove from their native land men who were our close friends and promised to make Athens subject to us. Then we handed that city over to a thankless people which had no sooner lifted up its head in the freedom which we gave it, than it insolently cast out us and our king. Now it has bred such a spirit of pride and is growing so much in power, that its neighbours in Boeotia and Chalcis have really noticed it, and others too will soon recognize their error. Since we erred in doing what we did, we will now attempt with your aid to avenge ourselves on them. It is on this account and no other that we have sent for Hippias, whom you see, and have brought you from your cities, namely that uniting our counsels and our power, we may bring him to Athens and restore that which we took away." These were the words of the Lacedaemonians, but their words were ill received by the greater part of their allies. The rest then keeping silence, Socles, a Corinthian, said, "In truth heaven will be beneath the earth, and the earth aloft above the heaven, and men will dwell in the sea and fishes where men dwelt before, now that you, Lacedaemonians, are destroying the rule of equals and making ready to bring back tyranny into the cities, tyranny, a thing more unrighteous and bloodthirsty than anything else on this earth. If indeed it seems to you to be a good thing that the cities be ruled by tyrants, set up a tyrant among yourselves first, and then seek to set up such for the rest. As it is, however, you, who have never made trial of tyrants and take the greatest precautions that none will arise at Sparta, deal wrongfully with your allies. If you had such experience of that thing as we have, you would be more prudent advisers concerning it than you are now." The Corinthian state was ordered in such manner as I will show. There was an oligarchy, and this group of men, called the Bacchiadae, held sway in the city, marrying and giving in marriage among themselves. Now Amphion, one of these men, had a crippled daughter, whose name was Labda. Since none of the Bacchiadae would marry her, she was wedded to Eetion, son of Echecrates, of the township of Petra, a Lapith by lineage and of the posterity of Ceneus. When no sons were born to him by this wife or any other, he set out to Delphi to inquire concerning the matter of acquiring offspring. As soon as he entered, the Pythian priestess spoke these verses to him: "Eetion, worthy of honor, no man honors you. Labda is with child, and her child will be a millstone, which will fall upon the rulers and will bring justice to Corinth." This oracle which was given to Eetion was in some way made known to the Bacchiadae. The earlier oracle sent to Corinth had not been understood by them, despite the fact that its meaning was the same as the meaning of the oracle of Eetion, and it read as follows: "An eagle in the rocks has conceived, and will bring forth a lion, strong and fierce. The knees of many will it loose. This consider well, Corinthians, you who dwell by lovely Pyrene and the overhanging heights of Corinth." This earlier prophecy had been unintelligible to the Bacchiadae, but as soon as they heard the one which was given to Eetion, they understood it at once, recognizing its similarity with the oracle of Eetion. Now understanding both oracles, they kept quiet, but resolved to do away with the offspring of Eetion. Then, as soon as his wife had given birth, they sent 10 men of their clan to the township where Eetion dwelt to kill the child. These men came to Petra and passing into Eetion's courtyard, asked for the child. Labda, knowing nothing of the purpose of their coming and thinking that they wished to see the baby out of affection for its father, brought it and placed it into the hands of one of them. Now they had planned on their way that the first of them who received the child should dash it to the ground. When, however, Labda brought and handed over the child, by divine chance it smiled at the man who took it. This he saw, and compassion prevented him from killing it. Filled with pity, he handed it to a second, and this man again to a third. In fact, it passed from hand to hand to each of the 10, for none would make an end of it. They then gave the child back to its mother, and after going out, they stood before the door reproaching and upbraiding one another, but chiefly him who had first received it, since he had not acted in accordance with their agreement. Finally they resolved to go in again and all have a hand in the killing. Fate, however, had decreed that Eetion's offspring should be the source of ills for Corinth, for Labda, standing close to this door, heard all this. Fearing that they would change their minds and that they would take and actually kill the child, she took it away and hid it where she thought it would be hardest to find, in a chest, for she knew that if they returned and set about searching they would seek in every place, which in fact they did. They came and searched, but when they did not find it, they resolved to go off and say to those who had sent them that they had carried out their orders. They then went away and said this. Eetion's son, however, grew up, and because of his escape from that danger, he was called Cypselus, after the chest. When he had reached manhood and was seeking a divination, an oracle of double meaning was given him at Delphi. Putting faith in this, he made an attempt on Corinth, and won it. The oracle was as follows. That man is fortunate who steps into my house. Cypselus, son of Eetion, the king of noble Corinth. He himself and his children, but not the sons of his sons. Such was the oracle. Cypselus, however, when he had gained the tyranny, conducted himself in this way. Many of the Corinthians he drove into exile, many he deprived of their wealth, and by far the most he had killed. After a reign of 30 years, he died in the height of prosperity, and was succeeded by his son Periander. Now Periander was to begin with milder than his father, but after he had held converse by messenger with Thrasybulus the tyrant of Miletus, he became much more bloodthirsty than Cypselus. He had sent a herald to Thrasybulus and inquired in what way he would best and most safely govern his city. Thrasybulus led the man who had come from Periander outside the town, and entered into a sown field. As he walked through the corn, continually asking why the messenger had come to him from Corinth, he kept cutting off all the tallest ears of wheat which he could see, and throwing them away, until he had destroyed the best and richest part of the crop. Then, after passing through the place and speaking no word of counsel, he sent the herald away. When the herald returned to Corinth, Periander desired to hear what counsel he brought, but the man said that Thrasybulus had given him none. The herald added that it was a strange man to whom he had been sent, a madman and a destroyer of his own possessions, telling Periander what he had seen Thrasybulus do. Periander, however, understood what had been done, and perceived that Thrasybulus had counselled him to slay those of his townsmen who were outstanding in influence or ability. With that he began to deal with his citizens in an evil manner. Whatever act of slaughter or banishment Cypselus had left undone, that Periander brought to accomplishment. In a single day he stripped all the women of Corinth naked, because of his own wife Melissa. Periander had sent messengers to the oracle of the dead on the river Acheron in Thesprotia to inquire concerning a deposit that a friend had left, but Melissa, in an apparition, said that she would tell him nothing, nor reveal where the deposit lay, for she was cold and naked. The garments, she said, with which Periander had buried with her had never been burnt, and were of no use to her. Then, as evidence for her husband that she spoke the truth, she added that Periander had put his loaves into a cold oven. When this message was brought back to Periander, for he had had intercourse with the dead body of Melissa and knew her token for true, immediately after the message he made a proclamation that all the Corinthian women should come out into the temple of Hera. They then came out as to a festival, wearing their most beautiful garments, and Periander set his guards there and stripped them all alike, ladies and serving women, and heaped all the clothes in a pit where, as he prayed to Melissa, he burnt them. When he had done this and sent a second message, the ghost of Melissa told him where the deposit of the friend had been laid. This, then, Lacedaemonians, is the nature of tyranny, and such are its deeds. We Corinthians marveled greatly when we saw that you were sending for Hippias, and now we marvel yet more at your words to us. We entreat you earnestly in the name of the gods of Hellas not to establish tyranny in the cities, but if you do not cease from so doing and unrighteously attempt to bring Hippias back, be assured that you are proceeding without the Corinthians' consent. End of Volume 2, Part 12.
Volume 2, Part 13 of Herodotus Histories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Histories, Volume 2, by Herodotus of Halicarnassus, translated by E.D. Godley. Volume 2, Part 13. These were the words of Socles, the envoy from Corinth, and Hippias answered, calling the same gods as Socles had invoked to witness, that the Corinthians would be the first to wish the Pisistratae back, when the time appointed should come for them to be vexed by the Athenians. Hippias made this answer, inasmuch as he had more exact knowledge of the oracles than any man; but the rest of the allies, who had till now kept silence, spoke out when they heard the free speech of Socles, and sided with the opinion of the Corinthians, entreating the Lacedaemonians not to harm a Greek city. His plan then came to nothing, and Hippias was forced to depart. Amyntas, king of the Macedonians, offered him Anthemus, and the Thessalonians Iolcus, but he would have neither. He withdrew to Sigeum, which Pisistratus had taken at the spear's point from the Mytilenaeans, and where he then established as tyrant Hegesistratus, his own bastard son by an Argive woman. Hegesistratus, however, could not keep what Pisistratus had given him without fighting, for there was a constant war over a long period of time between the Athenians at Sigeum and the Mytilenaeans at Achilleum. The Mytilenaeans were demanding the place back, and the Athenians, bringing proof to show that the Aeolians had no more part or lot in the land of Ilium than they themselves and all the other Greeks who had aided Menelaus to avenge the rape of Helen, would not consent. Among the various incidents of this war, one in particular is worth mention. In the course of a battle in which the Athenians had the upper hand, Achaeus the poet took to flight and escaped, but his armor was taken by the Athenians and hung up in the temple of Athena at Sigeum. Alcaeus wrote a poem about this, and sent it to Mytilene. In it he relates his own misfortunes to his friend Melanippus. As for the Mytilenaeans and Athenians, however, peace was made by them between Periander, son of Cypselus, to whose arbitration they committed the matter, and the terms of peace were that each party should keep what it had. It was in this way, then, that Sigeum came to be under Athenian rule, but Hippias, having come from Lacedaemon into Asia, left no stone unturned, maligning the Athenians to Artaphernes, and doing all he could to bring Athens into subjection to himself and Darius. While Hippias was engaged in these activities, the Athenians heard of it and sent messengers to Sardis, warning the Persians not to believe banished Athenians. Artaphernes, however, bade them receive Hippias back, if they wanted to be safe. When his words were brought back to the Athenians, they would not consent to them, and since they would not consent, it was resolved that they should be openly at war with Persia. It was when the Athenians had made their decision and were already on bad terms with Persia, that Aristagoras the Milesian, driven from Sparta by Cleomenes the Lacedaemonian, came to Athens, since that city was more powerful than any of the rest. Coming before the people, Aristagoras spoke to the same effect as at Sparta, of the good things of Asia, and how the Persians carried neither shield nor spear in war, and could easily be overcome. This he said, adding that the Milesians were settlers from Athens, whom it was only right to save, seeing that they themselves were a very powerful people. There was nothing which he did not promise in the earnestness of his entreaty, till at last he prevailed upon them. It seems, then, that it is easier to deceive many than one, for he could not deceive Cleomenes of Lacedaemon, one single man, but 30,000 Athenians he could. The Athenians, now persuaded, voted to send 20 ships to aid the Ionians, appointing for their admiral Melanthius, a citizen of Athens who had an unblemished reputation. These ships were the beginning of troubles for both Greeks and foreigners. Aristagoras sailed before the rest, and when he came to Miletus, he devised a plan from which no advantage was to accrue to the Ionians, nor, indeed, was that the purpose of his plan, but rather to vex King Darius. He sent a man to Phrygia, to the Paeonians who had been led captive from the Strymon by Megabazus, and now dwelt in a Phrygian territory and village by themselves. When the man came to the Paeonians, he spoke as follows: Men of Paeonia, I have been sent by Aristogoras, tyrant of Miletus, to show you the way to deliverance, if you are disposed to obey. All Ionia is now in revolt against the king, and it is possible for you to win your own way back safely to your own land, but afterwards we will take care of you." The Paeonians were very glad, when they heard that, and although some of them remained where they were for fear of danger, the rest took their children and women and fled to the sea. After arriving there, the Paeonians crossed over to Chios. They were already in Chios when a great host of Persian horsemen came after them in pursuit. Unable to overtake them, the Persians sent to Chios, commanding the Paeonians to go back. The Paeonians would not consent to this, but were brought from Chios by the Chians to Lesbos, and carried by the Lesbians to Doriscus, from where they made their way by land to Paeonia. The Athenians came with their 20 ships as well as 5 triremes of the Etrians, who came to the war to please not the Athenians, but the Milesians themselves, thereby repaying their debt, for the Milesians had once been the allies of the Eretrians in the war against Chalcis, when the Samians came to aid the Chalcidians against the Eretrians and Milesians. When these, then, and the rest of the allies had arrived, Aristogoras planned a march against Sardis. He himself did not go with the army, but remained at Miletus, and appointed others to be generals of the Milesians, namely, his own brother Cheropinus, and another citizen named Hermophentus. When the Ionians had come to Ephesus with this force, they left their ships at Corycus in the Ephesian territory, and marched inland with a great host, taking Ephesians to guide them on their way. They made their way along the river Caicus, and after crossing the Tmolus, they came to Sardis and captured it without any resistance. They took all of it except the citadel, which was held by Artaphernes himself with a great force of men. They were prevented from plundering the city by the fact that most of the houses in Sardis were made of reeds, and those made of brick had roofs of reeds. Accordingly, when one of these was set on fire by a soldier, the flames spread from house to house all over the whole city. While the city was burning, the Lydians and all the Persians who were in the citadel, being hemmed in on every side since the fire was consuming the outer parts, and having no exit from the city, came thronging into the marketplace and to the river Pactolus, which flows through the marketplace carrying down gold dust from Tmolus and issues into the river Hermus, which in turn issues into the sea. They assembled in the marketplace by this Pactolus and were forced to defend themselves there. When the Ionians saw some of their enemies defending themselves and a great multitude of others approaching, they were afraid and withdrew to the mountain called Tmolus, from where they departed to their ships at nightfall. In the fire at Sardis, a temple of Cybele, the goddess of that country, was burnt, and the Persians afterwards made this their pretext for burning the temples of Hellas. At this time the Persians of the provinces this side of the Halys, on hearing of these matters, gathered together and came to aid of the Lydians. It chanced that they found the Ionians no longer at Sardis, but following on their tracks they caught them at Ephesus. There the Ionians stood arrayed to meet them, but were utterly routed in the battle. The Persians put to the sword many men of renown, including Eualcides, the general of the Eretrians, who had won crowns as victor in the games and been greatly praised by Simonides of Ceos. Those of the Ionians who escaped from the battle fled, each to his city. This, then, is how they fared in their fighting. Presently, however, the Athenians wholly separated themselves from the Ionians and refused to aid them, although Aristogoras sent messages of earnest entreaty. Despite the fact that they had been deprived of their Athenian allies, the Ionians fervently continued their war against the king, for they remained committed by what they had done to Darius. They sailed to the Hellespont and made Byzantium and all the other cities of that region subject to themselves. Then, sailing out from the Hellespont, they gained to their cause the greater part of Caria, for even Caunus, which till then had not wanted to be their ally, now joined itself to them after the burning of Sardis. The Cyprians did likewise of their own free will, all save the people of Amanthus, for those two revolted from the Medes in such a manner as I will show. There was a certain Onesilis, a younger brother of Gorgas, king of the Salaminians, son of Chersus, whose father was Siromus, and grandson of Ulthan. This man had often before advised Gorgas to revolt from Darius, and now, when he heard that the Ionians too had revolted, he was insistent in striving to move him. When, however, he could not persuade Gorgas, he and his faction waited till his brother had gone out of the city of Salamis, and shut him out of the gates. Gorgas, after having lost his city, took refuge with the Medes, and Onesilis, now king of Salamis, persuaded all Cyprus to revolt with him, all save the Amalthusians, who would not consent. He accordingly stationed his forces in front of their city and besieged it. Onesilis then besieged Amalthus. When it was reported to Darius that Sardis had been taken and burnt by the Athenians and Ionians, and that Aristagoras the Milesian had been leader of the conspiracy for the making of this plan, he at first, it is said, took no account of the Ionians, since he was sure that they would not go unpunished for their rebellion. Darius did, however, ask who the Athenians were, and after receiving the answer, he called for his bow. This he took, and placing an arrow on it, and shot it into the sky, praying as he sent it aloft, "O Zeus, grant me vengeance on the Athenians." Then he ordered one of his servants to say to him 3 times, whenever dinner was set before him, "Master, remember the Athenians." After giving this order, he called before him Histiaeus the Milesian, whom Darius had kept with him for a long time now, and said, "I hear, Histiaeus, that the vice-regent whom you put in charge of Miletus has done me wrong. He has brought men from the mainland overseas, and persuaded certain Ionians, who shall yet pay me the penalty for their deeds, to follow them, and has robbed me of Sardis. Now then, I ask you, do you think that this state of affairs is good? How did such things come to pass without any advice from your side? See to it that you do not have cause to blame yourself hereafter." To this Histiaeus answered, "My lord, what is this you say, that I and none other should devise a plan as a result of which any harm, great or small, was likely to come to you? What desire or feeling of deprivation would prompt me to do such a thing? All that you have is mine, and I am regarded worthy of hearing all your deliberations. If my vice-regent is indeed doing what you say, be assured that he has acted of his own accord. For myself, I cannot even go so far as to believe the report that the Milesians and my vice-regent were doing you some dreadful wrong. If, however, it is true that they are engaged in such activities, and what you, O king, have heard has a basis in fact, then you can see how unwisely you acted when you forced me to leave the coast. It would seem, then, that as soon as I was out of sight, the Ionians did exactly what their hearts had long been set on. If I had been in Ionia, no city would have stirred. Now send me off to Ionia right away, so that I may restore that country to peace, and deliver into your hands that vice-regent of Miletus who has devised all this. Then, when I have done this to your satisfaction, I swear by the gods of your royal house that I will not take off the tunic I am wearing on my arrival in Ionia, until I have made Sardo, the largest of the islands, tributary to you." With these words Histiaeus successfully deceived Darius, who gave his consent and let him go, charging Histiaeus to appear before him at Susa when he had achieved what he promised. Now while the message concerning Sardis was making its way to the king, and Darius, having done as I said with his bow, held converse with Histiaeus and permitted him to go to the sea, the following events took place. When Onesilis of Salamis was besieging the Amalthusians, news was brought him that Artabius, a Persian, was thought to be coming to Cyprus with a great Persian host. Upon hearing this, Onesilis sent heralds all through Ionia to summon the people, and the Ionians, after no long deliberation, came with a great force. So the Ionians were in Cyprus when the Persians, crossing from Cilicia, marched to Salamis by land, and the Phoenicians were sailing around the headland which is called the Keys of Cyprus. In this turn of affairs, the tyrants of Cyprus called together the generals of the Ionians, and said to them, "Ionians, we Cypriots offer you the choice of engaging either the Persians or the Phoenicians. If you want to draw up your army on land, and try your strength against the Persians, then it is time for you to disembark and array yourselves on land, and for us to embark in your ships to contend with the Phoenicians. If, however, you desire rather to engage the Phoenicians, do so, but whichever you choose, see to it that Ionia and Cyprus become free." To this the Ionians answered, "We were sent by the common voice of Ionia to guard the seas, not to deliver our ships to men of Cyprus and encounter the Persians on land. We will attempt then to bear ourselves bravely in the task which was given us. It is for you to prove yourselves valiant men, remembering what you suffered when you were enslaved by the Medians." This was the Ionians' response, and when the Persian army afterwards arrived on the plain of Salamis, the Cyprian kings ordered their battle line. They drew up the best of the Salaminians and Solians against the Persians, leaving the remaining Cyprians to face the rest of the enemy's army. Onesilis placed himself opposite Artibius, the Persian general. Now the horse which Artibius rode was trained to fight with infantrymen by rearing up. Hearing this, Onesilis said to his attendant, a Carian of great renown in war and a valiant man, "I learn that Artibius's horse rears up, and kicks and bites to death whomever he encounters. In light of this, decide and tell me straightway which you will watch and strike down, Artibius himself or his horse." To this his henchman answered, "My king, ready I am to do either or both, whatever you desire. Nevertheless, I will tell you what I think is in your best interest. To my mind, a king and a general should be met in battle by a king and a general, for if you lay low a man who is a general, you have achieved a great feat. Failing that, if he lays you low, as I pray he may not, it is but half the misfortune to be slain by a noble enemy. For us servants it is fitting that we fight with servants like ourselves, and with that horse. Do not fear his tricks, for I promise that he will never again do battle with any man." This, then, was his response, and immediately afterwards war broke out on land and sea. The Ionians in their ships, displaying surpassing excellence that day, overcame the Phoenicians, and it was the Samnians who were most brave. On land, when the armies met, they charged and fought. As for the two generals, Artibius rode against Onesilis, who, as he had agreed with his attendant, dealt Artibius a blow as he bore down upon him. When the horse struck his hoofs on Onesilis's shield, the Carian shore away the horse's legs with a stroke of his curved sword. It was in this way that Artibius the Persian general, together with his horse, fell. While the rest were still fighting, Stesanor, the ruler of Carium, allegedly an Argive settlement, played the traitor with a great company of men under him. The war chariots of the Salaminians immediately followed their lead, and the Persians accordingly gained the upper hand over the Cyprians. So the army was routed, and many were slain, among them Onesilis, son of Chersus, who had contrived the Cyprian revolt, as well as the king of the Solians, Aristocyprus, son of Philosiprus, that Philosiprus whom Solon of Athens, when he came to Cyprus, extolled in a poem above all other tyrants. As for Onesilis, the Amathusians cut off his head, and brought it to Amathus, where they hung it above their gates, because he had besieged their city. When this head became hollow, a swarm of bees entered it and filled it with their honeycomb. In consequence of this, the Amathusians, who had inquired concerning the matter, received an oracle which stated that they should take the head down and bury it, and offer yearly sacrifice to Onesilis as a hero. If they did this, things would go better for them. This the Amathusians did, and have done to this day. When, however, the Ionians engaged in the sea battle of Cyprus learned that Onesilis's cause was lost, and that the cities of Cyprus, with the exception of Salamis, which the Salaminians had handed over to their former king Gorgas, were besieged, they sailed off to Ionia without delay. Soli was the Cyprian city which withstood siege longest. The Persians took it in the 5th month, by digging a mine under its walls. So the Cyprians, after winning freedom for a year, were enslaved once more. Darices, Himaeas, and Otanes, all of them Persian generals and married to daughters of Darius, pursued those Ionians who had marched to Sardis, and drove them to their ships. After this victory they divided the cities among themselves and sacked them. Darices made for the cities of the Hellespont, and took Dardanus, Abydos, Percote, Lampsacus, and Pasus, each in a single day. Then, as he marched from Pasus against Piraeus, news came to him that the Carians had made common cause with the Ionians, and revolted from the Persians. For this reason he turned aside from the Hellespont, and marched his army to Caria. It so happened that news of this was brought to the Carians before Darius's coming, and when the Carians heard, they mustered at the place called the White Pillars by the river Marsyas, which flows from the region of Idria and issues into the Maeander. When they had gathered together, many plans were laid before them, the best of which, in my judgment, was that of Pixodarus of Scindea, the son of Mausolus and husband of the daughter of Cynesis, king of Cilicia. He proposed that the Carians should cross the Maeander, and fight with the river at their back, so that being unable to flee and compelled to stand their ground, they might prove themselves even braver than nature made them. This opinion, however, did not prevail, and it was decided instead that the Persians, and not the Cilicians, should have the Maeander at their back, the intent being that if the Persians were overcome in the battle and put to flight, They would not escape, but be hurled into the river. Presently, when the Persians had come and had crossed the Maeander, they and the Carians joined battle by the river Marsyas. The Carians fought obstinately for a long time, but at last they were overcome by the odds. Of the Persians as many as 2,000 men fell, and of the Carians 10,000. Those of them who escaped were driven into the precinct of Zeus at Armes at Lambrutta, a large and holy grove of plane trees. The Carians are the only people whom we know who offer sacrifices to Zeus by this name. When they had been driven there, they deliberated how best to save themselves, whether it would be better for them to surrender to the Persians or to depart from Asia. While they took counsel, the Milesians and their allies came to their aid, whereupon the Carians put aside their former plans, and prepared to wage a new war over again. They met the Persian attack and offered a heavier defeat in the battle than the first. Many of their whole army fell, but the Milesians were hardest stricken. The Carians, however, rallied, and fought again after this disaster, for learning that the Persians had set forth to march against their cities, they beset the road with an ambush at Pedasus. The Persians fell into this by night and perished, they and their generals, Duraces and Amorges and Sisymaces. With these fell also Myrsus, son of Gyges. The leader of this ambush was Heraclides of Milasus, son of Ibinolus. This, then, is how the Persians perished. Himaeus, who had been one of those who went in pursuit of the Ionians who marched on Sardis, now turned towards the Propontis, and there took Sais in Mysia. When he had taken this place, and heard that Daraces had left the Hellespont and was marching towards Caria, he left the Propontis and led his army to the Hellespont, making himself master of all the Aeolians who dwell in the territory of Ilium, and of the Gergithae, a remnant of the ancient Trojans. While he was conquering these nations, however, Himaeus himself died of a sickness in the Troad. This is how he met his end, and Artaphernes, viceroy of Sardis, and Otanes, the third general, were appointed to lead the army against Ionia and the Aeolian territory on its borders. They took Clazomene in Ionia, and Cyme in Aeolia. Aristogoras the Milesian, as he clearly demonstrated, was a man of little courage, for after he had disturbed Ionia and thrown all into utter confusion, he, perceiving what he had done, began to deliberate flight. Moreover, it seemed to him to be impossible to overcome Darius. While the cities were being taken, he accordingly called his fellow rebels together and took counsel with them, saying that it was best for them to have some place of refuge in case they should be thrown out of Miletus. He also asked them whether he should lead them from there to a settlement in Sardo, or Myrsinus in Edonia, which Histiaeus had received as a gift from Darius and fortified. Hecataeus the historian, son of Hegasander, was of the opinion that they should set forth to neither of these places, but that Aristogoras should build a fortress in the island of Leros and reside there, if he were driven from Miletus. Afterwards, with this as a base, he could return to Miletus. Such was the advice of Hecataeus, but Aristogoras himself thought it best to depart for Myrsinus. He accordingly entrusted Miletus to Pythagoras, a citizen of repute, and himself sailed to Thrace with any that would follow him, and then took possession of the place to which he had come. After this he was put to the sword by the Thracians, he and his army, as he was besieging a town, even though the Thracians were ready to depart from it under treaty. End of Volume 2, Part 13. Volume 2, Part 14 of Herodotus Histories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Histories Volume 2 by Herodotus of Halicarnassus, translated by E.D. Godley. Volume 2, Part 14. This was the end of Aristogoras, after he had brought about the Ionian revolt. Histiaeus, the tyrant of Miletus, arrived in Sardis after he was let go by Darius. When he came there from Susa, Artaphernes, the governor of Sardis, asked him for what reason he supposed the Ionians had rebelled. Histiaeus said that he did not know and marvelled at what had happened, pretending to have no knowledge of the present troubles. But Artaphernes saw that he dissembled, and knowing the exact story of the revolt, said, "I will tell you, Histiaeus, the truth of this business. It was you who stitched the shoe, and Aristogoras who put it on." Thus spoke Artaphernes regarding the revolt. Histiaeus was frightened by Artaphernes's understanding of the matter and fled the next night to the sea, for he had deceived Darius by promising to subdue Sardo, the greatest of the islands, while secretly intending to make himself leader of the Ionians in their war against Darius. Crossing over to Chios, he was taken and bound by the Chians, because they judged him to have been sent by Darius to make trouble for them. But when they learned the whole story of his hostility to the king, they set him free. Then Histiaeus was asked by the Ionians why he had so zealously ordered Aristagoras to revolt from the king, and done the Ionians such great harm. He did not at all reveal the true reason to them, telling them instead that King Darius had planned to remove the Phoenicians and settle them in Ionia, and the Ionians in Phoenicia. For this reason, he said, he had sent the order. The king had made no such plan, but Histiaeus wanted to frighten the Ionians. Then Histiaeus, using Hermippus, a man of Artaneus, as messenger, sent letters to the Persians at Sardis, because they had previously talked with him about revolt. But Hermippus did not give the letters to the men whom he was sent, and went and delivered them to Artaphernes instead. Artaphernes, learning all that was afoot, bade Hermippus carry Histiaeus's letters to those for whom he was bringing them, and give them those which the Persians sent in answer to Histiaeus. Thus these men became known, and then Artaphernes put many Persians to death. So troubles arose in Sardis. Since he failed in his hope, the Chians brought Histiaeus back to Miletus at his own request. But the Milesians were glad enough to be rid of Aristagoras himself, and they had no wish to receive another tyrant into their country now that they had tasted freedom. When Histiaeus tried to force his way into Miletus by night, he was wounded in the thigh by a Milesian. Since he was thrust out from his own city, he went back to Chios. When he could not persuade the Chians to give him ships, he then crossed over to Miletus and persuaded the Lesbians to give him ships. They manned 8 triremes, and sailed with Histiaeus to Byzantium. There they encamped and seized all the ships that were sailing out of the Euxine, except when the crews consented to serve Histiaeus. Such were the doings of Histiaeus and the Miletiaeans. Against Miletus itself a great fleet and army were expected, for the Persian generals had joined their power together and made one army, which they led against Miletus, taking less account of their other fortresses. Of the fleet, the Phoenicians were the most eager to fight, and there came with them to the war the newly subdued Cyprians, and the Cilicians and Egyptians. These were coming to attack Miletus and the rest of Ionia. When the Ionians learned of it, they sent deputies to take counsel for them in the Panionium. When they came to that place and consulted, they resolved not to collect a land army to meet the Persians, but to leave the Milesians to defend their walls themselves, and to man their fleet to the last ship, and gather as quickly as possible at Lade to fight for Miletus at sea. This Lade is a small island lying off the coast of Miletus. The Ionians then came there with their ships manned, and with them the Aeolians who dwell in Lesbos. This was their order of battle. The Milesians themselves had the eastern wing, bringing 80 ships. Next to them were the Prinaeans with 12 ships, and the Maetians with 3. Next to the Maetians were the Teans with 17 ships. Next to these the Chians with 100. Near these in the line were the Erythraeans, bringing 8 ships, and the Phocaeans with 3. And next to these the Lesbians with 70. Last of all in the line were the Samians, holding the western wing with 60 ships. The total number of all these together was 353 triremes. These were the Ionian ships. The ships of the foreigners were 600. When these too reached the Milesian shore, and all their land power was present, the Persian generals, learning the number of the Ionian ships, feared they would be too weak to overcome the Greeks. If they did not have a mastery of the sea, they would not be able to take Miletus, and would be in danger of some evil treatment by Darius. With this in mind, they gathered the tyrants of the Ionians who had been deposed from their governments by Aristagoras of Miletus, and had fled to the Medes, and who now were with the army that was led against Miletus. They gathered as many of these men as were with them, and said to them, Men of Ionia, let each one of you now show that he has done good service to the king's house. Let each one of you try to separate your own countrymen from the rest of the allied power. Set this promise before them: they will suffer no harm for their rebellion, neither their temples nor their houses will be burnt, nor will they in any way be treated more violently than before. But if they will not do so and are set on fighting, then utter a threat that will restrain them. If they are defeated in battle, they will be enslaved. we will make eunuchs of their boys, and carry their maidens captive to Bactra, and hand over their land to others." So they spoke. The Ionian tyrants sent their messages by night, each to his own countrymen. But the Ionians to whom these messages came were stubborn and would have no part of the treachery, each thinking that the Persians made this offer to them alone. This happened immediately after the Persians arrived at Miletus. Then the Ionians who had gathered at Lad held assemblies. Among those whom I suppose to have addressed them was Dionysius, the Phocian general, who spoke thus: "Our affairs, men of Ionia, stand on the edge of a razor, whether to be free men or slaves, and runaway slaves at that. If you now consent to endure hardships, you will have toil for the present time, but it will be in your power to overcome your enemies, and gain your freedom. But if you will be weak and disorderly, I see nothing that can save you from paying the penalty to the king for your rebellion. Believe me and entrust yourself to me. I promise you that, if the gods deal fairly with us, either our enemies shall not meet us in battle, or if they do, they shall be utterly vanquished." When the Ionians heard this, they put themselves in Dionysius's hands. He then each day put out to sea with ships in column, using the rowers to pierce each other's line of ships, and arming the fighting men on board. For the rest of that day he kept the fleet at anchor; all day he made the Ionians work. For 7 days they obeyed him and did his bidding, but on the next day, untried as they were in such labor and worn out by hard work in the sun, the Ionians began to say to each other: "Against what god have we sinned that we have to fulfill this task? We have lost our minds and launched out into folly, committing ourselves into the hands of this Phocian braggart, who brings but 3 ships, and having got us he afflicts us with afflictions incurable. Many of us have fallen sick already, and many are likely to suffer the same thing. Instead of these ills it would be better for us to suffer anything and endure this coming slavery, whatever it will be, rather than be oppressed by that which is now upon us. Come, let us obey him no longer." So they spoke, and from then on no man would obey. As if they were an army, they raised tents on the island where they stayed in the shade, and they were unwilling to embark upon their ships or continue their exercises. When the generals of the Samians learned what the Ionians were doing, they recalled that message which Aetius, son of Salosan, had already sent them at the Persians' bidding, entreating them to desert the Ionian alliance. Seeing great disorder on the Ionian side, they consented to the message. Moreover, it seemed impossible to them to overcome the king's power, and they were well assured that if they overcame Darius's present fleet, another one 5 times as large would come. Therefore, as soon as they saw the Ionians refusing to be useful, they took up that for a pretext, considering it advantageous to save their own temples and houses. This Aetius, from whom they received the message, was the son of Silosan the son of Aetius, and had been tyrant of Samos until he was deposed from his rule by Aristagoras of Miletus, just like the other Ionian tyrants. Now when the Phoenician fleet came sailing against them, the Ionians put out to sea against them with their ships in column. When they drew near and met each other in battle, which of the Ionians were brave men or cowards then in that sea fight I cannot exactly say, for they all blame each other. The Samians are said, according to their agreement with Acis, to have raised their sails and gone off to Samos, leaving their post, all except 11 ships. The captains of these stood their ground and fought, disobeying their admirals. For this deed the Samian people granted that their names and patrimonies should be engraved on a pillar as brave men. This pillar now stands in their marketplace. But the Lesbians, seeing their neighbors fleeing, did the same as the Samians, and most of the Ionians did likewise. The most roughly handled of those that stood their ground in the sea fight were the Chians, since they refused to be cowards and achieved deeds of renown. They brought 100 ships to the fleet, as was mentioned above, and on each ship were 40 picked men of their citizens. Seeing themselves betrayed by the greater part of their allies, they did not think it right to act like the worst among them. With only a few allies to aid them, they fought on and bravely broke the enemy's line, until they had taken many ships, but lost most of their own. The Chians escaped to their own country with their remaining ships, but the crews of the Chian ships that were damaged and disabled were pursued and took refuge in Mycale. There the men beached and left their ships, and made their way across the mainland. But when the Chians entered the lands of Ephesus on their march, they came by night while the women were celebrating the Thesmophoria, when the Ephesians, never having heard the story of the Chians and seeing an army invading their country, were fully persuaded that these were robbers come after their women, so they mustered all their force and killed the Chians. So these men met with such a fate. As for Dionysius the Phocian, when he saw that the Ionian cause was lost, he sailed away with the 3 enemy ships that he had captured, but not to Phocaea, now that he knew well it would be enslaved with the rest of Ionia. He right away sailed straight to Phoenicia instead, sunk some merchant ships, took a lot of money, and sailed to Sicily. From this base he set himself up as a pirate, robbing Carthaginians and Tyrrhenians, but no Greeks. When the Persians had conquered the Ionians by sea, they laid siege to Miletus by sea and land, mining the walls and using every device against it, until they utterly captured it in the 6th year after the revolt of Aristogoras. They enslaved the city, and thus the calamity agreed with the oracle concerning Miletus. When the Argives inquired at Delphi about the safety of their city, a common response was given, one part regarding the Argives themselves, but there was an additional response for the Milesians. I will mention the part concerning the Argives when I come to that part of my history. This was the prophecy given to the Milesians in their absence. Then, Miletus, contriver of evil deeds, for many you will become a banquet in glorious gifts, your wives will wash the feet of many long-haired men, other ministers will tend my Didymon's shrine. All this now came upon the Milesians, since most of their men were slain by the Persians, who wore long hair, and their women and children were accounted as slaves, and the temple at Didyma with its shrine and its place of divination was plundered and burnt. Of the wealth that was in this temple I have often spoken elsewhere in my history. After that, the captive Milesians were brought to Susa. King Darius did them no further harm, settling them by the sea called Red, in the city of Ampe, by which the river Tigris flows as it issues into the sea. Of the Milesian land the Persians themselves held what was nearest to the city, and the plain, giving the hill country into the possession of Carians from Pedasa. Now when the Milesians suffered all this at the hands of the Persians, the Sybarites, who had lost their city and dwelt in Laus and Skidrus, did not give them equal return for what they had done. When Sybaris was taken by the Crotoniates, the people of Miletus, young and old, shaved their heads and made great public lamentation. No cities which we know were ever so closely joined in friendship as these. The Athenians acted very differently. The Athenians made clear their deep grief for the taking of Miletus in many ways, but especially in this. When Phrynichus wrote a play entitled The Fall of Miletus and produced it, the whole theatre fell to weeping. They fined Phrynichus 1,000 drachmas for bringing to mind a calamity that affected them so personally, and forbade the performance of the play forever. Miletus was then left empty of Milesians. The men of property among the Samians were displeased by the dealings of their generals with the Medes, so after the sea fight they took counsel immediately and resolved that before Asus the tyrant came to their country they would sail to a colony, rather than remain and be slaves of the Medes and Achis. The people of Zanakli in Sicily about this time sent messengers to Ionia inviting the Ionians to the fair coast, desiring there to found an Ionian city. This fair coast, as it is called, is in Sicily, in that part which looks toward Tyrrhenia. At this invitation the Samians alone of the Ionians, with those Milesians who had escaped, set forth. In their journey a thing happened to them such as I will show. As they voyaged to Sicily, the Samians came to the country of the Ephesopherian Locrians at a time when the people of Zancli and their king, whose name was Sithes, were besieging a Sicilian town, desiring to take it. Learning this, Anixilis the tyrant of Rhegium, being then in a feud with the Zanaclians, joined forces with the Samians and persuaded them to leave off their voyage to the fair coast and seize Zancli while it was deserted by its men. The Samians consented and seized Zancli. When they learned that their city was taken, the Zanclians came to deliver it, calling to their aid Hippocrates the tyrant of Gela, who was their ally. But Hippocrates, when he came bringing his army to aid them, put Sithes, the monarch of Zancli, and his brother Pythogenes in chains for losing the city, and sent them away to the city of Inix. He betrayed the rest of the Zanaclians to the Samians, with whom he had made an agreement and exchanged oaths. The price which the Samians agreed to give him was that Hippocrates should take for his share half of the movable goods and slaves in the city, and all that was in the country. Most of the Zanclians were kept in chains as slaves by Hippocrates himself. He gave 300 chief men to the Samians to be put to death, but the Samians did not do so. Sithes, the monarch of Zancli, escaped from Inix to Himera, and from there he came to Asia and went up country to King Darius. Darius considered him the most honest man of all who had come up to him from Hellas, for he returned by the king's permission to Sicily, and from Sicily back again to Darius, until in an old age he ended his life in Persia in great wealth. Without trouble the Samians planted themselves in that most excellent city of Zancle, after they had escaped from the Medes. After the fight at sea for Miletus, the Phoenicians at the Persians' bidding brought Achus, son of Saloson, back to Samos, for the high worth of his service to them and for his great achievements. Because of the desertion of their ships in the sea fight, the Samians were the only rebel people whose city and temples were not burnt. After Miletus was captured, the Persians at once gained possession of Caria. Some of the towns submitted voluntarily, others were brought over by force. All this happened so. Histiaeus the Milesian was at Byzantium, seizing the Ionian merchant ships as they sailed out of the Euxine, when he had news of the business of Miletus. Leaving all matters concerning the Hellespont in charge of Bisaltes of Abydos, son of Apollophanes, he himself sailed with the Lesbians to Chios, and when the Chian guarded ships would not receive him, fought in the hollows of Chios, as they are called. Many of their crews he killed; the rest of the people of the country, since they were crippled by the sea fight, were mastered by Histiaeus with his Lesbians, setting out from Polycne in Chios. It is common for some sign to be given when great ills threaten cities or nations, for before all this plain signs had been sent to the Chians. Of a band of 100 youths whom they had sent to Delphi only 2 returned, 98 being caught and carried off by pestilence. Moreover, at about this same time, a little before the sea fight, the roof fell in on boys learning their letters; of 120 of them, 1 alone escaped. These signs a god showed to them. Then the sea fight broke upon them and beat the city to its knees. On top of the sea fight came Histiaeus and the Lesbians. Since the Chians were in such a bad state, he easily subdued them. End of Volume 2, Part 14. Volume 2, Part 15 of Herodotus Histories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Histories, Volume 2, by Herodotus of Halicarnassus, translated by E.D. Godley. Volume 2, Part 15. Then Histiaeus brought a great force of Ionians and Aeolians against Thessos. While he was besieging Thessos, a message came that the Phoenicians were putting out to sea from Miletus to attack the rest of Ionia. When he learned this, he left Thessos unsacked, and hastened instead with all his army to Lesbos. From there, since his army suffered from hunger, he crossed over to reap from Artenius the corn there and the Mysian corn of the Caicus plain. Now it chanced that in the region was Harpagus, a Persian, with no small force under him. When Histiaeus landed, Harpagus met him in battle, and took Histiaeus himself alive and killed most of his army. Histiaeus was taken prisoner in this way. The Greeks fought with the Persians at Melyne in the country of Artenius. The armies fought for a long time, until the Persian cavalry charged and fell upon the Greeks. So this was the accomplishment of the cavalry. When the Greeks were routed, Histiaeus, supposing that the king would not put him to death for his present transgression, did what showed he loved his life too well. He was overtaken in his flight by a Persian, and when he was caught and about to be stabbed, he cried out in the Persian language and revealed himself to be Histiaeus the Milesian. Now if he had been taken prisoner and brought to King Darius, he would have suffered no harm, to my thinking, and the king would have forgiven his guilt. But as it was, when Histiaeus was brought to Sardis, both because of what he had done, and for fear that he might escape and again win power at the court, Artaphernes, governor of Sardis, and Harpagus, who had captured him, impaled his body on the spot, and sent his head embalmed to King Darius at Susa. When Darius learned of this, he blamed those who had done it, because they had not brought Histiaeus before him alive, and he commanded that the head should be washed and buried with due ceremony, as of a man who had done great good to Darius himself and to Persia. Thus it fared with Histiaeus. The Persian fleet wintered at Miletus, and putting out to sea in the next year, easily subdued the islands that lie off the mainland, Chios and Lesbos and Tenedos. Whenever they took an island, the foreigners would net the people. This is the matter of their doing it. The men link hands and make a line reaching from the northern sea to the southern, and then advance over the whole island, hunting the people down. They also captured the Ionian cities of the mainland in the same way, but not by netting the people, for that was not possible. Then the Persian generals were not false to the threats they had made against the Ionians when they were encamped opposite them. When they had gained mastery over the cities, they chose out the most handsome boys and castrated them, making them eunuchs instead of men, and they carried the fairest maidens away to the king. They did all this, and they burnt the cities with their temples. Thus 3 times had the Ionians been enslaved, first by the Lydians, and now twice in a row by the Persians. Then the fleet departed from Ionia and captured everything which lies to the left of one sailing up the Hellespont. The right side had been subdued by the Persians themselves from the mainland. These are the regions of Europe that belong to the Hellespont: the Chersonese, in which there are many cities, Perinthus, and the forts that lie towards Thrace, and Selembria in Byzantium. The Byzantines and the Chalcedonians beyond them did not even wait for the attacks of the Phoenicians, but left their land and fled away into the Euxine, and there settled in the city of Mesembria. The Phoenicians burnt the aforementioned places and turned against Proconnesus and Artes. After giving these also to the flames, they sailed back to the Chersonese to finish off the remaining cities, as many they had not destroyed at their former landing. But they did not sail against Cyzicus at all. The Cyzicenes had already made themselves the king's subjects before the Phoenician expedition, by an agreement with the governor at Dascalium, Oberus, son of Megabazus. The Phoenicians subdued all the cities in the Chersonese except Cardia. Miltiades, son of Cimon, son of Stesagoras, was tyrant there. Miltiades, son of Scipillus, had gained the rule earlier in the following manner. The Thracian Delancey held possession of this Chersonese. They were crushed in war by the Absinthians, so they sent their kings to Delphi to inquire about the war. The Pythia answered that they should bring to their land as founder the first man who offered them hospitality after they left the sacred precinct. But as the Delancey passed through Phocis and Boeotia, going along the sacred way, no one invited them, so they turned towards Athens. At that time in Athens Pisistratus held all power, but Miltiades, son of Cypselus, also had great influence. His household was rich enough to maintain a 4-horse chariot, and he traced his earliest descent to Aecus and Aegina, though his later ancestry was Athenian. Phyleus, son of Ajax, was the first of that house to be an Athenian. Miltiades was sitting on his porch when he saw the Delancey go by with their foreign clothing and spears, so he called out to them, and when they came over he invited them in for lodging and hospitality. They accepted, and after he entertained them, they revealed the whole story of the oracle to him, and asked him to obey the god. He was persuaded as soon as he heard their speech, for he was tired of Pisistratus's rule, and wanted to be away from it. He immediately set out for Delphi to ask the oracle if he should do what the Delancey asked of him. The Pythia also bade him do so. Then Miltiades, son of Cypselus, previously an Olympic victor in the 4-horse chariot, recruited any Athenian who wanted to take part in the expedition, sailed off with the Delancey, and took possession of their land. Those who brought him appointed him tyrant. His first act was to wall off the isthmus of the Chersonese from the city of Cardia across to Pacte, so that the Abyssinians would not be able to harm them by invading their land. The isthmus is 36 stadia across, and to the south of the isthmus the Chersonese is 420 stadia in length. After Miltiades had pushed away the Abyssinians by walling off the neck of the Chersonese, he made war first on the people of Lampsacus, but the Lampsacines laid an ambush and took him prisoner. However, Miltiades stood high in the opinion of Croesus the Lydian, and when Croesus heard what had happened, he sent to the Lampsacines and commanded them to release Miltiades. If they did not do so, he threatened to cut them down like a pine tree. The Lampsacines went astray in their counsels as to what the utterance meant which Croesus had threatened them with, saying he would devastate them like a pine tree, until at last one of the elders understood, and said what it was. The pine is the only tree that once cut down never sends out any shoots, it is utterly destroyed. So out of fear of Croesus, the Lampsacines released Miltiades and let him go. So he escaped by the intervention of Croesus, but he later died childless and left his rule and possessions to Stesagoras, the son of his half-brother Simon. Since his death, the people of the Chersonese offer sacrifices to him as their founder in the customary manner, instituting a contest of horse races and gymnastics. No one from Lampsacus is allowed to compete. But in the war against the Lampsacines, Stesagoras too met his end and died childless. he was struck on the head with an axe in the town hall by a man who pretended to be a deserter, but in truth was an enemy and a man of violence. Stesagoras met his end in this way. The sons of Pisistratus sent Miltiades, son of Simon and brother of the dead Stesagoras, in a trireme to the Chersonese to take control of the country. They had already treated him well at Athens, feigning that they had not been accessory to the death of Simon his father, which I will relate in another place. Reaching the Chersonese, Miltiades kept himself within his house, professing thus to honor the memory of his brother Stesagoras. When the people of the Chersonese learned this, their ruling men gathered together from the cities on all sides, and came together in a group to show fellow feeling with his mourning. But he put them in bonds. So Miltiades made himself master of the Chersonese. There he maintained a guard of 500 men, and married Hegesippyle, the daughter of Olorus, king of Thrace. But not long after this Miltiades, son of Simon, had come to the Chersonese, greater difficulties than the present afflictions overtook him. He had been driven from the country 3 years before this by the Scythians. The nomadic Scythians, provoked by Darius, gathered themselves together and rode as far as the Chersonese. Miltiades did not await their attack and fled from the Chersonese till the Scythians departed and the Delaunci brought him back again. All this happened 3 years before the matters that now engaged him. But now, learning that the Phoenicians were in Tenedos, he sailed away to Athens with 5 triremes loaded with the possessions that he had near by. He set out from Cardia and crossed the Black Bay, and as he was sailing along the Chersonese, the Phoenicians fell upon him with their ships. Miltiades himself escaped with 4 of his ships to Imbros, but the 5th was pursued and overtaken by the Phoenicians. It happened that the captain of this ship was Metiochus, the eldest son of Miltiades by another wife, not the daughter of Orelus the Thracian. The Phoenicians took this man captive with his ship, and when they heard that he was Miltiades' son, they brought him up to the king, thinking that this would be a very favorable service, because Miltiades had declared his opinion among the Ionians that they should obey the Scythians in their demand to break the bridge of boats and sail away to their homes. But when the Phoenicians brought Miltiades' son Metiochus before him, Darius did him no harm, but much good, giving him a house and possessions and a Persian wife, who bore him children who were reckoned as Persians. Miltiades made his way from Imbros to Athens. In this year the Persians caused no further trouble for the Ionians, and at this same time certain things happened which greatly benefited the Ionians. Artaphernes, governor of Sardis, summoned ambassadors from the cities and compelled the Ionians to make agreements among themselves that they would abide by the law and not rob and plunder each other. He compelled them to do this, and he measured their lands by parasangs, which is the Persian name for a distance of 30 stadia, and he ordered that each people should according to this measurement pay a tribute, which has remained fixed as asserted by Artaphernes ever since that time up to this day. The sum appointed was about the same as that which they had rendered before. This then kept them peaceable. But at the beginning of spring, the other generals were deposed by the king from their offices, and Mardonius, son of Gobryas, a man young in years and recently married to Darius's daughter Artazostra, came down to the coast at the head of a very great army and fleet. When Mardonius reached Cilicia at the head of his army, he himself embarked on shipboard and sailed with the rest of his ships, while other captains led the land army to the Hellespont. When Mardonius arrived in Ionia, in his voyage along the coast of Asia, he did a thing which I here set down for the wonder of those Greeks who will not believe Otanes to have declared his opinion among the 7 that democracy was best for Persia. Mardonius deposed all the Ionian tyrants and set up democracies in their cities. He did this and hurried to the Hellespont. When a great multitude of ships and a great army were assembled, the Persians crossed the Hellespont on their shipboard and marched through Europe, with Eretria and Athens as their goal. This was the stated end of their expedition, but they intended to subdue as many of the Greek cities as they could. Their fleet subdued the Thracians, who did not so much as lift up their hands against it. Their land army added the Macedonians to the slaves that they had already, for the nations nearer to them than Macedonia had been made subject to the Persians before this. Crossing over from Thrasos, they travelled near the land as far as Acanthus, and putting out from there they tried to round Athos. But a great and irresistible north wind fell upon them as they sailed past, and dealt very roughly with them, driving many of their ships upon Athos. It is said that about 300 ships were lost, and more than 20,000 men. Since the coasts of Athos abound in wild beasts, some men were carried off by beasts and so perished; others were dashed against the rocks; those who could not swim perished because of that, and still others by the cold. Thus it fared with the fleet; for as Mardonius and his land army, while they were encamped in Macedonia, the Brigi of Thrace attacked them by night and killed many of them, wounding Mardonius himself. But not even these could escape being enslaved by the Persians; Mardonius did not depart from those lands before he had subjugated them. After conquering them, he led his army away homewards, since the Brigi had dealt a heavy blow to his army, and Athos an even heavier blow to his fleet. This expedition, after an inglorious adventure, returned back to Asia. In the next year after this, Darius first sent a message bidding the Thracians, who were falsely reported by their neighbors to be planning rebellion, to destroy their walls and bring their ships to Abdera. Since they had been besieged by Histiaeus of Miletus and had great revenues, the Thracians had used their wealth to build ships of war and surround themselves with stronger walls. Their revenue came from the mainland and from the mines. About 80 talents on average came in from the gold mines of the dug forest, and less from the mines of Thessos itself, yet so much that the Thasians, paying no tax on their crops, drew a yearly revenue from the mainland and the mines of 200 talents on average, and 300 when the revenue was greatest. I myself have seen these mines; by far the most marvellous were those that were founded by the Phoenicians who with Thessos colonized this land, which is now called after that Phoenician Thessos. These Phoenician mines are between the place called Enira and Conira in Thessos, opposite Samothrace; they are in a great hill that has been dug up in the searching. So much for that. The Thasians at the king's command destroyed their walls and brought all their ships to Abdera. Then Darius attempted to learn whether the Greeks intended to wage war against him or to surrender themselves. He sent heralds this way and that through Hellas, bidding them demand a gift of earth and water for the king. He dispatched some to Hellas, and sent others to his own tributary cities of the coast, commanding that ships of war and transports for horses be built. So the cities set about these preparations. The heralds who went to Hellas received what the king's proclamation demanded from many of those dwelling on the mainland and from all the islanders to whom they came with the demand. Among the islanders who gave earth and water to Darius were the Aeginetans. The Athenians immediately came down upon them for doing this, for they supposed the Aeginetans to have given the gift out of enmity for Athens, so they might join with the Persians in attacking the Athenians. Gladly laying hold of this pretext, they went to Sparta and there accused the Aeginetans of acting to betray Hellas. Regarding this accusation, Cleomenes, son of Anaxandrides, king of Sparta, crossed over to Aegina, intending to arrest the most culpable of its people. But when he attempted to make the arrests, the Aeginetans opposed him, especially Cryas, son of Polycritus, who told him he would not take away any Aeginetan with impunity, for he had no authority from the Spartans for what he was doing. Instead, he had been bribed by the Athenians; otherwise he would have come to make the arrests with the other king. He said this because of a letter from Demaratus. Driven from Aegina, Cleomenes asked Cryas his name, and when Cryas told him what it was, Cleomenes said to him, "Now is the time to put bronze on your horns, Mr. Ram, for great calamity will confront you." All this time Demaratus, son of Ariston, remained at Sparta and spread evil reports of Cleomenes. This Demaratus was also king of Sparta, but of the inferior house, not indeed inferior in any other regard, for they have a common ancestor, but the house of Eurysthenes has in some sort the greater honor by right of primogeniture. The Lacedaemonians say, but no poet agrees, that it was Aristodemus, son of Aristochmus, son of Cleodas, son of Hyllus, not his sons, who led them to the land which they now possess. After no long time Aristodemus's wife, whose name was Argia, bore him offspring, of Autusion, son of Tisamenes, son of Thersander, son of Polynices. She bore him twins. Aristodemus lived to see his children, then died of a sickness. The Lacedaemonians of that day planned to follow their custom and make the eldest of the children king. But the children were identical in all respects, so the Lacedaemonians did not know which to choose; when they could not judge between them, or perhaps even before this, they asked his mother. She said she knew no better than the Lacedaemonians which was the elder; she knew perfectly well, but she said this because she desired that by some means both might be made kings. The Lacedaemonians were at a loss, so they sent to Delphi to inquire how they should deal with the matter. The priestess bade them make both children kings, but give greater honor to the elder. When the priestess gave this response, the Lacedaemonians knew no better than before how to discover the elder child, and a man of Messenia, whose name was Penates, gave them advice. He advised them to watch the mother and see which of the children she washed and fed before the other. If she was seen to do this always in the same order, they would then have all that they sought and desired to discover; but if she changed her practice haphazardly, then it would be manifest to the Lacedaemonians that she knew no more than they did, and they must have recourse to some other means. Then the Spartans did as the Messenian advised. As they watched the mother of Aristodemus's children, they found her always preferring the elder when she fed and washed them, since she did not know why she was being watched. So they took the child that was preferred by its mother and brought it up at public expense as the firstborn, and they called it Eurysthenes, and the other Procles. They say that when these two brothers grew to manhood, they feuded with each other as long as they lived, and their descendants continued to do likewise. End of Volume 2, Part 15.
Volume 2, Part 16 of Herodotus Histories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Redman. Histories, Volume 2, by Herodotus of Halicarnassus, translated by A.D. Godley, Volume 2, Part 16. The Lacedaemonians are the only Greeks who tell this story, but in what I write I follow the Greek report, and hold that the Greeks correctly recount these kings of the Dorians as far back as Perseus, son of Danae, they make no mention of the god, and prove these kings to be Greek, for by that time they had come to be classified as Greeks. I said as far back as Perseus, and I took the matter no further than that, because no one is named as the mortal father of Perseus, as Amphitryon is named father of Heracles. So I used correct reasoning when I said that the Greek record is correct as far back as Perseus. Farther back than that, if the king's ancestors in each generation, from Danae, daughter of Acrisius upward, be reckoned, then the leaders of the Dorians will be shown to be true-born Egyptians. Thus have I traced their lineage according to the Greek story. But the Persian tale is that Perseus himself was an Assyrian and became a Greek, which his forebears had not been. The Persians say that the ancestors of Acrisius had no bond of kinship with Perseus, and they indeed were, as the Greeks say, Egyptians. Enough of these matters. Why and for what achievements these men, being Egyptian, won the kingship of the Dorians has been told by others, so I will let it go, and will make mention of matters which others have not touched. These privileges the Spartans have given to their kings. 2 priesthoods, of Zeus called Lacedaemon, and of Zeus of heaven. They wage war against whatever land they wish, and no Spartan can hinder them in this on peril of being put under a curse. When the armies go forth, the kings go out first, and return last. 100 chosen men guard them in their campaigns. They sacrifice as many sheep and goats as they wish at the start of their expeditions, and take the hides and backs of all sacrificed beasts. Such are their rights in war. In peace the powers given them are as follows. At all public sacrifices the kings first sit down to the banquet, and are first served, each of them receiving a portion double of what is given to the rest of the company. They make the first libations, and the hides of the sacrificed beasts are theirs. At each new moon, and each 7th day of the first part of the month, a full-grown victim for Apollo's temple, a bushel of barley meal, and a Laconian quart of wine are given to each from the public store, and chief seats are set apart for them at the games. It is their right to appoint whatever citizens they wish to be protectors of foreigners, and they each choose 2 Pythians. The Pythians are the ambassadors to Delphi, and eat with the kings at the public expense. If the kings do not come to the public dinner, 2 chenixes of barley meal and half a pint of wine are sent to their houses. But when they come, they receive a double share of everything, and the same honour shall be theirs when they are invited by private citizens to dinner. They keep all oracles that are given, though the Pythians also know them. The kings alone judge cases concerning the rightful possessor of an unwedded heiress, if her father has not betrothed her, and cases concerning public roads. If a man desires to adopt a son, it is done in the presence of the kings. They sit with the 28 elders in council. If they do not come, the elders most closely related to them hold the king's privilege, giving 2 votes over and above the 3rd, which is their own. The kings are granted these rights from the Spartan commonwealth while they live. When they die, their rights are as follows. Horsemen proclaim their death in all parts of Laconia, and in the city women go about beating on cauldrons. When this happens, 2 free persons from each house, a man and a woman, are required to wear mourning, or incur heavy penalties if they fail to do so. The Lacedaemonians have the same custom at the deaths of their kings as the foreigners in Asia. Most foreigners use the same custom at their kings' deaths. When a king of the Lacedaemonians dies, a fixed number of their subject neighbours must come to the funeral from all Lacedaemon, besides the Spartans. When these and the Helots and the Spartans themselves have assembled in one place to the number of many thousands, together with the women, they zealously beat their foreheads and make long and loud lamentation, calling that king that is most recently dead the best of all their kings. Whenever a king dies in war, they make an image of him, and carry it out on a well-spread bier. For 10 days after the burial there are no assemblies or elections, and they mourn during these days. The Lacedaemonians also resemble the Persians in this: when one king is dead and another takes his office, this successor releases from debt any Spartan who owes a debt to the king or to the commonwealth. Among the Persians, the king at the beginning of his reign forgives all cities their arrears of tribute. The Lacedaemonians resemble the Egyptians in that their heralds and flute players and cooks inherit the craft from their fathers, a flute player's son being a flute player, and a cook's son a cook, and a herald's son a herald. No others usurp their places, making themselves heralds by loudness of voice. They ply their craft by right of birth. Such is the way of these matters. While Cleomenes was in Aegina working for the common good of Hellas, Demaratus slandered him, not out of care for the Aeginetans, but out of jealousy and envy. Once Cleomenes returned home from Aegina, he planned to remove Demaratus from his kingship, using the following affair as a pretext against him. Ariston, king of Sparta, had married twice, but had no children. He did not admit that he himself was responsible, so he married a 3rd time. This is how it came about. he had among the Spartans a friend to whom he was especially attached. This man's wife was by far the most beautiful woman in Sparta, but she who was now most beautiful had once been the ugliest. Her nurse considered her inferior looks, and how she was of wealthy people, yet unattractive, and, seeing how the parents felt her appearance to be a great misfortune, she contrived to carry the child every day to the sacred precinct of Helen, which is in the place called Therapne, beyond the sacred precinct of Phoebus. Every time the nurse carried the child there, she set her beside the image, and beseeched the goddess to release the child from her ugliness. Once, as she was leaving the sacred precinct, it is said that a woman appeared to her and asked her what she was carrying in her arms. The nurse said she was carrying a child, and the woman bade her show it to her, but she refused, saying that the parents had forbidden her to show it to anyone. But the woman strongly bade her show it to her, and when the nurse saw how important it was to her, she showed her the child. The woman stroked the child's head, and said that she would be the most beautiful woman in all Sparta. From that day her looks changed, and when she reached the time for marriage, Aegetus, son of Alcidas, married her. This man was Ariston's friend. So love for this woman pricked Ariston, and he contrived as follows. He promised to give to his comrade any one thing out of all he owned, whatever Aegetus might choose, and he bade his comrade make him the same promise. Aegetus had no fear about his wife, seeing that Ariston was already married, so he agreed, and they took oaths on these terms. Ariston gave Aegetus whatever it was that he chose out of all his treasures, and then, seeking equal recompense from him, tried to take the wife of his comrade. Aegetus said that he had agreed to anything but that, but he was forced by his oath, and by the deceitful trick, to let his wife be taken. In this way Ariston married his third wife after divorcing the second one. But his new wife gave birth to Demaratus too soon, before 10 lunar months had passed. When one of his servants announced to him as he sat in council with the Ephors that he had a son, Ariston, knowing the time of the marriage, counted up the months on his fingers, and swore on oath, "It's not mine." The Ephors heard this, but did not make anything of it. When the boy grew up, Ariston regretted having said that, for he firmly believed Demaratus to be his own son. He named him Demaratus because before his birth all the Spartan populace had prayed that Ariston, the man most highly esteemed out of all the kings of Sparta, might have a son. Thus he was named Demaratus, which means answer to the people's prayer. Time passed, and Ariston died, so Demaratus held the kingship. But it seems that these matters had to become known, and caused Demaratus to lose his kingship. He had already fallen out with Cleomenes when he had brought the army back from Eleusis, and now they were even more at odds when Cleomenes crossed over after the Aeginetans, who were Medizing. Cleomenes wanted revenge, so he made a deal with Leotychides, son of Menares, son of Agis, of the same family as Demaratus. The deal was that Leotychides would go with Cleomenes against the Aeginetans if he became king. Leotychides had already become strongly hostile to Demaratus for the following reason. Leotychides was betrothed to Percolus, daughter of Demamenus, but Demaratus plotted and robbed him of his marriage, stealing Percolus and marrying her first. From this affair Leotychides was hostile toward Demaratus, so at Cleomenes' instigation he took an oath against him, saying that he was not king of the Spartans by right, since he was not Ariston's son. After making this oath, he prosecuted him, recalling that utterance which Ariston had made when the servant told him he had a son, and he counted up the months, and swore that it was not his. Taking his stand on this remark, Leotychides declared that Demaratus was not Ariston's son, and that he was not rightly king of Sparta, bringing as witnesses the ephors who had been sitting beside Ariston and heard him say this. Disputes arose over it, so the Spartans resolved to ask the oracle at Delphi if Demaratus was the son of Ariston. At Cleomenes' instigation this was revealed to the Pythia. He had won over a man of great influence among the Delphians, Cobon, son of Aristophantus, and Cobon persuaded the priestess Perialus to say what Cleomenes wanted her to. When the ambassadors asked if Demaratus was the son of Ariston, the Pythia gave judgment that he was not. All this came to light later. Cobon was exiled from Delphi, and Perialus was deposed from her position. So it was concerning Demaratus' loss of the kingship, and from Sparta he went into exile among the Medes because of the following reproach. After he was deposed from the kingship, he was elected to office. When it was the time of the Gymnopaedia, Leotychides, now king in his place, saw him in the audience, and, as a joke and an insult, sent a messenger to him to ask what it was like to hold office after being king. He was grieved by the question, and said that he had experience of both, while Leotychides did not, and that this question would be the beginning for Sparta of either immense evil or immense good fortune. He said this, covered his head, left the theatre, and went home, where he immediately made preparations and sacrificed an ox to Zeus. Then he summoned his mother. When she came in, he put some of the entrails in her hands, and entreated her, saying, "Mother, appealing to Zeus of the household, and to all the other gods, I beseech you to tell me the truth. Who is my father? Tell me truly. Leotychides said in the disputes that you were already pregnant by your former husband when you came to Ariston. Others say more foolishly that you approached to one of the servants, the ass-keeper, and that I am his son. I adjure you by the gods to speak what is true. If you have done anything of what they say, you are not the only one. You are in company with many women. There is much talk at Sparta that Ariston did not have childbearing seed in him, or his former wives would have given him children." Thus he spoke. His mother answered, "My son, since you adjure me by entreaties to speak the truth, I will speak out to you all that is true. On the third night after Ariston brought me to his house, a phantom resembling him came to me. It came and lay with me, and then put on me the garlands which it had. It went away, and when Ariston came in later and saw me with the garlands, he asked who gave them to me. I said he did, but he denied it. I swore an oath that just a little while before he had come in and lain with me and given me the garlands, and I said it was not good of him to deny it. When he saw me swearing, he perceived that this was some divine affair, for the garlands had clearly come from the hero's precinct which is established at the courtyard doors, which they call the precinct of Astrabacus. And the seers responded that this was the same hero who had come to me. Thus, my son, you have all you want to know. Either you are from this hero, and Astrabacus the hero is your father, or Ariston, for I conceived you that night. As for how your enemies chiefly attack you, saying that Ariston himself, when your birth was announced, denied in front of a large audience that you were his, because the 10 months had not yet been completed, he spoke an idle word, out of ignorance of such things. Some women give birth after 9 months or 7 months. Not all complete the 10 months. I gave birth to you, my son, after 7 months. A little later, Ariston himself recognized that he had blurted out that speech because of foolishness. Do not believe other stories about your manner of birth. You have heard the whole truth. May the wife of Leotychides himself, and the wives of the others who say these things, give birth to children fathered by ass-keepers. Thus his mother spoke. After learning what he desired, Demaratus took provisions and travelled to Elis, pretending that he was going to Delphi to inquire of the oracle. But the Lacedaemonians suspected that he planned to escape, and went in pursuit. Demaratus somehow went across to Zacynthus from Elis before them. The Lacedaemonians crossed over after him, and laid hands on him, carrying off his servants. But the Zacynthиans refused to give him up, and later he crossed from there to Asia, and went to King Darius, who received him in grand style, and gave him lands and cities. So Demaratus reached Asia through such chances, a man who had gained much renown in Lacedaemon by his many achievements and his wisdom, and by conferring on the state the victory in a chariot race he had won at Olympia. He was the only king of Sparta who did this. Leotychides, son of Menares, succeeded to the kingship after Demaratus was deposed. A son was born to him, Zeuxidemus, called by some of the Spartans Ciniscus. This Zeuxidemus never became king of Sparta, for he died before Leotychides, leaving his son Archidamus. After the loss of Zeuxidemus, Leotychides married a second wife, Eurydae, sister of Menneus, and daughter of Diactorides. By her he had no male offspring, but a daughter, Lampito, to whom Archidamus, son of Zeuxidemus, was married by Leotychides. But Leotychides also did not come to old age in Sparta. He was punished for his dealings with Demaratus, as I will show. He led a Lacedaemonian army to Thessaly, and when he could have subdued all the country, he took a great bribe. After being caught in the act of hoarding a sleeve full of silver there in the camp, he was brought before a court, and banished from Sparta, and his house was destroyed. He went into exile at Tegea, and died in that country. This happened long afterwards. When Cleomenes' dealings with Demaratus came off successfully, he immediately took Leotychides with him, and went to punish the Aeginetans, with whom he was terribly angry because of their insulting behaviour. When the Aeginetans saw that both kings had come after them, they now deemed it best to offer no further resistance. The kings chose 10 men of Aegina, who were most honoured for wealth and lineage, among them Crius, son of Polycritus, and Cassambus, son of Aristocrates, the 2 most powerful men in Aegina. They carried them to Attica, and gave them into the keeping of the Athenians, the bitterest foes of the Aeginetans. Later, Cleomenes' treacherous plot against Demaratus became known. He was seized with fear of the Spartans, and secretly fled to Thessaly. From there he came to Arcadia, and stirred up disorder, uniting the Arcadians against Sparta. Among his methods of binding them by oath to follow him wherever he led was his zeal to bring the chief men of Arcadia to the city of Nonacris, and make them swear by the water of the Styx. Near this city is said to be the Arcadian water of the Styx, and this is its nature. It is a stream of small appearance, dropping from a cliff into a pool. A wall of stones runs round the pool. Nonacris, where this spring rises, is a city of Arcadia near Pheneus. When the Lacedaemonians learned that Cleomenes was doing this, they took fright and brought him back to Sparta to rule on the same terms as before. Cleomenes had already been not entirely in his right mind, and on his return from exile a mad sickness fell upon him. Any Spartan that he happened to meet he would hit in the face with his staff. For doing this, and because he was out of his mind, his relatives bound him in the stocks. When he was in the stocks, and saw that his guard was left alone, he demanded a dagger. The guard at first refused to give it, but Cleomenes threatened what he would do to him when he was freed, until the guard, who was a helot, was frightened by the threats, and gave him the dagger. Cleomenes took the weapon, and set about slashing himself from his shins upwards. From the shin to the thigh he cut his flesh lengthways, then from the thigh to the hip and the sides, until he reached the belly, and cut it into strips. Thus he died, as most of the Greeks say, because he persuaded the Pythian priestess to tell the tale of Demaratus. The Athenians alone say it was because he invaded Eleusis and laid waste the precinct of the gods. The Argives say it was because when Argives had taken refuge after the battle in their temple of Argus, he brought them out and cut them down, then paid no heed to the sacred grove, and set it on fire. As Cleomenes was seeking divination at Delphi, the oracle responded that he would take Argos. When he came with Spartans to the river Erysinus, which is said to flow from the Stymphalian lake, this lake issues into a cleft out of sight and reappears at Argos, and from that place onwards the stream is called by the Argives Erysinus. When Cleomenes came to this river, he offered sacrifices to it. The omens were in no way favourable for his crossing, so he said that he honoured the Erysinus for not betraying its countrymen. But even so the Argives would not go unscathed. Then he withdrew, and led his army seaward to Thyrea, where he sacrificed a bull to the sea, and carried his men on shipboard to the region of Tiryns and to Nauplia. The Argives heard of this, and came to the coast to do battle with him. When they had come near Tiryns, and were at the place called Hesipia, they encamped opposite the Lacedaemonians, leaving only a little space between the armies. There the Argives had no fear of fair fighting, but rather of being captured by a trick. This was the affair referred to by that oracle which the Pythian priestess gave to the Argives and Milesians in common, which ran thus: When the female defeats the male, and drives him away, winning glory in Argos, she will make many Argive women tear their cheeks. As some day one of men to come will say, the dread thrice-coiled serpent died tamed by the spear. All these things coming together spread fear among the Argives. Therefore they resolved to defend themselves by making use of the enemy's herald, and they performed their resolve in this way. Whenever the Spartan herald signalled anything to the Lacedaemonians, the Argives did the same thing. When Cleomenes saw that the Argives did whatever was signalled by his herald, he commanded that when the herald cried the signal for breakfast, they should then put on their armour and attack the Argives. The Lacedaemonians performed this command, and when they assaulted the Argives, they caught them at breakfast in obedience to the herald's signal. They killed many of them, and far more fled for refuge into the grove of Argus, which the Lacedaemonians encamped around and guarded. Then Cleomenes' plan was this. He had with him some deserters, from whom he learned the names. Then he sent a herald calling by name the Argives that were shut up in the sacred precinct, and inviting them to come out, saying that he had their ransom. Among the Peloponnesians there is a fixed ransom of 2 minae to be paid for every prisoner. So Cleomenes invited about 50 Argives to come out one after another, and murdered them. Somehow the rest of the men in the temple precinct did not know this was happening, for the grove was thick, and those inside could not see how those outside were faring, until one of them climbed a tree and saw what was being done. Thereafter they would not come out at the herald's call. Then Cleomenes bade all the helots pile wood about the grove. They obeyed, and he burnt the grove. When the fire was now burning, he asked of one of the deserters to what god the grove belonged. The man said it was of Argos. When he heard that, he groaned aloud, "Apollo, god of oracles, you have gravely deceived me by saying that I would take Argos. This, I guess, is the fulfillment of that prophecy." Then Cleomenes sent most of his army back to Sparta, while he himself took 1,000 of the best warriors and went to the temple of Hera to sacrifice. When he wished to sacrifice at the altar, the priest forbade him, saying that it was not holy for a stranger to sacrifice there. Cleomenes ordered the helots to carry the priest away from the altar and whip him, and he performed the sacrifice. After doing this, he returned to Sparta. But after his return, his enemies brought him before the ephors, saying that he had been bribed not to take Argos, when he might have easily taken it. Cleomenes alleged, whether falsely or truly I cannot rightly say, but this he alleged in his speech, that he had supposed the god's oracle to be fulfilled by his taking of the temple of Argus. Therefore he had thought it best not to make any attempt on the city before he had learned from the sacrifices whether the god would deliver it to him or withstand him. When he was taking omens in Hera's temple, a flame of fire had shone forth from the breast of the image, and so he learned the truth of the matter, that he would not take Argos. If the flame had come out of the head of the image, he would have taken the city from head to foot utterly, but its coming from the breast signified that he had done as much as the god willed to happen. This plea of his seemed to the Spartans to be credible and reasonable, and he far outdistanced the pursuit of his accusers. End of Volume 2, Part 16. Recording by Graham Redman. Volume 2, Part 17 of Herodotus Histories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Redman. Histories, Volume 2, by Herodotus of Halicarnassus, translated by A.D. Godley. Volume 2, Part 17. But Argos was so wholly deprived of men that their slaves took possession of all affairs, ruling and governing until the sons of the slain men grew up. Then they recovered Argos for themselves, and cast out the slaves. When they were driven out, the slaves took possession of Tiryns by force. For a while they were at peace with each other, but then there came to the slaves a prophet, Cleander, a man of Phigalia in Arcadia by birth. He persuaded the slaves to attack their masters. From that time there was a long-lasting war between them, until with difficulty the Argives got the upper hand. The Argives say this was the reason Cleomenes went mad and met an evil end. The Spartans themselves say that Cleomenes' madness arose from no divine agent, but that by consorting with Scythians he became a drinker of strong wine, and the madness came from this. The nomadic Scythians, after Darius had invaded their land, were eager for revenge, so they sent to Sparta and made an alliance. They agreed that the Scythians would attempt to invade Media by way of the river Phasis, and they urged the Spartans to set out and march inland from Ephesus and meet the Scythians. They say that when the Scythians had come for this purpose, Cleomenes kept rather close company with them, and by consorting with them more than was fitting, he learned from them to drink strong wine. The Spartans consider him to have gone mad from this. Ever since, as they themselves say, whenever they desire a strong drink, they call for a Scythian cup. Such is the Spartan story of Cleomenes, but to my thinking it was for what he did to Demaratus that he was punished thus. When the Aeginetans heard that Cleomenes was dead, they sent messengers to Sparta to cry out against Leotychides concerning the hostages that were held at Athens. The Lacedaemonians then assembled a court, and gave judgment that Leotychides had done violence to the Aeginetans, and they condemned him to be given up and carried to Aegina in requital for the men that were held at Athens. But when the Aeginetans were about to carry Leotychides away, a man of repute at Sparta, Theacides, son of Leoprepes, said to them, "Men of Aegina, what are you planning to do? To have the king of the Spartans given up to you by the citizens, and carry him away? If the Spartans have now so judged in their anger, see that they do not bring utter destruction upon your country if you do this." The Aeginetans heard this, and refrained from carrying the king away, and made an agreement that Leotychides should go with them to Athens, and restore the men to the Aeginetans. When Leotychides came to Athens, and demanded back the hostages, the Athenians were unwilling to give them back, and made excuses, saying that 2 kings had given them the trust, and they deemed it wrong to restore it to one without the other. When the Athenians refused to give them back, Leotychides said to them, "Men of Athens, do whichever thing you desire. If you give them back, you do righteously. If you do not give them back, you do the opposite. But I want to tell you the story of what happened at Sparta in the matter of a trust. We Spartans say that 3 generations ago there was at Lacedaemon one Glaucus, the son of Epicydes. We say that this man added to his other excellencies a reputation for justice above all men who at that time dwelt in Lacedaemon. But we say that at the fitting time this befell him. There came to Sparta a certain man of Miletus, who desired to have a talk with Glaucus, and made him this offer: "I am a Milesian, and I have come to have the benefit of your justice, Glaucus. Since there is much talk about your justice throughout all the rest of Hellas, and even in Ionia, I considered the fact that Ionia is always in danger while the Peloponnese is securely established, and nowhere in Ionia are the same men seen continuing in possession of wealth. Considering and taking counsel concerning these matters, I resolved to turn half of my property into silver and deposit it with you, being well assured that it will lie safe for me in your keeping. Accept the money for me, and take and keep these tokens. Restore the money to whoever comes with the same tokens and demands it back. Thus spoke the stranger who had come from Miletus, and Glaucus received the trust according to the agreement. After a long time had passed, the sons of the man who had deposited the money came to Sparta. They spoke with Glaucus, showing him the tokens and demanding the money back. But Glaucus put them off and answered in turn, "I do not remember the matter, and nothing of what you say carries my mind back. Let me think. I wish to do all that is just. If I took the money, I will duly restore it. If I never took it at all, I will deal with you according to the customs of the Greeks. I will put off making my decision for you until the 4th month from this day." So the Milesians went away in sorrow, as men robbed of their possessions. But Glaucus journeyed to Delphi to question the oracle. When he asked the oracle whether he should seize the money under oath, the Pythian priestess threatened him in these verses: "Glaucus, son of Epicydes, it is more profitable now to prevail by your oath and seize the money. Swear, for death awaits even the man who swears true. But oath has a son, nameless. He is without hands or feet, but he pursues swiftly until he catches and destroys all the family and the entire house. The line of a man who swears true is better later on." When Glaucus heard this, he entreated the god to pardon him for what he had said. The priestess answered that to tempt the god and to do the deed had the same effect. So Glaucus summoned the Milesian strangers and gave them back their money. But hear now, Athenians, why I began to tell you this story. There is today no descendant of Glaucus, nor any household that bears Glaucus' name. He has been utterly rooted out of Sparta. So good is it not even to think anything concerning a trust, except giving it back on demand. Thus spoke Leotychides, but even so the Athenians would not listen to him, and he departed. The Aeginetans, before paying the penalty for the violence they had done to the Athenians to please the Thebans, acted as follows. Blaming the Athenians, and deeming themselves wronged, they prepared to take vengeance on the Athenians, who were now celebrating a quinquennial festival at Sunium. The Aeginetans set an ambush, and captured the sacred ship, with many leading Athenians on board, and put in prison the men they seized. Suffering this from the Aeginetans, the Athenians no longer put off devising all mischief against Aegina. There was a notable man in Aegina, Nicodremus, son of Cnethus by name, who held a grudge against the Aeginetans for his former banishment from the island. When he learned that the Athenians were now set upon harming the Aeginetans, he agreed to betray Aegina to the Athenians, naming the day when he would make the attempt and when they must come to aid him. Later, Nicodremus, according to his agreement with the Athenians, took possession of the old city, as it was called, but the Athenians were not there at the right time, for they did not have ships worthy to fight the Aeginetans. While they were asking the Corinthians to lend them ships, the affair was ruined. The Corinthians at that time were their close friends, so they consented to the Athenians' plea, and gave them 20 ships at a price of 5 drachmas apiece. By their law they could not make a free gift of them. Taking these ships and their own, the Athenians manned 70 in all, and sailed for Aegina, but they came a day later than the time agreed. When the Athenians did not show up at the right time, Nicodremus took ship and escaped from Aegina. Other Aeginetans followed him, and the Athenians gave them Sunium to dwell in. Setting out from there, they harried the Aeginetans of the island. But this happened later. The rich men of Aegina gained mastery over the people who had risen against them with Nicodremus, then made them captive and led them out to be killed. Because of this, a curse fell upon them, which, despite all their efforts, they could not get rid of by sacrifice, and they were driven out of their island before the goddess would be merciful to them. They had taken 700 of the people alive. As they led these out for slaughter, one of them escaped from his bonds, and fled to the temple gate of Demeter the lawgiver, where he laid hold of the door handles and clung to them. They could not tear him away by force, so they cut off his hands and carried him off, and those hands were left clinging fast to the door handles. Thus the Aeginetans dealt with each other. When the Athenians came, they fought them at sea with 70 ships. The Aeginetans were defeated in the sea fight, and asked for help from the Argives, as they had done before. But this time the Argives would not aid them, holding a grudge because ships of Aegina had been taken by force by Cleomenes and put in on the Argolid coast, where their crews landed with the Lacedaemonians. Men from ships of Sicyon also took part in the same invasion. The Argives laid on them the payment of a fine of 1,000 talents, 500 each. The Sicyonians confessed that they had done wrong, and agreed to go free with a payment of 100 talents. But the Aeginetans made no such confession, and remained stubborn. For this cause the Argive state sent no one to aid them at their request, but about 1,000 came voluntarily, led by a captain whose name was Eurybates, a man who practised the pentathlon. Most of these never returned, meeting their death at the hands of the Athenians in Aegina. Eurybates himself, their captain, fought in single combat, and thus killed 3 men, but was slain by the 4th, Sophanes, the son of Deciles. The Aeginetan ships found the Athenians in disarray, and attacked and overcame them, taking 4 Athenian ships and their crews. Thus Athens and Aegina grappled together in war. The Persian was going about his own business, for his servant was constantly reminding him to remember the Athenians, and the Pisistratidae were at his elbow maligning the Athenians. Moreover, Darius desired to take this pretext for subduing all the men of Hellas who had not given him earth and water. He dismissed from command Mardonius, who had fared so badly on his expedition, and appointed other generals to lead his armies against Athens and Eretria, Datis, a Mede by birth, and his own nephew Artaphernes, son of Artaphernes. The order he gave them at their departure was to enslave Athens and Eretria, and bring the slaves into his presence. When these appointed generals on their way from the king reached the Aleian plain in Cilicia, bringing with them a great and well-furnished army, they camped there, and were overtaken by all the fleet that was assigned to each. There also arrived the transports for horses, which in the previous year Darius had bidden his tributary subjects to make ready. Having loaded the horses into these and embarked the land army in the ships, they sailed to Ionia with 600 triremes. From there they held their course not by the mainland and straight towards the Hellespont and Thrace, but setting forth from Samos they sailed by the Icarian Sea and from island to island. This, to my thinking, was because they feared above all the voyage around Athos, seeing that in the previous year they had come to great disaster by holding their course that way. Moreover, Naxos was still unconquered, and constrained them. When they approached Naxos from the Icarian Sea, and came to land, for it was Naxos which the Persians intended to attack first, the Naxians, remembering what had happened before, fled away to the mountains instead of waiting for them. The Persians enslaved all of them that they caught, and burnt their temples and their city. After doing this, they set sail for the other islands. While they did this, the Delians also left Delos, and fled away to Tinos. As his expedition was sailing landwards, Datis went on ahead, and bade his fleet anchor not off Delos, but across the water, off Phrygia. Learning where the Delians were, he sent a herald to them with this proclamation: "Holy men, why have you fled away, and so misjudged my intent? It is my own desire, and the king's command to me, to do no harm to the land where the two gods were born, neither to the land itself nor to its inhabitants. So return now to your homes, and dwell on your island." He made this proclamation to the Delians, and then piled up 300 talents of frankincense on the altar, and burnt it. After doing this, Datis sailed with his army against Eretria first, taking with him Ionians and Aeolians. And after he had put out from there, Delos was shaken by an earthquake, the first and last, as the Delians say, before my time. This portent was sent by heaven, as I suppose, to be an omen of the ills that were coming on the world. For in 3 generations, that is, in the time of Darius son of Hystaspes, and Xerxes son of Darius, and Artaxerxes son of Xerxes, more ills happened to Hellas than in 20 generations before Darius, some coming from the Persians, some from the wars for preeminence among the chief of the nations themselves. Thus it was no marvel that there should be an earthquake in Delos when there had been none before. Also there was an oracle concerning Delos, where it was written, "I will shake Delos, though unshaken before." In the Greek language these names have the following meanings. Darius is the doer, Xerxes the warrior, Artaxerxes the great warrior. The Greeks would rightly call the kings thus in their language. Launching out to sea from Delos, the foreigners put in at the islands, and gathered an army from there, taking the sons of the islanders for hostages. When in their voyage about the islands they put in at Carystus, the Carystians gave them no hostages, and refused to join them against neighbouring cities, meaning Eretria and Athens. The Persians besieged them, and laid waste their land, until the Carystians too came over to their side. When the Eretrians learned that the Persian expedition was sailing to attack them, they asked for help from the Athenians. The Athenians did not refuse the aid, but gave them for defenders the 4,000 tenant farmers who held the land of the Chalcidian horse breeders. But it seems that all the plans of the Eretrians were unsound. They sent to the Athenians for aid, but their counsels were divided. Some of them planned to leave the city and make for the heights of Euboea. Others plotted treason in hope of winning advantages from the Persians. When Aeschines, son of Nothon, a leading man in Eretria, learned of both designs, he told the Athenians who had come how matters stood, and asked them to depart to their own country, so they would not perish like the rest. The Athenians followed Aeschines' advice. So they saved themselves by crossing over to Oropus. The Persians sailed, holding their course for Temenos and Kyrii and Aegilia, all in Eretrian territory. Landing at these places, they immediately unloaded their horses and made preparation to attack their enemies. The Eretrians had no intention of coming out and fighting. All their care was to guard their walls if they could, since it was the prevailing counsel not to leave the city. The walls were strongly attacked, and for 6 days many fell on both sides. But on the 7th 2 Eretrians of repute, Euphorbus, son of Alcimachus, and Philagrus, son of Cineas, betrayed the city to the Persians. They entered the city and plundered and burnt the temples, in revenge for the temples that were burnt at Sardis. Moreover, they enslaved the townspeople, according to Darius' command. After subduing Eretria, the Persians waited a few days, and then sailed away to the land of Attica, pressing ahead in expectation of doing to the Athenians exactly what they had done to the Eretrians. Marathon was the place in Attica most suitable for riding horses, and closest to Eretria. So Hippias, son of Pisistratus, led them there. When the Athenians learned this, they too marched out to Marathon, with 10 generals leading them. The 10th was Miltiades, and it had befallen his father, Cimon, son of Stesagoras, to be banished from Athens by Pisistratus, son of Hippocrates. While in exile, he happened to take the Olympic prize in the 4-horse chariot, and by taking this victory he won the same prize as his half-brother Miltiades. At the next Olympic games he won with the same horses, but permitted Pisistratus to be proclaimed victor, and by resigning the victory to him, he came back from exile to his own property under truce. After taking yet another Olympic prize with the same horses, he happened to be murdered by Pisistratus' sons, since Pisistratus was no longer living. They murdered him by placing men in ambush at night near the town hall. Cimon was buried in front of the city, across the road called Through the Hollow, and buried opposite him are the mares who won the 3 Olympic prizes. The mares of Evagaras the Laconian did the same as these, but none others. Stesagoras, the elder of Simon's sons, was then being brought up with his uncle Miltiades in the Chersonese. The younger was with Cimon at Athens, and he took the name Miltiades from Miltiades, the founder of the Chersonese. It was this Miltiades who was now the Athenian general, after coming from the Chersonese and escaping a 2-fold death. The Phoenicians pursued him as far as Imbros, considering it of great importance to catch him and bring him to the king. He escaped from them, but when he reached his own country and thought he was safe, then his enemies met him. They brought him to court and prosecuted him for tyranny in the Chersonese, but he was acquitted and appointed Athenian general, chosen by the people. End of Volume 2, Part 17. Recording by Graham Redman. Volume 2, Part 18 of Herodotus Histories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Redman. Histories, Volume 2, by Herodotus of Halicarnassus, translated by A.D. Godley. Volume 2, Part 18. While still in the city, the generals first sent to Sparta the herald Philippides, an Athenian and a long-distance runner, who made that his calling. As Philippides himself said when he brought the message to the Athenians, when he was in the Parthenian mountain above Tegea, he encountered Pan. Pan called out Philippides' name, and bade him ask the Athenians why they paid him no attention, though he was of good will to the Athenians, had often been of service to them, and would be in the future. The Athenians believed that these things were true, and when they became prosperous they established a sacred precinct of Pan beneath the Acropolis. Ever since that message they propitiate him with annual sacrifices and a torch race. This Philippides was in Sparta on the day after leaving the city of Athens, that time when he was sent by the generals, and said that Pan had appeared to him. He came to the magistrates and said, "Lacedaemonians, the Athenians ask you to come to their aid, and not allow the most ancient city among the Hellenes to fall into slavery at the hands of the foreigners. Even now Eretria has been enslaved, and Hellas has become weaker by an important city." He told them what he had been ordered to say, and they resolved to send help to the Athenians, but they could not do this immediately, for they were unwilling to break the law. It was the 9th day of the rising month, and they said that on the 9th they could not go out to war until the moon's circle was full. So they waited for the full moon, while the foreigners were guided to Marathon by Hippias, son of Pisistratus. The previous night Hippias had a dream in which he slept with his mother. He supposed from the dream that he would return from exile to Athens, recover his rule, and end his days an old man in his own country. Thus he reckoned from the dream. Then, as guide, he unloaded the slaves from Eretria onto the island of the Styrians called Aegylia, and brought to anchor the ships that had put ashore at Marathon, then marshalled the foreigners who had disembarked onto land. As he was tending to this, he happened to sneeze and cough more violently than usual. Since he was an elderly man, most of his teeth were loose, and he lost one of them by the force of his cough. It fell into the sand, and he expended much effort in looking for it, but the tooth could not be found. He groaned aloud, and said to those standing by him, "This land is not ours, and we will not be able to subdue it. My tooth holds whatever share of it was mine." Hippias supposed that the dream had in this way come true. As the Athenians were marshalled in the precinct of Heracles, the Plataeans came to help them in full force. The Plataeans had put themselves under the protection of the Athenians, and the Athenians had undergone many labours on their behalf. This is how they did it. When the Plataeans were pressed by the Thebans, they first tried to put themselves under the protection of Cleomenes, son of Anaxandrides, and the Lacedaemonians, who happened to be there. But they did not accept them, saying, "We live too far away, and our help would be cold comfort to you. You could be enslaved many times over before any of us heard about it. We advise you to put yourselves under the protection of the Athenians, since they are your neighbours, and not bad men at giving help." The Lacedaemonians gave this advice not so much out of goodwill toward the Plataeans, as wishing to cause trouble for the Athenians with the Boeotians. So the Lacedaemonians gave this advice to the Plataeans, who did not disobey it. When the Athenians were making sacrifices to the 12 gods, they sat at the altar as suppliants, and put themselves under protection. When the Thebans heard this, they marched against the Plataeans, but the Athenians came to their aid. As they were about to join battle, the Corinthians, who happened to be there, prevented them, and brought about a reconciliation. Since both sides desired them to arbitrate, they fixed the boundaries of the country on condition that the Thebans leave alone those Boeotians who were unwilling to be enrolled as Boeotian. After rendering this decision, the Corinthians departed. The Boeotians attacked the Athenians as they were leaving, but were defeated in battle. The Athenians went beyond the boundaries the Corinthians had made for the Plataeans, fixing the Asopus River as the boundary for the Thebans in the direction of Plataea and Hysiae. So the Plataeans had put themselves under the protection of the Athenians in the aforesaid manner, and now came to help at Marathon. The Athenian generals were of divided opinion, some advocating not fighting because they were too few to attack the army of the Medes, others, including Miltiades, advocating fighting. Thus they were at odds, and the inferior plan prevailed. An 11th man had a vote, chosen by lot to be Polemarch of Athens, and by ancient custom the Athenians had made his vote of equal weight with the generals. Callimachus of Aphidne was Polemarch at this time. Miltiades approached him and said, "Callimachus, it is now in your hands to enslave Athens, or make her free, and thereby leave behind for all posterity a memorial such as not even Harmodius and Aristogiton left. Now the Athenians have come to their greatest danger since they first came into being, and if we surrender, it is clear what we will suffer when handed over to Hippias. But if the city prevails, it will take first place among Hellenic cities. I will tell you how this can happen, and how the deciding voice on these matters has devolved upon you. The 10 generals are of divided opinion, some urging to attack, others urging not to. If we do not attack now, I expect that great strife will fall upon and shake the spirit of the Athenians, leading them to Medes. But if we attack now, before anything unsound corrupts the Athenians, we can win the battle, if the gods are fair. All this concerns and depends on you in this way. If you vote with me, your country will be free, and your city the first in Hellas. But if you side with those eager to avoid battle, you will have the opposite to all the good things I enumerated." By saying this, Miltiades won over Callimachus. The Polemarch's vote was counted in, and the decision to attack was resolved upon. Thereafter the generals who had voted to fight turned the presidency over to Miltiades as each one's day came in turn. He accepted the office, but did not make an attack until it was his own day to preside. When the presidency came round to him, he arrayed the Athenians for battle, with the Polemarch Callimachus commanding the right wing, since it was then the Athenian custom for the Polemarch to hold the right wing. He led, and the other tribes were numbered out in succession next to each other. The Plataeans were marshalled last, holding the left wing. Ever since that battle, when the Athenians are conducting sacrifices at the festivals every 4th year, the Athenian herald prays for good things for the Athenians and Plataeans together. As the Athenians were marshalled at Marathon, it happened that their line of battle was as long as the line of the Medes. The centre, where the line was weakest, was only a few ranks deep, but each wing was strong in numbers. When they had been set in order, and the sacrifices were favourable, the Athenians were sent forth, and charged the foreigners at a run. The space between the armies was no less than 8 stadia. The Persians saw them running to attack, and prepared to receive them, thinking the Athenians absolutely crazy, since they saw how few of them there were, and that they ran up so fast without either cavalry or archers. So the foreigners imagined, but when the Athenians all together fell upon the foreigners, they fought in a way worthy of record. These are the first Hellenes whom we know of to use running against the enemy. They are also the first to endure looking at Median dress, and men wearing it. for up until then just hearing the name of the Medes caused the Hellenes to panic. They fought a long time at Marathon. In the centre of the line the foreigners prevailed, where the Persians and Saci were arrayed. The foreigners prevailed there, and broke through in pursuit inland. But on each wing the Athenians and Plataeans prevailed. In victory they let the routed foreigners flee, and brought the wings together to fight those who had broken through the centre. The Athenians prevailed, then followed the fleeing Persians, and struck them down. When they reached the sea they demanded fire, and laid hold of the Persian ships. In this labour Callimachus the Polemarch was slain, a brave man, and of the generals Stesilaus, son of Thrasilaus, died. Cynegeirus, son of Euphorion, fell there, his hand cut off with an axe as he grabbed a ship's figurehead. Many other famous Athenians also fell there. In this way the Athenians overpowered 7 ships. The foreigners pushed off with the rest, picked up the Eretrian slaves from the island where they had left them, and sailed around Sunium, hoping to reach the city before the Athenians. There was an accusation at Athens that they devised this by a plan of the Alcmeonidae, who were said to have arranged to hold up a shield as a signal once the Persians were in their ships. They sailed around Sunium, but the Athenians marched back to defend the city as fast as their feet could carry them, and got there ahead of the foreigners. Coming from the sacred precinct of Heracles in Marathon, they pitched camp in the sacred precinct of Heracles in Cynosarges. The foreigners lay at anchor off Phalerum, the Athenian naval port at that time. After riding anchor there, they sailed their ships back to Asia. In the battle at Marathon, about 6,400 men of the foreigners were killed, and 192 Athenians. That many fell on each side. The following marvel happened there. An Athenian, Epizelus, son of Cuphagoras, was fighting as a brave man in the battle, when he was deprived of his sight, though struck or hit nowhere on his body, and from that time on he spent the rest of his life in blindness. I have heard that he tells this story about his misfortune. He saw opposing him a tall armed man, whose beard overshadowed his shield. But the phantom passed him by, and killed the man next to him. I learned by inquiry that this is the story Epizelus tells. Datis journeyed with his army to Asia, and when he arrived at Mykonos he saw a vision in his sleep. What that vision was is not told, but as soon as day broke, Datis made a search of his ships. He found in a Phoenician ship a gilded image of Apollo, and asked where this plunder had been taken. Learning from what temple it had come, he sailed in his own ship to Delos. The Delians had now returned to their island, and Datis set the image in the temple, instructing the Delians to carry it away to Theban Delium, on the coast opposite Chalcis. Datis gave this order and sailed away, but the Delians never carried that statue away. 20 years later the Thebans brought it to Delium by command of an oracle. When Datis and Artaphernes reached Asia in their voyage, they carried the enslaved Eretrians inland to Susa. Before the Eretrians were taken captive, King Darius had been terribly angry with them for doing him unprovoked wrong. But when he saw them brought before him and subject to him, he did them no harm, but settled them in a domain of his own called Arderica in the Scythian land. This place is 210 stadia distant from Susa, and 40 from the well that is of 3 kinds. Asphalt and salt and oil are drawn from it in the following way. A windlass is used in the drawing, with half a skin tied to it in place of a bucket. This is dipped into the well and then poured into a tank. Then what is drawn is poured into another tank and goes 3 ways. The asphalt and the salt congeal immediately. The oil, which the Persians call radinaceae, is dark and evil-smelling. There King Darius settled the Eretrians, and they dwelt in that place until my time, keeping their ancient language. Such was the fate of the Eretrians. After the full moon 2,000 Lacedaemonians came to Athens, making such great haste to reach it that they were in Attica on the 3rd day after leaving Sparta. Although they came too late for the battle, they desired to see the Medes, so they went to Marathon and saw them. Then they departed again, praising the Athenians and their achievement. It is a wonder to me, and I do not believe the story, that the Alcmeonidae would ever have agreed to hold up a shield as a sign for the Persians out of a desire to make Athens subject to foreigners and to Hippias, for it is plain to see that they were tyrant-haters as much as Callias, son of Phinippus and father of Hipponicus, or even more so. Callias was the only Athenian who dared to buy Pisistratus' possessions when they were put up for sale by the state after Pisistratus' banishment from Athens, and he devised other acts of bitter hatred against him. This Callias is worthy of all men's remembrance for many reasons. First, because he so excellently freed his country, as I have said. Second, for what he did at Olympia, where he won a horse race and was second in a 4-horse chariot, after already winning a Pythian prize, and was the cynosure of all Hellas for the lavishness of his spending. And third, for his behaviour regarding his 3 daughters. When they were of marriageable age, he gave them a most splendid gift, and one very pleasant to them, promising that each would wed that man whom she chose for herself from all the Athenians. The Alcmeonidae were tyrant-haters as much as Callias, or not less so. Therefore I find it a strange and unbelievable accusation that they of all men should have held up a shield. At all times they shunned tyrants, and it was by their contrivance that the sons of Pisistratus were deposed from their tyranny. Thus, in my judgment, it was they who freed Athens much more than did Harmodius and Aristogiton. These only enraged the remaining sons of Pisistratus by killing Hipparchus, and did nothing to end the tyranny of the rest of them. But the Alcmeonidae plainly liberated their country, if they truly were the ones who persuaded the Pythian priestess to signify to the Lacedaemonians that they should free Athens, as I have previously shown. Perhaps out of some grudge against the Athenian people they betrayed their country, but there were no others at Athens more esteemed or more honoured than they, therefore plain reason forbids believing that they of all men could have held up the shield for any such cause. A shield was held up, this cannot be denied, for it happened. But who did it, I do not know, and I can say no further. The Alcmeonidae had been men of renown at Athens even in the old days, and from the time of Alcmaeon and then Megacles their renown increased. When the Lydians from Sardis came from Croesus to the Delphic oracle, Alcmaeon, son of Megacles, worked with them and zealously aided them. When Croesus heard from the Lydians who visited the oracle of Alcmaeon's benefits to him, he summoned Alcmaeon to Sardis, and there made him a gift of as much gold as he could carry away at one time on his person. Considering the nature of the gift, Alcmaeon planned and employed this device. He donned a wide tunic, leaving a deep fold in it, and put on the most spacious boots that he could find, then went into the treasury to which they led him. Falling upon a heap of gold dust, first he packed next to his legs as much gold as his boots would contain. Then he filled all the fold of his tunic with gold, and strewed the dust among the hair of his head, and took more of it into his mouth. When he came out of the treasury, hardly dragging the weight of his boots, He was like anything rather than a human being, with his mouth crammed full and all his body swollen. Croesus burst out laughing at the sight, and gave him all the gold he already had, and that much more again. Thus the family grew very rich. Alcmaeon came to keep 4-horse chariots, and won with them at Olympia. In the next generation, Cleisthenes, the tyrant of Sicyon, raised that house still higher, so that it grew much more famous in Hellas than it had formerly been. Cleisthenes, son of Aristonymus, son of Myron, son of Andreas, had one daughter, whose name was Agariste. He desired to wed her to the best man he could find in Hellas. It was the time of the Olympian games, and when he was victor there with a 4-horse chariot, Cleisthenes made a proclamation that whichever Greek thought himself worthy to be his son-in-law should come on the 60th day from then or earlier to Sicyon, and Cleisthenes would make good his promise of marriage in a year from that 60th day. Then all the Greeks who were proud of themselves and their country came as suitors, and to that end Cleisthenes had them compete in running and wrestling contests. From Italy came Smindirides of Sybaris, son of Hippocrates, the most luxurious liver of his day, and Sybaris was then at the height of its prosperity, and Damasus of Cyrrhus, son of that Amyris who was called the Wise. These came from Italy. From the Ionian Gulf, Amphimnestus, son of Epistrophus, an Epidamnian. He was from the Ionian Gulf. From Aetolia came Meles, the brother of that Tithormus who surpassed all the Greeks in strength, and fled from the sight of men to the farthest parts of the Aetolian land. From the Peloponnese came Leocides, son of Phaedon, the tyrant of Argos, that Phaedon who made weights and measures for the Peloponnesians, and acted more arrogantly than any other Greek. He drove out the Elean contest directors, and held the contests at Olympia himself. This man's son now came, and Amyantus, an Arcadian from Trapezus, son of Lycurgus, and an Azenian from the town of Pius, Laphanes, son of that Euphorion, who, as the Arcadian tale relates, gave lodging to the Dioscuri, and ever since kept open house for all men, and Onomastus from Elis, son of Aegeus. These came from the Peloponnese itself. From Athens, Megacles, son of that Alcmaeon who visited Croesus, and also Hippocleides, son of Tysandrus, who surpassed the Athenians in wealth and looks. From Eretria, which at that time was prosperous, came Lysanias. He was the only man from Euboea. From Thessaly came a Scopad, Diactorides of Cranon, and from the Molossians, Alcon. These were the suitors. When they arrived on the appointed day, Cleisthenes first inquired the country and lineage of each. Then he kept them with him for a year, testing their manliness and temper and upbringing and manner of life. This he did by consorting with them alone and in company, putting the younger of them to contests of strength, but especially watching their demeanour at the common meal. For as long as he kept them with him, he did everything for them and entertained them with magnificence. The suitors that most pleased him were the ones who had come from Athens, and of these Hippocleides, son of Tysandrus, was judged foremost, both for his manliness and because in ancestry he was related to the Cypselids of Corinth. When the appointed day came for the marriage feast, and for Cleisthenes' declaration of whom he had chosen out of them all, Cleisthenes sacrificed 100 oxen, and gave a feast to the suitors and to the whole of Sicyon. After dinner the suitors vied with each other in music and in anecdotes for all to hear. As they sat late drinking, Hippocleides, now far outdoing the rest, ordered the flute player to play him a dance tune. The flute player obeyed, and he began to dance. I suppose he pleased himself with his dancing, but Cleisthenes saw the whole business with much disfavour. Hippocleides then stopped for a while, and ordered a table to be brought in. When the table arrived, he danced Laconian figures on it first, and then Attic. Last of all, he rested his head on the table, and made gestures with his legs in the air. Now Cleisthenes at the first and the second bout of dancing could no more bear to think of Hippocleides as his son-in-law, because of his dancing and his shamelessness, but he had held himself in check, not wanting to explode at Hippocleides. But when he saw him making gestures with his legs, he could no longer keep silence, and said, "Son of Tysandrus, you have danced away your marriage." Hippocleides said in answer, "It does not matter to Hippocleides." Since then this is proverbial. Then Cleisthenes bade them all be silent, and spoke to the company at large, "Suitors for my daughter's hand, I thank you one and all. If it were possible, I would grant each of you his wish, neither choosing out one to set him above another, nor disparaging the rest. But since I have but one maiden to plan for, and so cannot please all of you, to those of you whose suit is rejected, I make a gift of a talent of silver to each, for his desire to take a wife from my house, and for his sojourn away from his home. And to Megacles, son of Alcmaeon, do I betroth my daughter Agariste by the laws of the Athenians." Megacles accepted the betrothal, and Cleisthenes brought the marriage to pass. End of Volume 2, Part 18. Recording by Graham Redman. Volume 2, Part 19 of Herodotus Histories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Redman. Histories, Volume 2, by Herodotus of Halicarnassus, translated by A.D. Godley. Volume 2, Part 19. Such is the tale of the choice among the suitors, and thus the fame of the Alcmeonidae resounded throughout Hellas. From this marriage was born that Cleisthenes, named after his mother's father from Sicyon, who gave the Athenians their tribes and their democracy. He and Hippocrates were born to Megacles. Hippocrates was father of another Megacles and another Agariste, called after Agariste, who was Cleisthenes' daughter. She was married to Xanthippus, son of Eryphron, and when she was pregnant she saw in her sleep a vision in which she thought she gave birth to a lion. In a few days she bore Xanthippus a son, Pericles. After the Persian disaster at Marathon, the reputation of Miltiades, already great at Athens, very much increased. He asked the Athenians for 70 ships, an army, and money, not revealing against what country he would lead them, but saying that he would make them rich if they followed him. He would bring them to a country from which they could easily carry away an abundance of gold. So he said when he asked for the ships. The Athenians were induced by these promises, and granted his request. Miltiades took his army, and sailed for Paros, on the pretext that the Parians had brought this on themselves by first sending triremes with the Persian fleet to Marathon. Such was the pretext of his argument, but he had a grudge against the Parians, because Lysagoras, son of Tysias, a man of Parian descent, had slandered him to Hydarnes the Persian. When he reached his voyage's destination, Miltiades with his army drove the Parians inside their walls and besieged them. He sent in a herald and demanded 100 talents, saying that if they did not give it to him, his army would not return home before it had stormed their city. The Parians had no intention of giving Miltiades any money at all, and they contrived how to defend their city. They did this by building their wall at night to double its former height where it was most assailable, and also by other devices. All the Greeks tell the same story up to this point. After this, the Parians themselves say that the following happened. As Miltiades was in a quandary, a captive woman named Tymo, Parian by birth and an under-priestess of the goddesses of the dead, came to talk with him. Coming before Miltiades, she advised him, if taking Paros was very important to him, to do whatever she suggested. Then, following her advice, he passed through to the hill in front of the city, and jumped over the fence of the precinct of Demeter the lawgiver, since he was unable to open the door. After leaping over, he went to the shrine, whether to move something that should not be moved, or with some other intention. When he was right at the doors, he was immediately seized with panic, and hurried back by the same route. Leaping down from the wall, he twisted his thigh, but some say he hit his knee. So Miltiades sailed back home in a sorry condition, neither bringing money for the Athenians, nor having won Paros. He had besieged the town for 26 days, and ravaged the island. The Parians learned that Tymo, the under-priestess of the goddesses, had been Miltiades' guide, and desired to punish her for this. Since they now had respite from the siege, they sent messengers to Delphi to ask if they should put the under-priestess to death for guiding their enemies to the capture of her native country, and for revealing to Miltiades the rites that no male should know. But the Pythian priestess forbade them, saying that Tymo was not responsible. Miltiades was doomed to make a bad end, and an apparition had led him in these evils. Such was the priestess' reply to the Parians. The Athenians had much to say about Miltiades on his return from Paros, especially Xanthippus, son of Eryphron, who prosecuted Miltiades before the people for deceiving the Athenians, and called for the death penalty. Miltiades was present, but could not speak in his own defence, since his thigh was festering. He was laid before the court on a couch, and his friends spoke for him, often mentioning the fight at Marathon and the conquest of Lemnos, how Miltiades had punished the Pelasgians and taken Lemnos, delivering it to the Athenians. The people took his side as far as not condemning him to death, but they fined him 50 talents for his wrongdoing. Miltiades later died of gangrene and rot in his thigh, and the 50 talents were paid by his son Cimon. Miltiades, son of Cimon, took possession of Lemnos in this way. When the Pelasgians were driven out of Attica by the Athenians, whether justly or unjustly I cannot say, beyond what is told, namely that Hecataeus, the son of Hegesandrus, declares in his history that the act was unjust, for when the Athenians saw the land under Hymettus, formerly theirs, which they had given to the Pelasgians as a dwelling place in reward for the wall that had once been built around the Acropolis, when the Athenians saw how well this place was tilled, which previously had been bad and worthless, they were envious and coveted the land, and so drove the Pelasgians out on this and no other pretext. But the Athenians themselves say that their reason for expelling the Pelasgians was just. The Pelasgians set out from their settlement at the foot of Hymettus and wronged the Athenians in this way. Neither the Athenians nor any other Hellenes had servants yet at that time, and their sons and daughters used to go to the 9 wells for water. And whenever they came, the Pelasgians maltreated them out of mere arrogance and pride. And this was not enough for them. Finally, they were caught in the act of planning to attack Athens. The Athenians were much better men than the Pelasgians, since, when they could have killed them, caught plotting as they were, they would not do so, but ordered them out of the country. The Pelasgians departed and took possession of Lemnos, besides other places. This is the Athenian story. The other is told by Hecataeus. These Pelasgians dwelt at that time in Lemnos, and desired vengeance on the Athenians. Since they well knew the time of the Athenian festivals, they acquired 50 oared ships, and set an ambush for the Athenian women celebrating the festival of Artemis at Broron. They seized many of the women, then sailed away with them, and brought them to Lemnos to be their concubines. These women bore more and more children, and they taught their sons the speech of Attica and Athenian manners. These boys would not mix with the sons of the Pelasgian women. If one of them was beaten by one of the others, they would all run to his aid and help each other. These boys even claimed to rule the others, and were much stronger. When the Pelasgians perceived this, they took counsel together. It troubled them much in their deliberations to think what the boys would do when they grew to manhood, if they were resolved to help each other against the sons of the lawful wives, and attempted to rule them already. Thereupon the Pelasgians resolved to kill the sons of the Attic women. They did this, and then killed the boys' mothers also. From this deed, and the earlier one which was done by the women when they killed their own husbands who were Thoas' companions, a Lemnian crime has been a proverb in Hellas for any deed of cruelty. But when the Pelasgians had murdered their own sons and women, their land brought forth no fruit, nor did their wives and their flocks and herds bear offspring as before. Crushed by hunger and childlessness, they sent to Delphi to ask for some release from their present ills. The Pythian priestess ordered them to pay the Athenians whatever penalty the Athenians themselves judged. The Pelasgians went to Athens, and offered to pay the penalty for all their wrongdoing. The Athenians set in their town hall a couch adorned as finely as possible, and placed beside it a table covered with all manner of good things. Then ordered the Pelasgians to deliver their land to them in the same condition. The Pelasgians answered, "We will deliver it when a ship with a north wind accomplishes the voyage from your country to ours in 1 day." They supposed that this was impossible, since Attica is far to the south of Lemnos. At the time that was all. But a great many years later, when the Chersonese on the Hellespont was made subject to Athens, Miltiades, son of Simon, accomplished the voyage from Ilias on the Chersonese to Lemnos with the Etesian winds then constantly blowing. He proclaimed that the Pelasgians must leave their island, reminding them of the oracle which the Pelasgians thought would never be fulfilled. The Hephaestians obeyed, but the Myrinians would not agree that the Chersonese was Attica, and were besieged until they too submitted. Thus did Miltiades and the Athenians take possession of Lemnos. End of Volume 2, Part 19. End of Herodotus Histories, Volume 2, translated by A.D. Godley. Recording by Graham Redman.